Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind tonight again. Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be perfect anyway. Chase the wind again, knowing just what they'll say. Don't care anymore, can't stay still anyway. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to life won't be perfect anyway. always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be perfect anyway. Chase the wind again, knowing just what they'll say. Don't care anymore, can't stay still anyway. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life will be perfect anyway. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life won't be perfect anyway. Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind to mine again.
after 8 weeks of grueling competition, we have 16 teams from 8 different regions, and we are now here, the first day of the group stages of the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Super Cup. My name is Mika Fabs, and I will be your host for today, together with your panelists, Hungry, Riku, and Osiris. And guys, we are making history today, tomorrow, and the rest of the week as we enter the first ever Wild Rift Summer Super Cup. How are you guys feeling? Hungry? I bet you're hungry for some Wild Rift action.
I honestly can't wait to get into the games. It's such a nice kind of, full circle to have all these regions coming back in after their individual Icon Series qualifiers, and now we get to see all these regions come back in. This is the games we've been waiting for. It's the measurement against each other, and only one team is going to make it out as the champion. I'm excited to see who it is.
Exactly. It is going to be the first major SEA tournament, and absolutely excited to see what type of regional specialties we're going to be seeing, and as well as how the meta is going to shape come group stages up until the playoffs. So yeah, very, very excited for this one.
Same as everyone, I am excited indeed, as we are the bar setter, the trend setter, and the one who's making up the standards. As we are really ahead, we got this a huge Southeast Asia tournaments, as other regions are currently working on establishing their own Wild Rift Esports. I really love that everyone is going to focus right now. The experiments, the discoveries will be coming in.
Woo, guys, I am pumped, but of course, none of this would be possible without our amazing sponsors. First up, Globe, the company bringing first world connectivity to all of the Philippines and letting us know that your favorite champions are on summer mode too. Gather your friends and dive into the League of Legends Wild Rift pool party by registering to Go50 with 5 gigs of data, and complete the pool party missions to earn a limited icon, champion poses, and a whole lot more. So load now via the Globe One app. I know I'm eager to get my pool party skin. I really, really want that Oriana one. But of course, we also have Oppo. Be ready to live life at full speed with the Oppo A74 5G. Empower your daily gaming with 5G connection, 5,000 milliampere mega battery, and 18 watts fast charge. Go for that win streak and get the new Oppo A74 5G. And Undocs, serving every Filipino with meals straight from the heart. And a special thanks as well to Mineski Philippines and to the mothership, Riot Games, for organizing this event. Because this is going to be the first time all of these teams will be going head to head. This is the first time we will be crowning an international Wild Rift champion. And you know what? There's been a lot of discussion as to how these teams will match up against each other as the Wild Rift Southeast Asia community comes together. And we're going to find out the answer to that as the Summer Super Cup kicks off. Let's check out some of the best highlights from our teams, because one of the big questions that came out of the Sea Icon series was the meta that defined each region. We had some regions that favored some chonky boys like Galio, and we also had some regions that never even touched or played a Kali. What are the kinds of playstyles that came out from these teams and from these regions?
Well, first off, you look at a region like Vietnam. That's a region that understands, how to use their side lanes, how to split push. Whereas on your screen, you take a look at GeekFam and Berjaya Dragons from the Malaysia region. They're all about the team fights. They're all about taking these 5v5s and contesting objectives. Again, the idea of the Summer Super Cup is all of these teams coming together and kind of finding out which meta works out best. There's going to be a little bit of a scissors, paper, stone here at the start during the group stages, but overall, as the tournament goes on, I fully expect a meta to be developed, and the priorities around different champions will rise and fall.
Exactly. I mean, looking prior to the regional finals, Galio and Gragas has been popular, just as Mika has mentioned. A little bit of an Akali, a little bit of Rengar and Fizz popping up here and there, depending on the region. So most likely we'll get to see a shift, especially when we talk about, 2.3A that came in this week.
Yeah, and considering that 2.3A is there, we have the turret plating being upgraded with the gold. And of course, you want to consider that Ziggs doesn't have any nerf. So you wanted to go back on that kind of approach, that you wanted to put him on a dragon lane and destroy the tower. And as what the Hungry told us, most of the regions are excelling on their side lanes and they're taking big team fights. And Ziggs is not a big of a question in terms of taking both sides of the coin.
And I love that you guys brought up 2.3A because another big question that I think needs to be answered. We have a very dynamic game here. We have updates every single week, and that actually makes for a very interesting tournament scene. Because here at the Sea Icon series, we had teams that actually concluded the run without even experiencing some champions in the Rift, like Renekton. Not to mention the big changes in the runes, like Font of Life and Face Rush. What big changes to the meta are you guys expecting coming into the Summer Super Cup?
I love that you alluded to the Renekton. I think that's going to be a huge pick coming into the Summer Super Cup. Our region in particular, Singapore, when we played the qualifiers all the way into the playoffs, Renekton wasn't available. It was not a champion that could be used during the game. So I think coming in, that's going to be high priority. We've seen some regions later on during their own qualifiers place a lot of emphasis on the Renekton. I think I'll be putting my eyes towards that pick in particular.
Yeah, for sure. Renekton, maybe top, maybe a little bit in the mid lane as well. I think I am expecting a little bit of Leona, considering the fact that there are a couple of support players in this Summer Super Cup where they focus a lot on heavy engage or these tanky champions for that additional front line for their AD carry and their carries in general. So the Zenith Blade has been basically buffed twice in successive patches, so that Zenith Blade range will prove some value for pick compositions in general as well.
Yeah, and as for the Baron lane, you got hungry on that Renix, and what I'm thinking is that Wukong with an added sustain onto the lane might be something that we need to consider. Remember, Sunfire Aegis has been being adjusted, so we wanted to say that the Garen, who got that kind of tankiness, might influence even more the top side. And considering that the mid lane is very, very flexible in terms of the Gragas, in terms of the Galio, you can play Diana and Twisted Fate. I wanted to see this Fizz into the jungle, not into the mid lane, in the jungle, because of that 200% damage onto the jungle camps, and you wanted to surprise everyone with kind of pick.
Yeah, and I think that just makes this so exciting. It's been a few days since we've seen these teams, and I really wonder what they're going to be cooking up for the Summer Super Cup. It's entirely possible that the teams that we saw during the Sea Icon Series playoffs are not the same teams that will be competing in the Summer Super Cup. And I'm excited for those big changes. And you know what? I also have another question for you guys. Which players do you think we need to keep our eyes on? One exciting thing that we have as well with Wild Rift is that it's kind of been this reunion for sort of these veteran League of Legends players, but it's also been a hub for new, fresh talent that's been coming in. You have names that never even had any previous esports experience, and suddenly they're here at the Summer Super Cup. Who do you think we need to keep our eyes on?
I can only speak for my region. I got to rep my boys from the Alliance. SSK, some of you guys might know him as Shinsekai, one of the most talented and mechanically gifted players in the in this particular region. Him jungling for the Alliance is going to be a big X factor. I think that's going to push them past the edge and allow them to kind of do very well in their group. So if you know this name, Shinsekai, that's your boy to look out for.
As for me, I gotta say, James, coming from Team Secret, definitely cannot ignore his experience when it comes to the SEA tournaments in general back in the League PC days. I mean, he was Mineski and Liab for 6 years, and now repping a different jersey here on Team Secret. So excited what he brings, different types of compositions rather, as again, Team Secret, I guess. I'm so excited to talk about that later.
For this one, I would go with, of course, our Orthros. You got to respect the guy with the mines and the plays inside Amihan. I mean, for our region, of course, showing that they are really the one to dominate the scene, especially that, Arthros got this background from League of Legends PC that took away a title against Liab, which is the one who's playing into PCS. So we're saying a lot of the veteran experience right here.
And not to fill this panelist desk with Filipino pride, but I do think you have to keep your eyes on Carl from Amihan Esports. He is just one of these young prodigies that's just pulling amazing and impossible things as a Baron laner. So I think he's definitely one of those players that we need to keep our eyes on, not just today, but definitely for the future of Wild Rift. And in just a short while, we'll be seeing these teams go head-to-head for the first time in a double round-robin battle, and each day of the group stages, we will be witnessing 12 matches, and only the 3 strongest teams will emerge per group stage to advance into the playoffs arena. To get a bigger idea of the sort of whole picture of the Summer Super Cup, check out this video.
The time has come for Southeast Asia to conquer the Rift. This is the Wild Rift Icon Series Summer Super Cup tournament format. 16 teams from the 8 regions of Southeast Asia will compete in the tournament. The top 2 teams will be sent to represent each region from Hong Kong, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, and Vietnam. There are 2 tournament stages. First is the group stage, which starts on June 19 to June 22, and the playoffs from June 25 to 27. The group stage is in a double round-robin format, where the teams will be drawn into 4 groups of 4. There can only be 2 number 1 seed teams for each group. Note that teams from the same region cannot be drawn to the same group. 12 matches will be played per day from June 19 to 22, and the top 3 teams from each group will advance to the playoffs. The playoffs will be in a best-of-5 series single elimination format. Round 1 of the playoffs is the quarterfinals qualifiers. The number 1 seed from each group get a bye to the quarterfinals, and the remaining teams must qualify for the quarterfinals. Just like the group stage, teams from the same region cannot be placed together for the qualifier matches. On the second round of the playoffs, the remaining 8 teams will battle it out at the quarterfinals, and the top 4 teams will then advance to the semifinals. The third round of the playoffs is the day of the semifinals, third place match, and the finals. The top 4 teams will battle it out for a spot at the finals. The 2 teams that fail to make the grand finals will battle it out for third place. And the tournament concludes with the last 2 teams in the finals. 1 team conquers the Rift as the Southeast Asia Summer Super Cup champions. Prove yourself. Dominate the competition. Be victorious. Leave your mark and become legends.
Oh my god, I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps, that music!
Yeah.
That music, my dudes. But there you have it. The playoffs is an exciting best-of-5 series with single elimination games. And the number 1 seed from each group gets a bye to the quarterfinals. And the rest of the teams, well, they've got to fight for those remaining spots. And from there, only 1 team will conquer the Rift as Southeast Asia champions. So now the biggest question is, who will make it out alive from our group stages? And with that, let's meet today's band of champions, starting with our champions over at Group A. We do have from the Thailand region, we have EVOS Esports and SBTC Esports that will be opening for our first match. And right here, you can see the rest of the groups, Amihan Esports, GeekFam, Alliance. We will get to know all of these teams one by one as we, of course, enter the Summer Super Cup. But right now, I do want to point out that, there were these teams that were exceptionally dominant in their respective regions. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep up that dominance coming into the Summer Super Cup. So panel, I want to ask you guys, which teams you think will keep that streak, will keep that win streak going into the Summer Super Cup?
So I'm going to touch on Group A a little bit more. SBTC Esports, definitely one of the contenders to watch out for. You talked about, doing very well locally and regionally. This is a team that made their opponents look foolish, right? They qualified in such a dominant fashion. If you're asking me who's going to get the golden ticket that bye to the quarterfinals from Group A, I feel like I have to put my chips, put all my eggs in the SBTC Esports basket because they just look that good.
As for me, though, I think Group B, I think it's Alliance that will, win that golden ticket towards that quarterfinal straight ticket. As again, I think it's the experience. 2 of these players, Shinsekai, Raven did play together back in the LoL PC days at Resurgence. And then Golden Feed and Rich, we haven't seen this duo before at last 2018. The last time we saw this duo rather was 2019 at the LST. So there's a lot of experience, a lot of veteran experience at that. So I think they're pretty strong.
Yeah, as for me, I wanted to go, of course, with EVOS. You got G4 and the Zipper onto the Baron lane, which is pretty underrated. You wanted also the surprise with the Valdez Fiora jungle. So, yeah, for me, it's EVOS for now.
Very interesting picks indeed. And aside from being crowned the Wild Rift Sea champion, these teams are also fighting over the competition's ultimate prize pool of $150,000 US. And as you notice, all 16 teams will receive prizes, with the 16th to 13th place getting $5,000 US, 12th to 9th place with $6,000 US, 8th to 5th placer with $8,500 US, $11,500 for 4th place, $14,500 for 3rd, $19,000 for 2nd, and for the 1st place we have $25,000 US for the overall champion of the Wild Rift Summer Super Cup 2021. And if that doesn't stoke the fire in your guts, I don't know what will. And of course, let's now welcome the participants for today. And checking out our schedule, if you just check out the matches that we have lined up, there are some very interesting matches to start off today. And I actually have my eyes on this matchup over here, match 3B, which is Amihan Esports and Alliance Esports, because both of these teams were undefeated in their respective CICON series regions. So it's very interesting to see, one win streak is going to come to an end. And I wonder if it's going to be Amihan Esports or Alliance Esports. What about you guys?
I mean, first off, the match starting today, match 1, EVOS Esports versus SBTC. Again, it's this idea of how you're going to set the pace for Group A. Everyone's going to be looking towards, these two teams to open up and kind of define the meta almost, because right now, Wild Rift is still very young in terms of infancy and how far the meta has developed. When everyone comes together for a big international tournament like this, it's usually the first game that sets the standard, sets the bar. So looking a lot towards EVOS Esports versus SBTC to open up the day.
Yeah, I gotta say the same thing for sure. Match 1 and A, I think that's such a classic matchup. The Thailand region versus the Vietnam region. We've seen them so many times around the finale, almost all the time back in the GPL days or the LST days on the LoL PC basically.
Yeah, for me, I was thinking, of course, with the EVOS SBTC, but I wanted to bring it even more further. At match 10, you have SBTC Esports going up against Team Secret. I want to watch how well Team Secret really improved after the playoffs, what will be the creativity coming into play, and what will be the answer of SBTC. If they're going to be more reactive, going to stick with their own guns, or the hyper aggression will kick in.
Definitely hyper aggression. That is something that we've been throwing around the CICA Series Philippines, just because, we've seen a lot of it here in Wild Rift. You see these teams that play a lot into these amazing team fights, and I think that is going to be the name of the game as we enter our first day. I also do want to just shout out, just looking at all of those amazing team banners, QWQs is my favorite banner. That is like my favorite banner of all time. I just got to give a shout out to that. It's just so amazing. It's the best. But of course, it's also amazing to see that we have all of these teams. We have fresh faces, we have new teams, but we also have these established international teams. You have Alliance, you have Team Secret, and they are all now going head to head here in the Rift. And right now, let's take a closer look at each of our teams. We are going to check out Group A right now. And checking this out, we do have EVOS Esports from the Thailand region. We have SBTC Esports in the Vietnam region. We have Team Secret from the Philippine region. And we have my favorite, look at that face, QWQ from the Hong Kong region. And Hungry, who do we have for Group B?
Well, in Group B, as we will see on your screen very shortly, we'll have Amihan Esports from the Philippines region, my boys, the Alliance from the Singapore region, GeekFam from the Malaysian region, and Bigetron Esports from the Indonesia region. Some might have termed this the group of death. Some of the casters disagree, but personally, I'm looking very heavily towards this group because there's going to be some fierce competition here.
Yeah, definitely. It's just like a little cute preview of how there's just so much aggression for sure when we check out them perform later at their Group B matches. But of course, we do have Group letter C, rather. One Team Esports from the Taiwan region, Onic Esports from Indonesia, Impunity Esports from Singapore, and Cerberus Esports from Vietnam. It's looking to be another tough group for sure, especially when we look at the number 2 seeds having to fight again this top regions, Taiwan and Indonesia, looking over towards that number 1 seed teams.
And as for Group D, oh my, we're losing with all of the excitement. You got Berjaya Dragons on the Malaysia, you got MVP on Hong Kong, you got Flash Wolves in Taiwan, and Buriram United Esports for Thailand. And I must say that one of these teams will be the dark horse for this tournament. I really love Flash Wolves, a staple name that we've seen all throughout. Even Berjaya Dragons, one of the most established esports org that we witness dominate some of the part of the scenes. And with MVP and Buriram, you know that something is up for Group B.
Definitely. And you know what, Hungry, I think you brought up an interesting point over here. We did coin Group B as our sort of group of death. But I know that, you know, some of the panelists, some of the casters also disagree. They do have their own group of deaths. So I want to ask you guys, who is your which group do you think has like the most maybe dominant teams, or do you think will carry most of the action over here at the Summer Super Cup?
So to provide some context, our other caster TJ, he's like, well, he doesn't rate Alliance and GeekFam too highly. I'm spilling all the secrets here, but essentially he doesn't think Group B is that good. He feels like Group A is the stronger one, just between EVOS Esports, SBTC, and Team Secret. I think like he might be discounting QWQ, and you know there's fair point to it. QWQ as a team, they still have full-time jobs. They're almost amateur status is giving them, you know, a bit of a challenge. It's an uphill climb. So maybe Group A might be the true group of death instead.
Yeah, I'm pretty torn between A or B on which will be that group of death, but I will answer Group B just because, again, Amihan and Alliance and the rest of the squad is just so scary, considering the fact that experience versus the new kids on the block, basically, which is Amihan, having a lot of this, you know, winning streak coming in towards the Summer Super Cup, and I think it's going to help their confidence, especially when they have to face up against all these veterans in SEA.
Yeah, as for me, I'll go with the Group A as well. This will be close matches all throughout with EVOS, SBTC. Yes, same as Hungry's sentiment with QWQ. That's a big of a challenge, but they are here. They are here for a reason, and they might snag few victories against the Group A and Group B. Not disrespecting the other teams, but I am more respecting the power of Alliance and Amihan. So you gotta understand that both of these teams might be also dominating Group B, so I'll rather lean more on Group A.
Well, speaking of Group A, let's take a closer look at the teams of Group A, our big openers here at the Summer Super Cup. We are checking out right now EVOS Esports. You know, this is a team, of course, with a big name behind them. They're an undefeated champion from the Thailand region and the experience of one of the best players in the region as well. This is EVOS Esports. And of course, if you are a fan of League of Legends, you are going to notice a very familiar name over here leading EVOS Esports. Hungry, why don't you tell us all about it?
Yep, so let's give a little history, a brief history lesson for those of you just tuning in. If you're a fan of League of Legends or GPL, G4, the most staple and most veteran name in Thailand esports, starting off on BKT and then moving on to Mega and then eventually ending up on Ascension, then Mega. This guy has been around for close to a decade, right? I'm looking towards him as well as their coach, Lloyd, to be powering the strategies, to be powering the draft coming in and making the calls necessary for EVOS Esports to get their golden ticket into the quarterfinals.
Exactly. I mean, that experience did show in their journey up to the Summer Super Cup. I mean, they've only dropped, what, 3 matches out of 23 games in the entirety of the season up until the grand finale. And that's just a statement on how dominating they were. And let's take a look at our player stats over here. It is going to be G4, the legend, the man. And I'm pretty sure I screwed up that order.
Yeah, and you can clearly see that he is playing on those higher win rates. 100% for Diana, you got the 6, and even the Galio. So one of the big team fighting champions we are seeing in his hands. Yes, not a big of a damage per minute with 899, but that's enough for them to win those big team fights, especially with the objectives. If you have this kind of mid laner, you want it to go all in.
And next up, we do have an underdog team that battled giants in the Vietnam region. And eventually, of course, they came out on top. This is SBTC Esports. You know, if you asked us a few months earlier whether SBTC Esports would be here today, our answers might have been a little bit different because, as we mentioned, these guys were up against giants in the Vietnam region and they were able to overcome a bunch of obstacles just to make it here, proving their spot. Hungry, what are your thoughts on this team?
You look at SBTC Esports, it's a team that had to play 2 qualifiers just to even make it into their own domestic qualifiers, right? It's so difficult to compete, like you say, against the giants like Saigon Phantoms, and they managed to do it. You know, they came out with guns blazing, and no surprise, there is another veteran on this roster, minus, you know, starting in GPO on Saigon Fantastic 5, then moving on to Saigon Jokers, now brings his experience, now brings his captainship to SBTC Esports. When I look at him, mechanically not the best, but he does have what it takes to kind of lead this team forward.
Exactly, and that's what we saw on the group stages. The fact that you mentioned, you know, they weren't directly invited, had to go through 2 qualifiers, and the fact that they were, what, 1 loss away from that 5th place tiebreaker. So it was a cutthroat path, but the playoffs, they were super dominating. Let's take a look at Julie over here. Again, I think a lot of the fans are looking forward to his Fizz pick, perhaps, that is still sitting at 100% win rate.
Yes, and considering also that you wanted to take away that Ari, who's sitting also in a 100% win rate, but this guy, Julie, is mostly playing on that Oriana and Ziggs for a reason that he wanted to go for those team fights. He's not mostly leaning onto the assassin duty, going into the backline. He wanted to pop up everyone with that 1,267 damage per minute and a kill participation of 64%.
And now next up, we do have a team with a name that esports fans all over the world are familiar with, and they are now ready to conquer the rift. This is Team Secret. Team Secret, a team that has been known in their own region for setting the meta, creating the meta itself. So, Hungry, I'm really curious what secrets, what whispers you've actually heard about this team.
I think when we look at Team Secret, this is a team that's always innovating. It's very dynamic, right? We describe them as a team that is larger than the sum of its individual parts, meaning to say that when they all play on the same page, when they draft with a coherent strategy in mind, they look so good. They're so scary because they're so unpredictable, but they're focused, right? So I do like Team Secret's kind of innovation, and it's something I'll be looking out for in this particular tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Their champion pool is insanely huge. Just as you mentioned, they're pretty much hard to predict. The fact that, again, they're the only ones in the currently at the moment that play this unkillable composition where they play these duo mage bot laners and fielded everything, pour all their sustain onto Trevor here, especially when he plays on the Olaf.
Yes, and with that unkillable team comp, they were able to go for those big victories. But what I love about is Trevor's versatility. His versatility really puts a lot on that Wukong. Can go on a damage, can go on a tank. So you are seeing this guy that he knows what to do when the teams needed him the most.
Absolutely, and definitely one of the scariest junglers, I would say, out there. But up next, we do have a team from the Hong Kong region that has just about the most interesting logo here at the Summer Super Cup. Don't be fooled though, this team has a lot of tricks up their sleeves. This is QWQ. Now, this team is definitely one to watch, and again, not just for that logo, but it does steal the eyes, definitely. But Hungry, you mentioned that these guys, some of them still have part-time jobs or even full-time jobs. Does this mean that these guys aren't even like on their final form yet?
I would imagine that, you know, when you spend more time, you have to split your time between, you know, competing, practicing, and, you know, the life's challenges. They might not be at their full form just yet, but this is a team that qualified very late from the Hong Kong region. So overall, they haven't demonstrated much. I think there's not enough time for us to give, you know, respectful analysis to QWQ, which is why their performance in the Summer Super Cup is going to be that much more important to watch, because teams tend to develop very quickly throughout the course of the tournament. And if they can learn, they can adapt. This looks like a team to be feared.
Exactly, and I think one thing to point out, some of their maybe some of the strategies that we've seen before is the three-man roam coming from Tommy, Jackie, and Batzai. So perhaps we get to see that coming into the Super Cup. But of course, let's take a look at the player highlight. Houghton over here, the Gragas, Akali, and the Draven.
I mean, you have the Draven as one of his picks. So my surprise is, of course, if you wanted to bully, you know, you're playing on a Baron lane, and there are times that you are being surprised by this powerhouse defense type Garen, Gragas. But if you're going to play a Draven, not a big of a question. He can dish out a lot of damage. But of course, you wanted to lean more onto that utility. You got 86% on that Gragas, that isolation potential, that re-engage or disengage power from the explosive cast. You surely know that this guy is going to target you.
And just to mention QWQ, you know, we took a peek at the stats that they have. They actually tend to shuffle roles a lot. So this could keep their opponent guessing.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you're not quite sure whether what you're facing is somebody in the support role, because they could just as easily switch on over to the carry, which is quite amazing, and a flexibility that is very, very rare, and that we haven't seen a lot, well, in our region in the Siaka Series Philippines. But it's really exciting to see what each of the different regions have to offer. And so, like, getting to know these teams individually, which we will actually get to know one of these teams a lot better, because from the Thailand region, we have this neat little interview with EVOS Esports.
Hi, we are EVOS Esports
สวัสดีครับ ชื่อเติ้ลนะครับ ชื่อในเกม G4 ครับ ผมเล่นตำแหน่งมิดเลนให้ทีม EVOS ครับ
ผมชื่อทิวนะครับ ชื่อในเกมชื่อว่าทิปเปอร์ครับ เล่นตำแหน่งบาลอนเลนครับ
ก็ผมรู้จักส่วนใหญ่ก็เห็นชื่อผู้เล่นในทีมจากLLPC มาก่อนครับ ในแรงค์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับ ผมเล่น LLPC มาก่อนก็ เจอพวกเขาในแรงค์บ่อยครับแล้วก็ย้ายมาเล่น LL ไวลิฟก็ยังเจออยู่ครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าฝีมือก็โอเคครับก็เลยลองชักชวนมาเล่นด้วยกันครับแล้วสุดท้ายก็ได้มาร่วมทีมกันก็ย้อนกลับไปเมื่อหลายอาทิตย์ก่อนครับเมื่อเกมที่เจอทีมทาโร่ครับก็เป็นเกมที่เสียเปรียบมากเลยโดยเฉพาะตัวผมแบบเกมนั้นแบบฟอร์มไม่ดีครับเล่นไม่ดีเลยแย่มากแต่ก็สุดท้ายก็สามารถชนะได้ครับแบบเพื่อนร่วมทีมคอกันแบบพยายามเต็มที่ครับไม่ยอมแพ้ครับผมก็ภูมิใจในเพื่อนร่วมทีมครับก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่สามารถคว้าแชมป์ของตัวแทนประเทศไทยมาได้ครับเพราะว่าทัวร์นาเมนต์ก่อนหน้านี้เราก็ไม่สามารถคว้าแชมป์ได้ก็รู้สึกเป็นเกียรติดีใจ
ผมคิดว่าคนที่เล่นตำแหน่งของตัวเองแล้วมันดีที่สุดแล้วผมว่าถ้าสลับตำแหน่งมันก็ไม่มีผลที่ทำให้ทีมเราชนะครับ
รู้สึกดีใจครับเพราะว่าตัวผมไม่เคยได้แชมป์สำหรับเกมนี้เลยก็คิดว่าตัวเองจะไม่สามารถคว้าแชมป์ได้แล้วครับคิดว่าแบบมันคงยากเกินความสามารถของเราหรืออะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับเพราะว่าย้ายเกมมามันก็เหมือนเริ่มใหม่ใช่ไหมครับแต่ว่าสุดท้ายก็ได้แชมป์มันก็รู้สึกปลดล็อกครับดีใจอันดับแรกก็สั่งชาบูมากินครับ แล้วก็โค้ชก็ให้หยุดพักผ่อนหลายวันครับทีมแฟดบุ๊กของจากประเทศไต้หวันครับเขาเป็นทีมที่คล้ายๆทีมเรานะครับเป็นผู้เล่นจาก PC หลายคนเลยแล้วก็ฝีมือไม่ธรรมดาครับแบบคว้าแชมป์ในไต้หวันแทบจะทุกทัวร์นาเมนต์เลยก็ว่าได้ก็เป็นทีมที่น่ากลัวทีม
ผมคิดว่าทีมที่1ของฟิลิปปินส์ครับที่เขาเพิ่งได้แชมป์ไปตอนนี้ครับผมเคยซ้อมกับเขาแล้วรู้สึกตึงมือที่สุดแล้วครับในการซ้อมทีมกับทีมของเขา
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับแต่ว่ามันก็มีความกดดันพ่วงมาด้วยครับเพราะว่าเราก็อยู่ในฐานะแบบที่1ของไทยใช่ไหมครับก็ไม่อยากทำให้แฟนๆผิดหวังครับเพราะว่าแบบก็มันมีชื่อแบบค้ำคออยู่ก็ฝากทุกคนนะครับที่ยังคงเชียร์พวกเราอยู่แบบยังเชื่อมั่นในตัวพวกเราอยู่ก็ยังไงก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกเราในการแข่งขันที่จะถึงต่อไปนี้ด้วยนะ
And I feel like this is a story we have to share. Apparently, Riku and G4 have shared like eating lobsters before. Riku, tell us about that.
Yes, G4 and Rocky back in All-Star Las Vegas like 3 years ago. It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun.
Wow, that's pretty awesome. Well, there you go. A little bit of a history here. But of course, we are just about ready to start things off. But I want to get your predictions first, panelists. Who do you think is getting that sure ticket to the playoffs? Name one team and why.
For me, it's going to be SBTC, and we're talking about Group A in particular first, right? I mean, yes, I love EVOS. Yes, I love the history and the background, but SBTC as a region from Vietnam region rather has always been super dominant when you look at these international tournaments, right? They've been a staple powerhouse so far, and it stands to reason that, you know, when it comes to Wild Rift, it's not going to be any different. SBTC Esports has my vote.
For me, it's going to be EVOS Esports from the Thailand region, just because how dominating their group stages up until the playoffs is. Again, dropping just 3 games is just a huge statement. And the fact that, again, they do have a lot of experience coming from G4 in the mid lane.
Somehow, I'm half-hearted whether I'm going for Team Secret or EVOS, but, you know, I wanted to go with EVOS for now because they got that world experience in the hands of G4, and they even, as what Rico told us, All-Stars. This guy is competing on a high-level type of competitive scene, and knowing that he is on a very good team, his experience will be put into good use.
Cyrus is a diehard fan. I just wanna get that out. Cyrus is a diehard fan.
You know
On my end, if it's gonna be between EVOS Esports and SBTC, I think I'm gonna have to give my vote to SBTC. I just like that they came from that almost a double grind to get to where they are, and I think that's really shaped them quite a lot. But going into our second match of the day between Team Secret versus QWQ, guys, who do you think it's going to go to?
TJ is kind of around this, I agree with you, buddy. You're not subtweeting or anything. QWQ has an uphill battle in Group A. The semi-amateur status combined with, potentially a lack of international experience is going to hurt them. Team Secret, on the other hand, just look very solid. Like we talked about, this is a dynamic team, always innovating, always finding something new. Think of this equation, right? You throw something new into the mix, QWQ can't adapt, can't fix it. They're not going to come out ahead. Team Secret has my vote.
Yeah, for me as well, gonna echo the same with Hungry. It's gonna be Team Secret just because of their performance from the playoffs as well. The Unkillable comp so far has been very solid. They've used it in the group stages and the finale as well. So I think that will be something to look forward to. QWQ though, of course, cannot count them out just yet.
Yeah, I wanted to go also Team Secret, not just how Ham is bringing in different drafts. It's everyone who's really in a good fitting with their own role. You got Tsuri, which is a new blood, but really dominating the mid lane, and of course, traversability. How can we forget that Wukong from damage to tankiness? And in terms of QWQ, they have this kind of shaky objective play. So I think Team Secret will be coming out on top.
You guys are peer pressuring me. Now I feel obliged to go with Team Secret. But you know what? I have been such a huge fan of Team Secret. I mean, these guys at the CICON Series Philippines know that. I have been a huge fan of just how they have these out-of-the-box strategies and, creativity that come in. But you know what? QWQ, after finding out about their story and how they have part-time jobs, and I'm kind of giving a little thumbs up to the, yeah, you can do it, guys, as well. But my vote will be for Team Secret. And we have quite the day ahead. Ooh. So we are just about ready to get into our first match of the day. I am so excited. This is actual excitement over here. Casters, are you guys ready to kick off the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift CICON Series Summer Cup? Let's jump into the Rift.
Thank you so much, all of the panelists that have been covering all the information that's necessary for the CICON Series Summer Super Cup. My name's Contra. I'll be your caster for today, and alongside me is Infinity. How are you feeling? It's definitely an honor here to be casting the first ever major international tournament for Wild Rift in general.
I'm honored to be here as well. I mean, I feel excited, I feel anxiety all over the place because this is where the meta will change. This is where meta will be formed up, and these teams coming immediately into game number 1 are very dominant domestically in their respective regions.
That's right, and now we start things off with a really heated up of course, teams that will be joining us here. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of jitters here. You can definitely notice out of my voice or so. And of course, this will definitely set the tempo for the group stages overall for not only Group A, everyone else is watching all over the globe on how professional League of Legends Wild Rift will be played out across the region. So, of course, we've also heard some of these feedback coming from the panelist side. Is there a team that you do favor between EVOS Esports Thailand, or could it be SBTC to take game 1?
I think my personal prediction is going for the side of SBTC Esports. I think the panel has talked about this a while ago, how they're playing onto the mid lane, and they're very dominant on it. This T3 Julie type of synergy is really on top, and I'm expecting SBTC to take game 1.
Well, if that's the case, I can only say really good things about EVOS Esports, and in fact, I also get my hands on a jersey as well, just to, of course, give them a little bit of a support. So why I'm actually favoring EVOS Esports Thailand is the fact that G4, he comes with a wealth of experience, almost of a decade-long experience of playing professionally back in League of Legends PC. Now, he's, of course, challenging himself to convert into the mobile platform and, of course, leading the way for the Thai region overall. So, I want to see some big brain plays coming out of both sides, and both of the teams are the champions of their respective region. So how's the power levels going to be like heading in towards Group A, which we can also call it pretty much the group of death overall.
Yeah, and I do agree with the statement of having Group A as a group of death scenario, because these are like top teams coming in, right? The top 1 seed of their respective regions coming out to fight for the first 2 seeds on their respective group here in the Summer Super Cup. So I think it's going to be very amazing. And as you stated a while ago, G4 is a player with a huge foundation in the background in League of Legends PC days. And I think that can be put into Wild Rift, wherein he can use that knowledge from him to really just bring in a whole nother ref and a whole nother type of gameplay, aggressive playstyle, and overall just go in for that coordinated matchup against this SBTC esports team from game 1.
It's great to actually get a glimpse of all the players in their respective gaming house or even from their own homes, and they're getting ready for the very first draft of the day. Now, just a little bit of a side note of some of the things that we've noticed from their respective region, and I'll start off with EVOS Esports Thailand. There is a pocket pick that will perhaps come out of Valdez, where he does play Fiora in the jungle, and that is pretty much interesting to me, because traditionally you like to put the Fiora over in the Baron lane, and now here we are in the very first pick and bans for the Summer Super Cup. We'll start off with EVOS Esports on the blue side, while SBTC will have the favor of getting the double pick on red. The first ban will be the Rengar in the jungle, so there's not going to be any Trill of the Hunt to be, of course, lurking on many of all these members of EVOS Esports.
And Gragas, to follow up on that ban, I think Gragas currently in current meta is such a huge flexible champion that you can flex anywhere. And on top of all that, you have a lot from his skill kit to disengage and engage against their enemy team. And now with a Galio banned away, these 2 flexible champions are now removed from the champion pool.
I like the fact that they really want to dive into something that is more straightforward when it comes down to the draft, so you won't be having, some surprises. Oh, is this going to be a mid lane Galio or a support Galio or the Gragas? So with that out of the way, the very first pick for EVOS Esports is indeed the Fiora that I was talking about. It could go into the hands of Tipper or even Valdez. So that's the beauty of Wild Rift as compared to, the PC counterpart, where Fiora, yes, you could definitely try her in the jungle on the PC side, but Fiora, she's really got this real low cooldown once she's maxed out the lunge on the very first skill. And here goes on the side of SBTC Esports. They want to break wall this Fiora by taking that Gary.
And the important thing to note, if you have a Varus in your draft, you need to have a defensive champion to support you when it comes to the 5v5 team fight, because Varus is an ADC that doesn't have any escape route built into his skill kit. So having that Garen available for SBTC is having that synergy and having a Braum as well to go and defend Varus in a team fight. And EVOS Esports picking up Ziggs, Rakan, and even a Kai'Sa, I think they have the potential to go for more of the backline damage with the Ziggs. That's extreme burst damage potential, and Renekton to match it up into potentially the Baron lane.
A very good compositions coming in from the side of EVOS Esports. They can actually go for something that's more team fight oriented as well. Now that they've got all the champions all set, I want to see how would this Lee Sin on SBTC side sets the tempo in the jungle. And in fact, this will be pretty much the very first game here. And in Group A, who will take the very first point? Is it going to be EVOS Esports Thailand or SBTC Esports as we zoom into game number 1?
And this is going to be pretty much intense, as you stated. Valdez using the Fiora jungle. And recently with the new changes in the patch 2.3, I think this is a more viable option currently in the current meta. Because having a smite in your pocket will mean that you have extra mana regeneration in the river and even in the jungle camp. So Fiora can just spam out his kills, not even risking losing mana to go for an aggressive play.
Bottom side sees a little bit of a push, and Miracle has to pop the flash immediately just to get into safety. No first blood just about yet. Less than a minute, we've already seen both sides really testing the aggressions that they could possibly pull up on each other. And heading in towards the itemization, both sides of the sport will traditionally go into the boots for a quick upgrade in towards any enchantment. But Tipper, he's going to be having a little bit of lead, but he doesn't want to take the dive just about yet. Barrier already being used up. Oh, we do see a flash. That might just be first blood for EVOS Esports Thailand.
Now, that was an amazing play coming from EVOS Esports. I think Tipper was really issuing what's going on into the Baron lane. Minutes was very low. And on top of all that, I think what he wants to do is utilize the Grasp and Dying to really survive much longer, to really gain that gold from the farm that he has. But Tipper doesn't really care about it because he is risk tolerant. You have Fiora, Valdez in the top side of the map. So if ever Tipper gets a counter engage from Minas, we have Valdez to just go for the support, go for the quick response, and go for the kill. So I think that is how EVOS Esports is playing towards the strong side of the map. They're considering how much number advantage they have in a specific side. But here, 3-man roam from SBTC might look EVOS Esports in danger.
As we can see from here, EVOS Esports will be unfazed. They've already had the hindsight by just dropping the ward over on towards the golems, as there wouldn't be enough wave clear from the side of SBTC Esports to be able to shove the wave in time for that real early game dive. It's still pretty much 2 minutes into the game, and level 5 has already been, of course, achieved from the side of TF, where he could easily go in to just start the fight with a Dragon's Rage. Now, Minas is getting a little bit of attention coming in from the Fiora, and once again, Tipper just playing extremely aggressively, forcing Minas to hug the turret.
Oh, we have TF.
Oh boy. A little bit dicey here. I believe that they don't really want to go all in by the top side of the corner map. And as we can see from the itemization, Bombi Cinder already being completed by the Garen of SBTC Esports. I believe that he'll be working towards the Sunfire Cape eventually. And this will be a very early completion of the Manamune as well for SBTC.
Yeah, definitely. And on top of all the items, you also have Tear of Goddess for a Julie. So I'm hoping, or I'm thinking, that he will build up into a Seraph's Embrace. But as you stated, with a Manamune already locked in for Kiral, I think this is a huge core item coming into the first 4 minutes into the matchup, right? Having a Manamune means that you have a faster ability haste coming into a team fight. And considering that Varus is a spammy champion already with his first kill with his Q, I think that is an extra damage potential when it comes to the backside damage. So I think SBTC Esports can utilize that very well. But on top of all that, when you're considering the items, G4 already has the Luden Cycle, fast clear rate potential. But mid lane,
oh boy, Valdez now going on a little bit of a challenge with Julie on the other side. Of course, the man is a little bit ahead of his time, if you want to call him July. And Tipper will be able to actually help secure EVOS Esports a Skullo over on top side of the river. With the very first Drake being spawned up, it will be a Fear 1 in form of Infernal Drake. But EVOS has already made their way right down below, and they will have more members to actually fend off the likes of SBTC for now. Just a little bit of the bouncing bombs being dropped out from the Ziggs, and they will look for a slight reset. Now, as it stands, both sides are pretty much even Stevens right now. Oh, beautiful stun as they will force a flash from Akano. Now, with having the Braum backing away, this should be a easy dragon if they really want to commit. But then again, SBTC Esports notice this with pretty much wards already being set up all across. I believe that they don't really want to take too much of a risk.
And no one can give it free as well to any of these teams, because that is the Infernal Drake. So that will give you extra 6% damage bonus, and that will increase the scaling potential of how these champions would work throughout the 12-minute mark, the 13-minute mark, and that is a huge potential for you to try and dominate the late game type of scenario. And now with Minas having the Sun for Aegis, GA already for TF, I think this would allow them to be more aggressive in this early game potential, with TF having some more risky movement but never really hoping or risking his life to it, because you have the Guardian Angel that is sort of an extra key play for them to use out when it comes to the 5v5. So I think that is something that SBTC is looking forward into. And I think EVOS Esports as well. Domestically, they are known to be a very aggressive team. And now they're going for the Infernal Drake, considering SBTC Esports is there as well. And we might see the aggression coming into it.
Oh, speaking of which, this will be the Sonic Wave already connecting, and now they dove upon Kirill, looking for the takedown, and that will be it. One kill in from side of EVOS Esports as they're looking to lock down Valdez as well. A beautiful shockwave will connect on top of EVOS, and Minas having his health down low, he will retreat, and this is
engage from SBTC Esports with the form of TF and Julie with a shockwave as well. But that was over the wall. They have they need more time to actually go around the jungle camp onto the choke point to try and reach out EVOS Esports. And if you're looking at the spells, all the flashes are gone. So I think they're really handicapped onto really reaching out onto EVOS Esports, and they really did a good job when it comes to counter engaging SBTC Esports as well, with G4 just hovering into the backside. And this is the knowledge that he has, right? You have to know what you need to do and where you need to be in terms of positioning.
Speaking of positioning, you can see that EVOS Esports will have to back away now. 50% health on the Drake. TF might be able to actually secure it, but here comes a beautiful Dragon's Rage on top of Valdez, and this will be a Dragon heading over to EVOS Esports with a steal, but the Fury will go down nonetheless. A little bit more of a better skirmish coming out of SBTC Esports to secure the kills, but they did not manage to take the objective that they needed.
Yeah. EVOS Esports got the Infernal Drake, but at the cost of 2 members of their team. And I think how SBTC Esports done it is Miracle was so low. When he was low, that is when he used the quickness. And having that quickness as a very essential ultimate for EVOS Esports to try and set up the play was not utilized that very well. Thus, considering that he was dead, EVOS Esports lost a lot of CC potential to match it up against SBTC Esports, wherein they utilized that very well to get another kill onto Valdez. But regardless, the Infernal Drake giving in to them, it's a huge potential when it comes to the mid-game, late game.
SBTC just a few seconds too late to get the chance on the Rift Herald, but they will be able to secure the Scuttle nonetheless. Now, 4 members commit towards the top side of the map, and they should be able to take this down, as EVOS Esports did not want to contest. So that will be pretty much a very good lead when it comes down to the number of turrets being secured by SBTC Esports. This will also allow them to open up a lot more areas of the jungles if they were to invade to get a little bit of a catch.
Yeah, and they need to come back into what was lost a while ago, right? They were at a disadvantage on a 1k gold deficit, 2k gold deficit, and having that Tower First Blood and also a tower in the Baron lane means that they have enough gold from the turret plates and also securing the objective to come back to it. And I'm expecting maybe some of the champions from SBTC has used up a mastermind onto their runes that actually gives you 120 more gold than you actually do when you don't have it. So I think SBTC Esports right now is looking at a very good state wherein they match the gold lead of EVOS Esports coming into this 9 minute and 40 seconds of the match.
Well, EVOS Esports, they understand the dangers of diving a Garen. Definitely not the best case scenario, especially when the rest of SBTC Esports is nowhere to be seen on the map. Baron will be spawning in a few seconds from now, but it's a little bit too early to challenge that. So SBTC Esports look to break. Both sides will fall back. SBTC does not want to overextend. Mega from the bomb will not connect to any members of SBTC.
And SBTC Esports just have a lot of big AoE CC totals. Julie has the Shockwave. You have Akano with the Glacial Fissure as well. Minas with the Magician Justice to actually go for huge damage potential. So I think that's something that SBTC Esports has against EVOS Esports, right? And on top of all that, you also have the Chain of Corruption from Kiral to go for the root. So I think SBTC Esports is really at an advantage when it comes to the 5v5.
I would definitely agree with that, and they really have to look out for all these chain crowd controls to also avoid that. We won't be really seeing too much of the Quicksilver enchantment to be built up when it comes down to the competitive play for either side of the region. As you can see from the list, you have the profile on Valdez, which is relatively interesting. which we have not really seen before, even back in Baron Lane, which usually they would opt for a teleport, or at times, even the stasis enchantment.
But I do think that Proto Build Enchant was picked up because EVOS Esports, with Valdez going to the jungle, he needs to secure more of the distance game against SBTC Esports, considering that he is matching up against TF in the jungle. So I think having the Proto Build Enchant gives him a little bit more distance to cover in when it comes to those objective game in a 5v5.
Exactly, and also to add on top of how you can effectively, of course, look for the bottle procs coming in from each direction when he opens up the Grand Challenge. Now, Drake number 2 has spawned. This will be the Mountain Drake, but EVOS Esports is looking to give this one up in exchange with an attempt of that Mega Inferno Bomb, not really snatching it away from SBTC. Beautiful knockup, and G4 turns golden for a slight moment. Tier 2 up top is going to be crushed down real instantly. But for SBTC Esports, they're on a hunt. Will they be able to pick up a couple of kills over on Valdez or even Tipper?
I think EVOS Esports was doing the ideal play here because the SBTC was just going in for the 5-man roam into the mid lane, so they have a shorter distance to cover coming into the Mountain Dragon, but now fight in mid lane.
Beautiful quickness coming in, connecting on top of Akano, but he has managed his way out by forcing a flash out and, of course, hopping back to his teammates. So that should just be all that EVOS could possibly do. Just a little bit of dance over the mid side, sure, with no heavy commitment from either side. But SBTC Esports is looking to bring a lot more attention towards the mid lane, while there's more members of EVOS Esports now trying to hunt out Minus over on the top side. I won't really see a point on doing so because there's not too much of a major objective, but if they were to be able to actually pick one member up, it could actually lead to a call for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, having the state of the game very close in terms of gold lead, only 2k, this is really valuable even on a single kill.
Dragon's Rage lands on top of the Ziggs, and G4 goes down. He has already popped the stasis enchantment, so he won't be able to survive, even if he does have the flash. Now, Cerberus is going to be stopping any sort of the aggressiveness coming in from TF, and here comes dicing right in as they all jump on top of SBTC Esports. That's a little bit too late as they will look to set up a dive. They don't care about the turret spell. This will be able to chop them all up. Now it's 9-5, and EVOS Esports holds a slight lead of 3,000 in gold difference.
Slice and dice, Tipper coming in, and now mid lane once again.
Oh boy. It seems like this is never going to end at this rate, but there will be the Guardian's Angel left available for TF. Tipper still looking to proc it all up, and he could potentially get a double kill out of this, but the turret is all that EVOS Esports is looking for, and this will be able to at least get them a little bit more control all over the mid lane.
And now, from that engagement, it was a 2-4-1 in favor of EVOS Esports, and SBTC was only able to secure G4, and that was the mid laner. But they lost their mid lane and their ADC on top of all that. And now EVOS Esports having that security onto those kills means that they have a lot in preparation for SBTC Esports, and they got the 2 turrets that they were hoping for. That was the mid lane tier 1 and the tier 2 top lane in the past couple of minutes, and that means they have a lot of gold that they can utilize, and now they're at the 4k gold lead, which is a lot considering that we are in the 15-minute mark of the game, and they need every single thing that they could get away from SBTC Esports, considering that they have a lot of tanky champions. And I think the reason why they built a triple B arcade draft composition into their items is because of Minas and also Aquino available for SBTC Esports, building onto a Garen and a Braum with like a tanky type of item composition.
I like the fact that you actually pointed that out. This will also mean that they can easily tread down this Baron in real swift time, and it seems like SBTC won't even get their hands all over the Baron at all, and EVOS Esports will look to reset. There's only very little HP on the mid lane turret, and now with the TP coming up, Tipper's gonna be in the slight trouble. Slice and dice just to get away. He doesn't really have to commit a flash for that. Now, this is where another major fight might just happen here over the Dragon. And it's already 16-minute mark, so this Elder Drake will definitely add up in terms of the true damage that they could potentially output in those team fights.
But with the Baron buff from EVOS Esports, they can just go for lane pressure, and after then, go for the Ocean Drake if they want to.
Yeah, it's just making sure that they just take out many of all these minion waves just to set things up perfectly. But you can tell that SBTC Esports is also ready by dropping in quite a number of river wards right down below. There is a huge wave coming up top as well as bottom. So SBTC Esports will have to juggle the pressure from all fronts. Now, for the members of EVOS Esports is looking to secure the Elder Ocean Drake.
And this is what we're talking about a while ago. EVOS Esports pressures in all lanes. They could go for the Elder Ocean Drake then after. So I think this is something that we need to look forward into.
Oh, Chain Corruption connects, and this is where there will be the killer instinct being popped up. Can't say it gets a double as they hunt out for Miles. He's looking for the steal, but it will not be it. EVOS Esports absolutely crushes it, and over the top side, Timber is looking to end the game by hitting down the Nexus. And the very first point in the group stage of Group A will go to EVOS Esports of the Thailand region.
What a mind game from EVOS Esports. They were playing it against SBTC. They went in for the 4-1 setup where Renekton is going just onto the Baron lane, just slicing and dicing onto those turrets. And considering that they have the Baron buff, they have the security no matter what. Even if they lost the Ocean Elder Dragon, they still have the potential to go for the inhibitor turrets. That is a lot to take in, and I think that is the reason why how EVOS Esports has played that out and has won Game 1 against SBTC.
Now I understand why they call Tipper as one of the best top laners, or should I say Baron laner, of the entirety of the Icon series for Thailand. And you can tell that he has been able to dish quite an enormous damage, but the most damage has been put out by G4 up the mid lane. Very typical of a Ziggs, as you could be landing many of these pokes, but just look at the grab for the goal. There was a point in time, or should I say two, for SBTC where they were holding on to very slight lead, but what exactly went wrong for SBTC Esports?
I think what went wrong is how they were just trying to go for the 5v5, how they were trying to utilize their advantage in the mid lane alone. And if you do that, EVOS Esports can just play it up 4-1 setup, just stay under the turret, go for the defense, and try and push away SBTC on the ground. And meaning that they were in a stalemate for so long that enabled how EVOS Esports can go for the tier 2 turret in the Baron lane, and on top of all that, just go for some split, go for the farm, go for some objectives, because on a single lane, there's only so much gold that you can get from the minion.
Indeed, and we saw at a certain point in time where SBTC was actually taking a little bit more of a lead when it comes to the number of turrets that they take down. They had a slight control, but they didn't really have any chokehold on top of any members of all these EVOS Esports players that were just looking to dive right in front of them. So Valdez was starting to become a problem hitting in towards the mid game, and Tipper just goes all in every single time that he gets a chance to do so. And that very final team fight that we saw hitting in towards that Elder Drake, it didn't really seem to be in favor of SBTC. They were rushing all over the place just to get a chance to snatch it off, but with the killer instinct dropping right by, we saw that double kill going on the cat sated, and Tipper just really goes up there on the top side, having a huge wave. Whether or not if they do have the Baron or even the Drake, there is an underlying problem of how SBTC is actually tackling the macro game.
Yeah, and now we're just gonna look at what happened from that game number 1. And I think this is sort of the start of everything, right? The first blood came through EVOS Esports, but 6 minutes into the matchup, I think SBTC was trying to clash down, but the counter engage from EVOS Esports was phenomenal. G4 is not going into the front lines, just hovering into the backside with the defensive capabilities of how Miracle is playing it out. Tipper as well into the front lines, and enabled them to counter engage, get a lot more kills, and get a lot from that single engagement that led them to a 1k gold lead. And I think SBTC was trying to match it up, which they did. In a 5v5, they have the advantage, which we talked about how they have a lot of big AoE CC totals, but Infernal Dragon, that's a good scaling buff when it comes to the mid-game, late game, where EVOS Esports has won in the 16-minute mark, 18-minute mark.
That's right, and I gotta highlight that that was quite a clutch steal coming from Valdez as well. We saw a lot of fights actually happening over the mid lane, but consistently, you can tell that EVOS Esports have other plans. They're trying to set up the side lanes, and this was where the quickness was drawn right in beautifully by Miracle, and Valdez gets to go all the way into its third range and secure those kills, and this was probably one of the last fights that we've seen before the Nexus was taken down. And look at how quick Cat Satan actually reacted by just diving upon the backlines. And eventually, Julie, Hero, as well as Aquino, was just obliterated. TF couldn't actually do anything at all. And SBTC, they took the biggest gamble out there just to get near to this Elder Dragon.
And a match MVP from game 1 is Tipper onto the Renekton. How he played that was phenomenal. He was sort of the front engagers of his team, and on top of all that, he was the key to the success for their team as well. I think Renekton having the BRK and the Black Cleaver when it comes to the early game enabled him to match it up against those tanking composition of SBTC. Because BRK, for the viewers watching at home, gives percentage damage every single hit. So I think that is utilized very well by Tipper coming from game 1.
That's right, especially when you do have the Fury stacks up available. That will be 3 strikes on your second skill, and that damage per minute definitely tells you that you don't want to mess with this nasty Renekton coming from EVOS Esports. So that was game 1 to set the tempo straight. I do think that SBTC was playing their cards just about right, but they just need to fine-tune the way that they manage all these side lanes, which was getting a lot more complicated when they go for more of the objective plays, especially trying to challenge some of all these Drakes. And as much as they got a certain number of kills out of that, it doesn't seem to convert to what they needed. And that was how EVOS Esports managed to take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, and considering what you stated, I think this is also something to take note. I think it's a 5v5 composition that SBTC has built up. And EVOS Esports is splitting up, right? And that forces out the composition that was trying to be built up by SBTC to just try and go for a split. And if they split, their chain CC is now going to crumble down against EVOS Esports as well. So I think that is sort of how EVOS Esports utilize their draft composition as well, and thinking, you know what, SBTC, 5v5 team count, let's just go and split.
Oh, yeah, indeed. And you know what? I'm just expecting all my future ranked games to first include a Fiora in the jungle from here onwards. All thanks to Valdez that has been able to show us how phenomenally he could actually play this one out. And well, the Grand Duelist definitely shines the brightest out here, alongside with the Renekton that can be flexed up in the mid lane from time to time. We've seen it from regions like Malaysia, but you know, that's all for now for our very first game in the group stage of Group A, and EVOS will be able to take the lead. So I really do wonder the next time if they do face off, is it going to be a similar sort of approach now that the cards have already been shown from EVOS Esports?
That's indeed going to be the question. So I'm really wondering right now, because a Fiora jungle has its sort of peaks, has its sort of disadvantages as well, right? And having those lunges is going to be very important. But when it comes to mobility coming into mind, and I think that's something that SBTC utilized. You have the Lee Sin just jumping all around. So I think that's sort of, you need to think, are we going for the Fiora jungle, or are we going for the 5v5 jungle? Because Jarvan Flores was available coming into that draft game 1. So really interesting pick here.
That's right. I do believe that we'll have even more games ahead of us. So that was just a little bit of a taste of what you can get out of competitive Wild Rift here in the C Icon Series Summer Super Cup. So I believe that will be coming back up online right after this, but I'm pretty sure that our panelist has a whole lot more to say about this very first game between EVOS Esports as well as SBTC. And of course, we'll take a little bit of a short breather before we first pass it over to our panelists later on. Well, of course, it's not going to be a break just about yet. Of course, I'm just trolling you guys for a tad bit, but Infinity, you know what? We're going to be, of course, getting ourselves ready for game number 2 as well. This is also going to be in Group A, I do believe, as we'll have Team Secret taking on QWQ. So this is the very first time that both of these regions actually collide, and QWQ has managed to take down the tournament favorites of their respective region, MVP. Let's talk a little bit about that, because I've overheard the panelist that has mentioned that QWQ, despite them not having a full-time, of course, setting for how they prepare for the Summer Super Cup, they have been able to get their way here. And of course, it's no easy task for a team to do so under such circumstances.
Yeah, and I think you talked about how they all have full-time jobs, and I think there is still a hidden potential coming into them, right? What if they go for a full-time practice coming into Wild Rift? And I think that is sort of how hidden QWQ can play this out against Team Secret. And I want to talk a little bit more onto their strength and weaknesses from their respective group stages, how they were a bit shaky when it comes to the objective game. So I think that's something that we need to look at, where in the Baron or the Elder Dragon comes up, how will QWQ do it? Because they're gonna match it up against Team Secret, and Team Secret has been so flexible when it comes to their picks, and I really want to see how they're gonna match it up when it comes to the draft game.
Yeah, I'm excited to actually see how Azar will be controlling the Baron lane. So far, from the likes of the Hong Kong region, they love to play assassins as well, so we'll see maybe a little bit of a different flavor being shown into the drafts as compared to what we've seen coming out of EVOS Esports versus SBTC just about moments ago. Now, speaking of QWQ right here, yes, they do have a really cute logo, but I'm pretty sure that they will show something really nasty. Just looking over the sort of picks that they will usually be opting for, they do want to flex this Camille pick. I don't really know whether or not will they be able to pick that up, because we've seen all over the regions that Camille is a heavily contested pick or even ban coming into the drafts.
Definitely, I think Camille for QWQ can be put into the top lane or even onto the jungle. And I think that is how QWQ is going to play it out. Because traditionally, when it comes to the draft, you want to have the first rotation on...
Well, I do believe I lost you right there, Infinity. But yes, of course, we'll get back to what you were saying in a bit. Now, QWQ, I've seen the way that they've been playing. They like to actually play extremely aggressively, setting up dives. And now I believe that we're going to be getting ourselves the roster that will be playing in this very first group stage meeting between the likes of Team Secret as well as QWQ. Now, of course, all eyes are on how Trevor will be setting up all these initial picks from the jungle. Well, Tommy will need to actually look for alternatives if he does not get to land that Camille pick. So early on, we've already had the Lee Sin been favored from the side of SBTC. Lee Sin usually will not go wrong, but look at how this is going to go. The bottom lane for QWQ will have to play very, very safely. And, well, Infinity, I believe that this is still going to be a little bit of a challenge here for the side of Team Secret, because of the fact that, you know, the pals also did mention that they do have certain role swaps coming into whichever games that they do play, so you don't really know who will you be facing in lane at times. So this is where we will see the players all preparing for their settings before we get ourselves ready for game number 2 in Group A. Now, Team Secret, being the hot favorites of the Philippines region, will be looking to, of course, make their region proud. Now, just a little bit of a fun fact for those of you guys who are watching, there is a lot of star-studded name coming in from Team Secret, and they do have names like Hamas that has been playing very competitively coming into the PC counterpart of League of Legends. I believe that he played in C Tour, LST, and also back in the GPL days. So I'll be, well, of course, hoping to see him pull up that Galio when the timing is right. So Galio flex pick is something I would be looking forward for coming into the mid or the support role for either side of the party. First, we'll give some time for the Infinity to rejoin me after a short moment. Of course, just having a little bit more of a space for the players here to get themselves ready for the very first draft. In the earlier game, we have seen bans coming out of the likes of EVOS Esports as well as SBTC to be favoring on flex picks in general. So the ones on the target list probably will be a Galio or even the Gragas that we have seen earlier on. And Fiora probably will be a very hot contested pick up over on that Baron lane. So let's see if our predictions will be true. Do let us know in the chat right down below wherever you guys are from on who will you guys be favoring to take this game in Group A. So far, for the likes of Team Secret, we've known them for some really great macro plays across the map, and how they really usually would like to set up is that they pull up with their own meta. There was this really interesting combo that they have brought out with the Sona as well as Seraphine being brought in to play for a very team fight composition, and it's great to have you back here, Infinity.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back, and I'm so excited. You know, my internet excited as well. So I'm so hyped up coming into this one. So,
yeah, and
yeah.
That's right. So we are going to be preparing to jump into the graph. Now, since you have casted for the Philippines region overall, what can we actually predict on the sort of the picks that will be the most favorable for Team Secret?
I think there is something that we can talk about for Team Secret regarding all of the draft, because they have played on their grand finals domestically in the Icon Series Philippine region, wherein they just went for the 4 matches with an unkillable Olaf composition. And if ever Olaf is banned away, you also have Akali to be replaced onto the champion as well. So I think some champions that we could expect coming in is the Seraphine, the Darius, Akali, Camille, Kaisa, Sona. These are the champions that Team Secret has played in the past and has a lot of potential coming in.
That's right. Now we will get ourselves into the Grouse, and Team Secret will opt to take out the Gragas first and foremost. First, the explosive cast has been a big disengagement tool, or you could say that it can also set up certain engagements if you can actually land a perfect one to push members of the QWQ side. But since that is being banned away, of course, QWQ won't be able to get that sort of pick, and Team Secret doesn't really have to worry about all these big ultimates that will drop on top of the team.
Gragas, Galio, very flexible champions. QWQ, banning away the Olaf, actually leaves a lot for teams to pick in. They could adjust because Olaf banned away. Ziggs can now be picked up by Team Secret. A very strong individual champion coming in for Team Secret means that a lot of damage is on their side as well.
Yeah, I really do like this very first pick of the Ziggs because of the fact that you could just easily secure turrets by just taking it down with Satchel Charge if it's going to be less than 20% of turret health. Now, let's talk things through, because we see this Darius, which most likely goes to the Baron lane, to be coming into effect. Is this something similar as to what you have mentioned of an unkillable Olaf, but instead making sure that this Darius will be able to pull up Nox and Guillotine and we're slam dunking its way upon QWQ? It's going to be looking to be quite scary, but QWQ does have quite an amount of mobility, but I can't say the same for that bottom lane.
Yeah, I think it's a different unkillable composition. I think it's a different unkillable type of scenario how Team Secret has played in the past in their domestic Icon Series Philippine region, because Darius or Azar having that face rush, I think, is a 1v3, 1v4 type of champion that they can bring up. And I think that is something that we can expect from Azar having to play this champion. I think this is a champion that has 100% win rate for Team Secret that they have played domestically as well. So
here we go as we will zoom right into the Rift right now. And Team Secret will take on QWQ. I'm interested to see how this set will be played out by Tatsuri, because I'm expecting a whole lot of flair when you go in for such an aggressive pick up in the mid lane against the likes of Jackie, who can actually maneuver around whenever she does have the Spirit Rush. Initially, we did see a little bit of a scuffle up top, but it didn't really result too much. Renekton will have a slower start as compared to usual.
But here, 2v3.
Oh man, Zara now being left all alone, and Tatsuri already hitting level 2, just gonna be doing a little bit more poke, giving a little bit more assistance towards Azar as he'll be able to walk away. An invite comes in from Trevor. Tommy is looking to dash all across just to first land a little bit of a sucker punch in front of the face of Trevor. That will not be doing all too much. But then again, this is going to be causing a lot of attention to be drawn right in from QWQ, as the Lux will be moving in shortly.
Yeah, and having a very strong early type of composition, having Azar at level 2, level 3 already, Trapper with the Jarvan 4, I think there is a lot built into their skill kit with their power spike. So I think that is the reason why they can pressure in onto enemy jungle that early on. So having that red buff removed from the Vi means that he's not going to be as dominant coming into the Rift Scuttler, and having 2-level scale in the 4-minute mark might potentially even be a level 4.5 coming into the first dragon if this follows up, wherein they don't get anything in return from the enemy team jungle.
Well, I do believe this vertical jungling strat will be proven to be slightly effective, but Tommy really has to snatch this buff away before Trevor goes in for the steal. Oh, goodness gracious. They almost lost that buff, and if that's going to be the case, QWQ will be a whole lot more behind, but luckily enough, Tommy will be able to just take it nonetheless. So it's just a little bit of a slight goal discrepancy between the two of them. And the poke will come in. Chewy over on the bottom side will be playing the Ziggs as a magic, well, what I will call AP carry down in the Dragon lane, which has been seen across certain other regions, but it isn't all too popular. But won't be super free because that is being brought in PC as well. Now that is a chain of Garage landing perfectly. And it's a 1-for-1 trade, I do believe, as Hamas will be able to actually land Zephyr in the end. And, well, that will also be responded by Tommy, as he will be able to secure a kill for himself.
Although Team Secret wasn't really able to get the good end of that trade there, because yes, they got the trade onto a 1-for-2, but Hamiz was the one who got the kill, and that was not Chewy. So that was the support who got the majority of the gold, and on top of that, Cool was able to secure 1-0-1. 1 kill and 1 assist that enabled him to now secure the Manamune in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And regarding how Chewy has been playing an AP carry, this was seen domestically as well, wherein he uses up a Seraphine APC, a Ziggs APC that they've brought up. And I think this is sort of the strategy of Team Secret coming in to the Summer Super Cup as well, to bring in those untraditional picks to try and match and confuse the enemy team on how they want to play this out. But I think it's going to be harder time because Cool is also a poking champion to match it up against a Ziggs, who also is a poking champion.
This poke composition definitely will be able to actually get them a little bit of an advantage when it comes down to, you know, extended team fights. That's going to be pretty much on the long range term. But QWQ is looking to take this dragon for themselves, but oh, goodness me! Team Secret managed to steal that away. It's Tatsuri who just threw in his very first spell just to snatch it all off. And I thought that it's going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb that has been able to secure it, but wow. I didn't expect Tatsuri to be able to snatch it away.
I can't believe it as well. I think he dashed in, or maybe the Shuriken came out, but now it's going to be 3-man roam. Yes.
Wow, Millie shutting them down before the Spinal Spark even connects. But Jai goes down as they will look to take a little bit more of the turret plating, but there's not just about minutes to do so. Oh, there is a little bit of dive over the top side here, but the Cerberus could be in just safe proximities. Hoten seems to be struggling a whole lot by just hugging his turret, and Azar is pretty much in max health. There will be a little bit more of a lane swap in effect, as Cool is looking to move towards the Baron lane.
And I want to put a quick point on the same player that you just talked about, Azar. Traditionally, Azar just uses a face rush onto a Darius, but now he uses the fleet footwork. And I think the reason for that is to match it up against a Renekton Baron lane on a 1v1 basis. So this is something that we can take note, because not so far that we see it often from Azar.
Well, in the blink of an eye, now you see him, now you don't. Jackie goes down to the death mark that was set in place by Tatsuri. And you can tell that he's feeling extremely comfortable with the present. Saldario already brought out, but Trevor will be able to flash away. Cool will look to escape, but Tatsuri is just holding down the line. Here comes Demon Soon. Heal them all up, and Team Secret walks away without too much of a trouble. Now, with the Rift Herald pretty much spawned up, this will be all eyes on the prize for both teams over the top side of the river.
Yeah, that was a clutch from both teams. Cool was almost dead in that fight, but he was able to flash out. And on top of all that, Team Secret having James go into the mid lane, go for the Monsoon, actually saves his teammates his life as well. Trevor was saved because of the Dragon Spear that saved his life, also the flash that he used a while ago. And I think that's sort of the micro play that we want to see, we want to expect coming into the Rift.
As much as there's no vision being set up from the side of QWQ, they really want to contest this right now. Diving hit first, it has to be Tommy. But this is a little too late. They will have to fall right back. Now that the Baron laners have swapped over the bottom side, I believe that things will stabilize for a tad short bit. Tom is now playing a very proficient Janna, already having the redemption up online. Probably going to be working towards an Ardent Sensor real soon, as Tommy looks to continue to push for QWQ with the Mega Infernal Bomb in effect. This will be the death mark on top of Cool. Cool probably will have a little bit more health left on his HP bar, but no kills whatsoever while Team Secret takes down bottom turret.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know what? No kills? Sure, but we're gonna get the tap for his blood, which gives us 2.5k gold lead advantage away from you. And that Mega Inferno Bomb was utilized to just delay how QWQ went to try and set up a 3-man roam onto the Baron lane to try and secure the tap for his blood against Team Secret. But it went overboard. Mega Inferno Bomb, clear out the wave. Doesn't really matter on if ever it does get a kill, because the minion wave is what mattered in that composition, in that engagement. And Team Secret will utilize that very well, save their life, and now they are at the lead against QWQ coming in to the 8-minute mark, with Ocean Drake now coming up alive.
Yeah, the Ocean Drake, there is a little bit of tension up top where Azar is just bullying Houghton. You gotta spare this crocodile, my dear friend. But Team Secret looks to be taking charge of the river right down over the bottom side. A little bit of contest for the Skull Crab, but if any one of these teams were to smite it, that would be a disadvantage for the Dragon. But Trevor's going to be able to actually blow it down to HP Flag and Drag, and the HP bar is all melted down from Berjaya. He has to take a little bit of the backward step, and here comes Assault Battery connecting on top of Trevor. He can only buy a little bit more time. The rest of Team Secret diving right in, looking for the kill. James will be able to land a couple of bolts, as Tatsuri will be picking up a triple kill, going on a rampage.
And I think the beginning of that one was the fight on the Rift Scuttler. Howling Gale enabled Team Secret to just delay how Tommy wants to go for the steal. Trevor was then able to go for the flag and drag, to go for the 2-man knockup. That was really huge for their team as well. That was a knockup onto Jackie. And I think Tommy at that was nowhere near his teammates to go then for the support. How Team Secret just followed that through and got the kill onto Tommy. That was a 1-for-1, but then after, they got more kills after. So that was pretty huge from Team Secret. And now they're leading at the 3-kill lead and also the 6k gold lead.
Well, I'm just looking at how proficient Team Secret is playing this one out. Azar should be able to hold his own, but Tommy's gonna be, of course, causing a little bit of concern, but he'll be backed up by Trevor. So there's not too much of a worry for Team Secret for now. Very coming up online, but probably the Dragon will be a lot more of a sexy appeal for either side to actually secure. Of course, having more regeneration, or should I say Omnifact, coming in for Azar will be very much useful when it comes down to the amount of lifesteal he could get by swinging his axe.
Ocean Dragon, Baron Nashor alive, and as you stated, the sustainability is going to be very important. That is the source coming in from the Ocean Dragon. So a kill will be very, very valuable at this point. We're in QWQ and Team Secret, as you see so far, is not really going for the hyper-aggressive type of movement, because one mistake can lead to an overall domination from one side or another. So this is certain thing that Team Secret and QWQ is thinking. We need to stay safe, wait for the right opportunity to come in. And having a Rift Herald spawn into the top lane from the base enables Team Secret to now think of a way on how they can outmaneuver QWQ to then go for the Ocean Drake.
Interesting enough, we can see that the Rift Herald is dropped towards the Baron lane. Here comes a connection of a wombo combo from the side of QWQ, but Team Secret still has Azar standing on both feet. Hamiz now turning Potent to fall right back. Not really too much of a favorable trade between them for the likes of QWQ in this sort of case, and that opens up this Drake pretty much for free on the hands of Team Secret.
And with that, Rift Herald is onto the Baron lane, now marching in. So they're utilizing every aspect that they could in this game to get more turrets, to gain more objectives that leads them to a more favorable gold lead coming into this one. And they're now sitting at a 9k gold lead. Right, with the Ocean Drake, with the Mountain Drake available for their team, they're pretty much good when it comes to the mid game because their sustainability is up rather. And as you stated a while ago, Azar utilizes the Ocean Drake very well because of the Omnivamp that he has. And having an Omnivamp means that will increase sustainability of Azar in a 5v5 in a team fight against QWQ.
Just looking back at the earlier skirmish that we had over on the river, or should I even say the mid lane, where we were trying to attempt to secure a kill on top of Azar, that isn't exactly the target that they should be focusing on. Instead, if they can actually get their hands on Chewy, landing a chain of corruption will be extremely deadly. Now that, of course, for the likes of QWQ, they have this Varus building on the Manamune, he's going to be able to actually do a whole lot of poke damage. Perhaps if he were to lower down the HP bars of Team Secret first, then only look to set up a full team fight, that will be the most ideal situation. Now, pretty much a 3-1-1 split going on for Team Secret as Wards and Vision has been denied over on Baron side. Hamis probably will be first escorting this Jarvan to see what comes into the enemy lines of the jungle. Oh boy. This will be a beautiful snare coming out of the Lux, but Tommy is looking to just stand his ground. He's sitting on top of Ward, though. Not really the best place to be for QWQ. Meanwhile, bottom side sees Azar shoving aside Renekton back into his own jungle instead. And for the moment, Berjaya is just going to be holding on to his mid side. Tommy now getting poked down. Top lane focus for the side of Team Secret as they look to divert the attention all across these lanes. Now, Team Secret will be able to actually land a beautiful apprehend as well. Oh, here comes the dog, but it will not take down Cool as he turns golden. The team fight breaks out, and Trevor will also be charmed right across. Well, has to fall back for a tap more. Like a drag forward, but that was a little bit too risky of a move from Team Secret. QWQ will be able to hold on for now, but this 9k gold lead will prove to be a problem later on. Team Secret is now looking to take down turret tier 2 up in the mid lane.
Yeah, and having that pressure in, when you have Ziggs in your composition, you just have the satchel charge to bring down the turret easily if it's boiled down into a 25% current left. right? So I think that is how Team Secret has been pressuring, and we have a lot of gold lead when it comes to the game. Let's punish it more for QWQ in terms of the late game. And if you're looking at the items, ROA already secured by Jana, already with his Ardent Sensor, and this is an extra damage output from James on how he has played in the prior engagement. Very aggressive, but now mid lane,
Oh boy, beautiful central charge. He has to actually pop the Assassin Enchantment. Here comes Trevor. Oh, beautiful Flag and Dragon on top of tree as he locked them in. What a calculus of this wall. Things look to be bleak for QWQ as they take down Tommy. Team Secret still has a lot more firepower here as Azar comes into the scene. And with the bouncing bomb connecting, that will be a killing spree for Chewy with a beautiful setup coming out of Trevor, risking his life for the greater good. Now 10-5, they will be looking to break this one down with only the Lux survive that team fight. I'm not too certain if they will be able to actually defend this as they are already hitting down the Nexus. Team Secret of the Philippines will take this game.
Trevor was a play from that last engagement. As you stated, the Cataclysm connected onto everyone, and that just enabled Team Secret to now punish. And especially considering that third composition was built onto it. Ziggs is there to go for the minefield and go for the bouncing bombs. That just enables how much more damage can build through onto the Cataclysm. And this type of composition are what we call a hot pot in the Philippine region. When you have the Jarvan 4 and the Ziggs to follow through, there is just AoE damage all around.
That was one of the beautiful team fights that we have managed to witness coming out of Team Secret on how well they could just get coordinated on the members of QWQ that they needed to focus on. QWQ threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Team Secret, but they could only walk away with one kill on top of Trevor. And you can definitely tell when it comes down to the item builds, Trevor going in for a very early warm-up, making it pretty difficult for QWQ to even shred the health bars out there. And Team Secret just absolutely taking all the gold that they can in this match, having a difference of more than 10,000 gold.
It's a methodical play from Team Secret that they did from a while back, and that was just a good response. Like, QWQ got the first 2 kills against Team Secret, got the early lead, but Team Secret after then went just all in. 5-man roam against the enemy team. And they also did like a lane swap wherein it was utilized very well. They had the pressure in on top lane that just really disabled how QWQ really wants to go for the objective game. Really wants to go for their rotation in terms of pathing. And Team Secret punished that very well.
Yeah, of course, the unsung hero in this composition coming out of Team Secret has to be James here. He went in for a very early route of ages, and like you mentioned, yes, you got a little bit more ability power, which not only contributes to damage, but the shield will be enormous enough, and that should be enough to keep his teammates alive. On top of that, Monsoon that will be healing a lot higher of a percentage. So just look at how things will be brought out from QWQ. They were forced to actually bring in items that has the Grievous Wound effect, and you can tell that that has disrupted their build for a little bit. Let's take a look at the highlights for this game number 2 in Group A.
And I want to put a quick point on what you have just stated onto the Bramble Vest, the Executioner's Calling, that QWQ was forced to put up. And that just disables how much gold you can allocate in terms of the damage aspect of your team, right? And that just delayed how they're probably going to build onto the massive aspect into the 5v5, just dealing out burst damage potential. And this is where we talk about how that Monsoon able to really just clutch on in and save Tetsuri's life, and at the same time Cole actually survived that as well because of how Butchai was there to go for the defense for his teammate.
And you can see how deep of a dive this was coming from Tetsuri, and he has managed to secure a triple kill out of their efforts here. And first, that was another setup with the Cataclysm coming from Trevor just to lock them all in place. Jackie went out of mana. He could not actually contest even further. And this was also where Azar looked to get a kill pickup, but that Nox and Gudo team did not connect, and that also resulted in him getting bursted down. I guess this was the only favorable fight for QWQ overall.
Also, important to take note that Azar, on top of actually putting out a fleet footwork of a rune, he also built onto a barrier of a spell. And I think that was utilized in terms of the late game, because if you're looking at it, Azar and Trevor are the only ones who go for the tank. And having Janet there increases your sustainability with a lot more shield than you might have expected without them. So I think that was utilized very well by Azar as well, going for the untraditional route from game 1.
I agree with that. I did manage to catch a glimpse of that, and on top of that, Trevor, or should I say, Chewy here, has been able to secure that match MVP with a total KDA of 8.0, absolutely clean, as he participated in 80% of all these fights that goes on throughout the map. And, you know, to also note about the Janna build that they were going on Hamas, she opted to pick up the Font of Life rune instead to, of course, get a little bit more healing out of any sort of the crowd control that she will be managed to pull up whenever she knocks members up in the air of QWQ. And, well, you don't even need full build coming in from the Ziggs to just really bring in the pain towards QWQ.
What amazing series that we have just seen, Contra. And I like how you pointed out the runes that was utilized as well. It's a double AP dual lane, Dragon lane for Team Secret that they just did. How Chewy with the Ziggs and Abel with the 80%. And I think he was sort of the key to the damage output of how Team Secret wants to play that out, because Jarvan 4 isn't really the best champion to deal that much damage when it comes to the 5v5.
Well, now that we've already got 2 games already concluded, we will be having more to come eventually throughout other groups as well. So this will be Group A, having all the 4 teams already playing out 1 game overall, and I'm looking forward to see what will be brought forward in Group B. But for now, I guess we'll take a little bit of a short break. My name is Contra, and first, it really is great to be able to share this desk with you online, I would say. And probably we'll take a little bit of a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the breakdown coming in from our analyst desk.
Welcome back to the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Super Cup, where EVOS Esports and Team Secret have just secured the first matches of the Summer Super Cup. Now let's check out our series highlights, because I know we have a lot to unpack over here, and if our sort of like our group comms and shared experience while watching this these two matches has been any indication, you know, these were two very, very great matches indeed. And let's actually start with EVOS Esports and SBTC Esports. I know that Riku and Osiris are very happy about this indeed. We're all happy, I should make that clear. But I saw a lot of maturity and control coming from EVOS Esports. They knew exactly what their win conditions were, and they played really, really calmly, whereas SBTC Esports, I actually felt the nerves from where I'm sitting, and there are a lot of mistakes made, and it didn't feel like SBTC Esports were on the same page for a lot of things. What do you guys think?
Yeah, you give credit where credit is due, but you also have to attribute the blame to some of the mistakes coming in from SBTC, and primarily it's Minas, right? It feels like SBTC Esports, 4 of them came to play. Minas was kind of at home in bid still, because a lot of the times when they were fighting or grouping up, he wasn't there. He wasn't able to contribute to his team. And as a result, SBTC looked a lot weaker than they did during their own playoffs.
Exactly. I mean, that silence is just such a huge value, and we look at Valdez and Tipper going into the fight head first. And again, that silence is just such a huge value. But again, going back to Tipper, he handled his lane pretty well. He's able to transition on towards this mid game, becoming this crocodile beast that, you know, EVOS Esports has.
And considering that you wanted Garen to be the one who's threatening into the front line, you should not be scared to go into the controlling the back line. But the thing is, it was Pipper who's looking for the right targets, killing everyone out. And at that point, it was just the snowball coming in from Renekton. What I like about the draft also is that Miracle on Rakan, more of his playstyle comes in with aggression.
Yeah, and as we saw there, yep, Tipper indeed. You know, you can get the dragon, it's fine, because we have your base. And moving over into the second match, of course, with Team Secret and QWQ, I gotta say, you know, my heart is with both teams. TJ, I saw that. I see you, my dude. My heart is with both teams. QWQ, they gave it their best shot, but Team Secret, they did not disappoint. Definitely some missed opportunities on the side of QWQ. And yes, we were talking about the objective steals, but when you're up against like Tatsuri from Team Secret and, you know, that well-fed Zed, plus the awareness of Hamez, it's a tall order for QWQ. So Hungry, I want to ask you about your Team Secret experience here.
It's again, you know, this idea of them being able to flex the picks around and get themselves the best lane matchups possible. We saw the early Ziggs pick, and that was answered by the Ahri from QWQ. It seems fine, right? And then last minute, Team Secret are like, psych, we're going to put this in the Dragon lane. Tatsuri is going to be playing Zed into Ahri, which is, you know, a lot of people watch the stream. This is an old school matchup. It's very skill based, but once either one of them gets an early kill, they pop off, they start controlling the game, and that's exactly what happened for Team Secret.
Yeah, Tatsuri very patient and waiting for the charm bait, dodging that, and then going in after. Do not forget how Trevor is just so insane. This triple man knockup into a Cataclysm, and the bombs just folding towards all of that arena from Chewy was just brilliant.
Yeah, and one question about the draft is you are going to second pick on a Vi. QWQ wanted to go on a second pick priority on the jungler, which is not a big of a good move, because remember, there are so many openings that they can entirely deny, and having the Lux, it's not really as the flashy ones that we've seen from the group stages, the threatening Lux with all of those magic spell, magic damage. So it was fairly a big loss in terms of drafting phase of QWQ, and at that point, it was a hard time for them to come back.
Actually, speaking of the drafting phase, let's take a closer look at that, starting with EVOS Esports and SBTC Esports. Hungry, you brought up something really interesting. Garen is usually a great pick. We know that a lot of teams do favor Garen, but he didn't work out too well for SBTC Esports, did he?
If I was in this position and I was drafting, I see the early Fiora. I might or might not know it's a jungle Fiora, but my first response would probably be a Malphite. Like, Garen is okay, but Malphite has such a decent matchup when you do build that Bramble Vest, and you contribute a lot more to team fights as opposed to the Garen. In some of the highlight moments we saw, Minas was just walking around, he couldn't find a target to silence, couldn't find anyone to stick onto, whereas you pick the Malphite instead. Once you use the Unstoppable Force and you start that fight for your team, chain it into the Shockwave, into the Chains of Corruption, it feels a lot more effective for that pick in the Baron lane.
Yeah, that's true. You know, picking up the Garen a little bit too early. Maybe they want a little bit of mystery on their draft, or because again, Valdez plays a very, very scary Fiora. So there's that little bit of guessing game. But again, Tipper did so good as they were a little bit more patient, picking up that Renekton at the last slot.
Yeah, if it was me as doing the draft, you know that you don't have to prioritize Garen. You want to go with the Varus and the Braum, because Braum is something that many teams would love to play into.
Absolutely.
And then you can keep that Garen away from the spotlight, and then you can adjust from there, because this is Tipper. You got to respect the man. He's being respected a lot in terms of the Baron lane. And yeah, I mean, as for game 2, same sentiments, that it was a pretty draft coming in from Team Secret, hiding that Zed, the flexibility coming into play, and a big surprise that the Ziggs once again coming back to Chew.
And speaking of match 2, I just want to share the collective pain that Osiris, Rico, and I had when Olaf was banned. And then the collective gasp when Secret pulled out the Zed.
Yes.
What did you think of that?
I think it was a really smart, like it was a masterstroke move coming in from Team Secret. I want to highlight though that QWQ were very greedy with this draft. If you take a look at the Rit picks, they do Varus Vi, which is like, okay, you have your Engage, and then you follow up with Ari Lux, which are first very conditional picks, right? You got to hit the Charm or the Light Binding if you want to get anything done, and then you don't really have any true Engage or team fight abilities. Neither of them really excel in 5-on-5 situations. If you find your picks, they look great, but if your opponents are running at you, which, you know, Team Secret did with the Jarvan, they feel very lackluster as picks come in.
Yeah, they were hoping to get the first aggressive like go button basically and hope for the best and see how they go from there. But I gotta say how I think QWQ was trapped in this crossroads. Do they want to ban out the Olaf or just ban out the Ziggs that has been constantly banned in the group stage, or rather in the playoffs when teams are up against Team Secret? But that means, you know, we're ready for the Ziggs no matter what. And unfortunately, you know, the big swapperoo at the end, that it was Zed on Tatsuri this time around.
Yeah, and realization, if you're going to play on a Varus, you wanted someone who can peel for this champion. If you're playing a Vi, a Renekton, an Ari, and a Lux, you mostly wanted to catch someone off. So if the Varus is completely isolated or being left out in the open, there's only a few chance to survive with a Lux pick. So I'm really sure that this needs to be worked on. You wanted to go with a more tanky, like let's start a Braum, just to make sure that you want the Varus keep on hitting those blighted quivers as well.
Well, EVOS Esports and Team Secret, they are one step closer to that Summer Super Cup Championship, but we've only just begun, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Group B coming right up, the group that many consider our group of death, except for TJ. I just have to insert that in. Of course, we have from the Philippine region, Amihan Esports, from the Singapore region, Alliance, from Malaysian region, GeekFam, and from the Indonesian region, we have Bigetron Esports. Now let's start over and take a closer look at Amihan Esports. This is a team that we have coined the oncoming storm of the Philippines. These rookies are ready to wreak havoc on the Summer Super Cup stage. This is Amihan Esports. Another team that very few expected to make it this far, and another team that has proved everybody wrong. Amihan Esports have been famous for their hyper-aggressive blitz sort of setup, even daring 5-man rotations at some point. Hungry, I understand that this is a little personal because they're going up against Alliance, but what are your thoughts on how they'll fare against your boys?
If I was in Alliance here, I'd be placing my focus on Carl. We talked a lot about this guy in the Baron lane, but one thing to note is his champion pool is vastly different from the Alliance Baron laner, right? Carl plays a lot of these carries, a lot of side laners, Fiora, Akali, Camille, whereas Alliance, you know, in the Baron lane, CWJ tends to prefer the Garen, Darius, and Malphite. So it's carry versus tank in this matchup. Whoever comes out ahead is going to dictate the winner of this matchup between Alliance and Amihan Esports.
Yeah, exactly. This 4-1 strat with Carl at top side, using, the side lanes with either Fiora or Akali, maybe a little bit of Camille here and there. Amihan is definitely not afraid to open up the base just to provide an opportunity for some backdoor. And of course, we have over here Mitsura in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Mitsura knows how to play different kinds of mid lane. As you can see, the champion pool really fast with that Orianna, Darius, and 100% Garen. He knows how to adjust. It's not all about the Gragas mid, not all about the Galio mid. If you want to go with the static play or the, I believe I've seen also a Fiora mid being answered by the Darius, in Diana being answered another Darius. You know that Mitsura is pretty effective. He got also that high damage per minute, 1,126.
But of course, they will be up against another team, much like Team Secret, flying under an international banner. A lot of pressure is on the shoulders of this team, but with an undefeated streak in the Singapore region, I dare say they're doing just fine. This is Alliance. Perfect run for the Sea Icon Series Singapore. You have veterans from League of Legends PC, and this team has a lot of promise, and they can actually deliver. Hungry, I know these are your boys. Let us know, why do you think they're the best team ever?
Now, I'm gonna provide a bit more context. Yes, the Singapore region qualifiers were like on a smaller scale compared to the Philippines, for example, but undefeated streak, haven't dropped a single series since the inception of this team. Alliance looked like the most dominant force for Singapore, and definitely moving on into this tournament, a force to be reckoned with. I'm placing my focus on SSK, Shinsekai, just to get things going. I think he is going to be the engine that drives Alliance forward.
Yeah, definitely. With Shinsekai, there is that mid and jungle synergy with Raven as well, as they've been previously teammates together back in Resurgence in LoL PC. And don't forget the strong duo of Golden Feet and Rich, which is a duo we haven't seen since 2019 when they were in Axis Empire back in, the League Summer Tour in LoL PC as well. So yeah, a lot of veterans on the field for sure. And it's going to be absolutely exciting to see how this all culminates, especially, again, veterans versus, the new bloods, basically, which is Amihan. And of course, let's take a look at Shinsekai over here on the jungle role.
And SSK, Shinsekai, you got that 100% win rate all across the board, as they are the undefeated team. The respect coming in from everyone into the panel with a 100% Lee Sin, Rengar, and Camille. He knows how to keep the ball rolling. He knows how to control the side lane, make them into a snowball potential, just to make sure that they can bring in the mid to late game powerhouses just to finish the game. SSK is someone that you need to watch out in the jungle.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate that? Look at that, 100% win rate on all.
Woo.
That is amazing. That is amazing indeed. And of course, we also have a team that has been a mainstay in the Malaysian scene, with a stable roster that has stayed through thick and thin. This is GeekFam. These GeekFam players, this roster that you see in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, they have been the same roster since the team was formed. Hungry, do you think that this team synergy can carry them through the Summer Super Cup?
It's not just the team synergy, Mika. It's also Azora Veki, the prodigal son of Malaysian esports. This guy has been all around. He's bounced from title to title, now back into Wild Rift. And like I said, you compare him to G4, he's that kind of mainstay player where younger players will look towards him for leadership advice, as well as how to play the game. And I think it's going to be all on his back here as they go up against their opponents today.
Exactly. You know, Veki, their star mid laner, has been playing competitively since 2012. That's pretty much a decade of experience. And, you know, that experience definitely brought up, you know, 6-0 during the group stages for GeekFam and dropped only 2 games. And I feel like, you know, the only rival standing last time was Berjaya Dragons. So very curious to see if there's going to be another rivalry coming up, especially when they go up against Bigetron. But let's take a look at our player highlight over here. It's going to be Rumble on the jungle.
Yes, and Rumple with that decent 40% Rengar, 50% Olaf. So we have another team who's running the Olaf jungle, but if you're going to check the lineup or the best picks that he has, you can see the aggression. You see that you wanted to go for those big boy ganks. Yes, KTA might not be showing, but kill participation is fairly good, 64%. That he knows that he needs to group up, goes for the big objectives, make the ball rolling, and make sure that everyone is on the right page.
And we're going to see if this fam can go up against another team whose name has been synonymous with the mobile gaming scene in the Indonesian region. And no surprises, they have been conquering the Rift and ready to take on the Summer Super Cup. This is Bigetron Infinity. Teamwork makes the dream work indeed, but Bigetron Esports, they take it to a whole other level. This team thrives on team fights, and that's how they've managed to hold on to that crown in the Indonesian region. Fell short to Onic Esports, yes, but they definitely are a force to be reckoned with. What do you think, Hungry?
My eyes are on Falp1 this game. This guy is just a force in the Baron lane, and very similar to how a lot of other Baron laners have been, you know, kind of posturing in this tournament. Likes to play those split pushers, likes to play the solo laners. The difference is mechanically he's a lot better. I feel he's on a different level, and that is still punishable, you know, if you play against opponents that can kind of take that ego challenge and beat you. But for the most part, Bigetron Esports will excel if Falp1 is getting a good game.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like, you know, someone that can help set him up is definitely Control. And I feel like if they pick up the Lee Sin later, we might expect, you know, early ganks, rather, possibly towards Falp1, maybe even to Nuts in the mid lane. So very excited to see this team perform, especially that, you know, they've been together since November last year. So the synergy may be intact over here. But let's take a look at our player highlight. It's going to be Control. And look at that. First, 75% win rate on the Lee Sin.
Yes, and you can see the other side of the spectrum. You have the Lee Sin, 75%, 71% on the Vi, and 60% on the Camille. Yes, not the flashy KDA as well, but, you know, kill participation, 38%. This guy knows how to set up those lanes for the big gangs for the objective. Yes, they had a hard time against Onic with the 7 games, but Control tried his best really to control the objective with those, even the split pushes. So I really love how Control is making or choosing this single targeted or the isolated type of jungler that can take away or surprise anyone into the backline.
All right, so first up, guys, we have Amihan Esports from the Philippine region versus the Alliance from the Singapore region. And as I mentioned earlier, this match definitely has my attention because this is a match between two undefeated teams in their respective regions. So the win streak for one is definitely going to come to an end in just a few minutes. I want to get your predictions on this panel. Where do you think it's going to go? Is it going to go to Amihan Esports or will it go to Alliance? Hungry, do I even need to ask?
Do you really even need to ask, right? It's gonna be Alliance 100%. My boys are coming back home. Shinsekai is gonna pop off. The prophecy will be fulfilled. The Alliance for game.
Oh, this is the hardest ever prediction time. Okay, I'm gonna have to say Alliance. I think I'm banking this on experience and as well as the duo synergy. So that is where I'm going. Hungry is like, yeah, another Alliance voter.
This may be the start of Hungry and Osiris rivalry at the panel, as I am going for Amihan. Yes, they may be they got Alliance got the caliber. But you gotta respect also the run coming in from Amihan with how they have the hyper aggressive rotations, the blitzkrieg play. I wanted them to surprise this team, and this will be the nail of the coffin for the undefeated runs.
You see my jaw drop when Riku said Alliance? Oh my goodness!
Oh no, Riku with the plays.
But I will definitely have to give my vote over to Amihan Esports. These guys have just done the impossible here. We actually thought that Team Secret would be able to match up to them, but even they could not withstand, this gale, this oncoming storm. And we'll see if Alliance will be able to do so. But we also do have our second match for Group B. We have GeekFam versus Bigetron Esports. Panel, which way do you think it's going to go?
This is significantly tougher. I think both teams are very equal in terms of just their power level right now, but given the infrastructure, given the support, I feel like Bigetron Esports might have the upper hand here. Again, I'm looking towards the Baron laner Falk to pop off. If he does, all good and dandy. Otherwise, it might be tough, but yes, Bigetron for me.
You're looking at top lane for Bigetron. I'm looking at the mid lane for Azora Becky. 100% believing in him, so I'm going with GeekFam.
Well, Hungry, this is not this is unintentional, but I am going with the GeekFam.
He's just voting against me.
He's doing it on purpose.
But GeekFam, I believe that the jungler is the one who's really mostly controlled in terms of their they wanted to play all across the map. I think Bigetron needs to work on with their macro skills. So I think GeekFam all the way.
Wow, I actually think that this will go over to Bigetron Esports. I've been watching them since the preseason. I think they've shown a lot of growth. They were already dominant then, and I still think that they can pull through and make it to the playoffs right now. And of course, this is again, I'm seeing like a little split between the panel over here.
Always.
I'm enjoying it though. I am enjoying it. I'm living for it. It's great. But of course, we are ready to kick off our Group B matches. This will be up first. Amihan Esports from the Philippine region versus Alliance from the Singapore region, and followed by GeekFam from the Malaysian region versus Bigetron Esports from the Indonesian region. Casters, let's jump into the rift.
It's a clash of regions, but only one can stand at the end of it all. Welcome back, everyone, into the Wild Rift Summer Super Cup. My name is Infinity, and together, joined with me is Contra for the cast for Group B. Top 1 seed of Philippines versus top 1 seed of Singapore. Amihan versus Alliance. Contra, are you ready for some bloodshed?
I'm absolutely ready for this. You were saying about the difference between the two regions before we even got into this broadcast that, they have very different play styles coming into the scene, but I'm looking at Alliance here being relatively undefeated throughout the whole Singaporean scene. And, well, I guess I'm pretty much on the side of Hungry Cats for now. You see, there's a little bit of a split prediction coming out of not only, the panelists, but I believe that you will be setting your sights on Amihan Esports, I believe.
You're correct. You know what? The split doesn't stop. The panel has split their votes onto Amihan and Alliance, and we're gonna do the same thing because I'm voting for Amihan Esports to win the game 1 of Group B. As you stated, Alliance has been undefeated in their respective region domestically, but at the same way, Amihan Esports does the same thing. They have never lost the best of 3 series and also a best of 5 in the even in the grand finals, as they won 3-2 against Team Secret in the Philippine region. And we're expecting a bloodshed. We're expecting a fest from this game 1 Group B. Although we have talked about the predictions, and I think Contra, you have a lot to say coming in from Team Alliance from Group B.
Yeah, speaking of Alliance right here, Shizukai definitely is a mechanical god. Back in the days when he was playing in the PC scene, he was known as a Baron laner, or of course being called his top lane back in PC days. But now that he's shifted into his jungle, you can see that he's brought that aggressive, all sorts of picks that he has been brought up in the Singapore region. You can expect a Lee Sin, Rengar, and I'm honestly hoping to someday see a Kha'Zix coming into the Rift eventually. But what could you say about Amihan Esports, who have recently just won the hearts of everyone in the Philippines?
Amihan Esports is a team that is very, very aggressive. As the panel was talking about a while ago, Amihan Esports went in for a 5-man rotation in the first 30 seconds of the game. And I think we can expect the same thing coming into this draft, as this might be a meta changer from both of these teams, with Akali now banned away immediately from Alliance.
Yeah, Kali wasn't being picked up in the previous round when it comes down to QWQ versus the likes of Team Secret. But, you know, as much as the nerves comes into effect, the perfect execution is such a strong tool for you to wipe off anybody who has low HP bars. Now, no Janna in this game, as well as Alliance have already eliminated all these uncertainties, but Amihan Esports look to go further down the list by banning out 2 explosive junglers out of Alliance. And that will be the first pick coming for CWJ, taking the Camille, and in response, that will be the Renton as a solid pick for either the Baron lane, or could it be a mid-lane Renton?
That's indeed going to be the question. It's a flexible champion to pick up. And on top of that, speaking of flexible, we have a Gragas to follow through for Amihan Esports as well. Alliance now picking up onto Galio and Saya means that they have a lot of escape route. And when it comes to the 5v5, you have Galio to go all in with a hero's entrance to go for the 5-man knockup. And that is something that needs to be respected. But to follow through is going to be a Jarvan 4 that is then picked up by Amihan Esports as their 3rd pick for the 2nd rotation.
I'm looking at this Jarvan pickup here coming from Amihan Esports, and I still could not forget what Team Secret has brought forward with this really formidable side being shown right in. If the Cataclysm lands, they still have to take note of, you know, the potential of a drop coming out of that Galio. That's where the Tristana comes into effect to buster shot anybody who's going to be in the way. A final pick comes in from Alliance, that would be Twisted Fate alongside with the Fiora, which means that this Camille goes into the jungle, and I know that you are excited for that final Leona pickup for the support role of Amihan Esports.
This is untraditional, but we saw in patch 2.3a that Leona has been buffed up with the range of Zenith Blade increased by 0.5. Now it has been an 8th range already, so that is to follow up for a Leona that's gonna be very aggressive when it comes to this game 1 of the Group B. And now we're jumping in just shortly off the top 1 seed of Singapore versus top 1 seed of the Philippine region in the Summer Super Cup.
Oh boy. Group B is going to be absolutely lit up here with this first game coming up from Alliance as well as Amihan Esports. But over on the bottom side,
Clash already!
Oh, this is no good news at all for the marksman of Alliance. But over here, Amihan Esports opts to set up a 2-man push up the mid side, just jumping this wave upon Raven.
And considering that Gragas went into the mid lane, that is also quite expected for Carl to support this sort of melee champion into the mid lane, because that is a Twisted Fate that you're fighting against. Raven is a range champion, and if you're matching it up against a Gragas when it comes to level 1, you cannot pull it through. And if you're looking at it, 40 seconds into the matchup already, Mitsura half HP, and this is what I'm saying with the range advantage and disadvantage coming into the game number 1.
Oh boy.
But Carl, it's gonna be very low, actually forcing out his barrier, but now it's gonna be the flash for a flash. Minion will put it through, but the first blood will come to the side of Amihan Esports.
Oh boy, Carl was so close to be dropped right there. Alliance had to take a little bit of a 50-50 split decision whether or not to dive or, you know, take a little bit of a loss, and now Amihan Esports will have a slight lead coming into the first minute and a half. And I also do like what this chip also brought up once again. Oh boy, TWJ took another takedown from Amihan Esports.
Now Amihan Esports, they're just waiting for the right opportunity, because if you're thinking about it, Alliance went in for a single champion into the Baron lane and no support came through. And I think that is what Amihan Esports is thinking. You know what? We have the knowledge that Alliance might actually go elsewhere aside from the Baron lane. And that is what happened now. It's going to be the Baron lane. CWG, DWJ is going to be pinned down, and Amihan Esports went for the 3-man roam to put him down. It's going to be a 3-2.
Wow, I did not expect this sort of tempo of play coming from Amihan Esports, absolutely shutting down that Pure from doing anything at all. Rocket jumps away, and here comes another fly.
The Flash is now going to save Orcus' life, and Amihan Esports will stay alive. Alliance will get nothing away from that engagement.
Early takedown on the top. And as much as there was some quality of life changes when it comes down to how much of resistance coming in third, this will be a solo support that's over to the bottom side. I don't think there's any way that Ultras could have made it out.
Yeah, it's a 4-man roam from Alliance. We have a lot of CCs. The Hulk trap was used. Raven was there as well to go for the stun, to go for the CC chain, and Orcus was just nowhere to go elsewhere. He didn't have his flash available because he used it a while ago, and therefore, he's dead. He's nowhere to go, and now Alliance got their first kill of this series.
Just look at the items right now. You can see that Amihan Esports has established 2 gargoyle enchantments right there, and this is usually something that we don't see from the rest of the regions where they will prioritize on the stuff. But oh my goodness, here comes another.
Destiny is now going to be casted down. TPs are now coming in from Raven to try and go to support the fight. Tristana will be there to get the kill, make it 1-for-1 as Alliance make it back. As Jelson will fall down. It's Rich, and Jelson's going to say bye-bye in this engagement. It's now going to be the 4-2 in favor of Amihan Esports.
A very poor start coming from Alliance, and we could understand why. The pressure coming out of Misura on this jump, well, mid lane Gragas has been roaming across the map alongside with Jelson to really put pressure onto the side lanes. And now with a slight deficit, I do believe that Alliance can still make a little bit of a comeback when it comes down to the contest. Perhaps I'm looking at the very first Drake here that has already seen spawn up, and that will be the Mountain Drake that will help them a whole lot in survivability.
Definitely, still too early into the match. So now it's going to be the flag is dragged from Jelson. Actually going for the 2-man knockup. You have Mitsura going into the fray. Go for the support. It's going to be Hero's entrance to go for the knockup. There is a kill towards Alliance as Raven gets one. But the fight's not going to be over. 3-man taunt from Alliance, making it through and through. Rich is there to go for the support as 2-for-1 in favor of Alliance in that engagement as they came back from their gold deficit. Still an 800 gold lead from Amihan Esports though.
Both sides are actually going blow for blow right now. Well, this will be a priority on the Lich Bane for Mitsura so that you could easily just proc it with any of the spells, and already securing that 3 assists is going to be having him, of course, establishing a little bit more of an early burst potential when you just go all in with the Lich Bane already in effect. Now, Amihan focuses on to the Dragon right now. Will be spotted out by the Aura for the moment, but SSK is looking perhaps to dive right in for Cheeky Steal.
But it's not going to happen as Amihan Esports gets the Mountain Dragon in their favor. Anything Alliance is known or was known to have, you know, a split push. Risk out the Mountain Dragon, the Cloud Dragon to then go for the Tower First Blood. But considering Amihan Esports got the Tower First Blood a while ago, this is not the case for them. It's now going to be Amihan Esports diving into the bot lane. Destiny is going to be forced out as well. It's now 4v2 in favor of Alliance as Hextech Ultimatum is now going to be forced out. Galio will say bye-bye as there will be another kill for Alliance, making it a 6-6. The gold is going to be even.
Boy, here comes more members coming right in.
It's gonna be Leona going for the stun in that matchup. Sai will get the double kill. Tristana will fall down. Ultras will be forced to flash away as that will be another kill for Alliance, making them a lot more gold, and they're back into the advantage game.
Not gonna lie, that could have actually been a little bit cleaner for Alliance. They didn't really have to fully put everything on the line just to, of course, get the first kill, but of course they have already made up for a little bit of a loss for that 1-for-1 in exchange, and then eventually getting the second kill as well. Now things have already balanced up. The goalie will be in favor of Alliance at the moment after taking out the turret over down bottom. So there will be a little bit more of a tussle over here for that Rift Herald. A lot of good wards have already been placed by Amihan. So I believe they will need to be looking out for Raven whenever he does have Destiny up available.
The division game is lacking towards Alliance. What will they do next is now going to be the question, because the war placements are not going to be available, and Rift Heralds will be secured by Amihan Esports very easily. Another 300 gold for Jelson to utilize, and they're now still back at it, but Alliance still has gold lead.
Yeah, and one thing about putting this Viewer behind is that, heading in towards the late game, a Viewer will still remain to be an issue when it comes down to controlling both the top lane as well as the bottom lane, because of her ability to split push so effectively and, of course, get away with it as you can lunge through certain walls across the map. Now, CWJ has just completed his Trinity Force. He was forced to, of course, go in for a very, very early Executioner's Calling just to negate how much of a heal that Carl could actually get from Call the Meek. But Amihan Esports, they will be looking to secure this turret without too much of a problem, but Destiny pops in.
Destiny will actually give them information, but now it's going to be the Hero's Entrance. Goes for that one-man knockup, will not connect onto Water, and that will be the double stun, as Amihan Esports will get the dominance in that fight, as the explosive cast will actually delay how Alliance wants to go for the retreat, as there will be no retreat. That's going to be a 3-4 row. Amihan Esports.
The only thing that Alliance could do is to trade towers right now, having the Fuhrer trying to take it down, but with the Rift Herald in effect, this is going to be crushing down even the tier 2. So Alliance now is going to lose so much of a map pressure or even control overall.
And Rift Herald is actually catching up onto the inhibitor turret. That's a lot of damage coming through, puts it down into a 2.5k HP remaining. So if ever Carl thinks, you know what, let's go for a split push, I think it's going to be much more easier to really put down to it for the 4-1 setup. But regardless, I think the even standing right now, Amihan Esports has the 2k gold lead. The Cloud Dragon will come up in 17 seconds. And this is relatively an underwhelming or an underrated sort of objective, because it only gives you mobility. But when you're considering how Alliance composition has been built up onto the Galio, onto the Fiora, and even having Camille, I think this could be greatly utilized. And in the same way, Amihan will do as well with Carl and Jelson. And even Gragas, they're unavailable to sort of engage against the enemy team. But now it's going to be the mid lane. You know what? 3v3, just a little bit of a lane control from both parties.
As much as you mentioned, the benefits is actually provide towards Alliance. They're actually looking to, of course, trade with more members actually setting up over topside, but with a little bit of a split mindset into things, I believe that Alliance will not even get any sort of turret plating, or, well, that's usually for the tier 1, but heading in towards tier 2 of the top side, it's still left untouched, which is going to be pretty much concerning for the moment. Now, looking back into the itemization, I believe that Demon is already working on that Infinity Edge. So once he does have it, he's going to be hitting hard now. CWJ is looking to escape.
Amihan Esports with a 4-man collapse into the barrel lane. CWJ will be decimated in a blink of an eye. He's gone, and that will be another kill for Amihan Esports.
Lions now losing their members, but here comes another chase coming in. Featherstorm already being pulled up.
Featherstorm was just too early, and that will put Alliance's ADC down. And we have Rich to try and solo the front line. It's going to be the only one remaining to try and defend that engagement, but attack is not attacked with Fed champions from Amihan Esports.
Things are getting a little bit more out of hand right now, but SSK is looking to salvage this. Suzukai probably will only dish a little bit of damage down towards the turret over the bottom side, as Amihan looks to rotate and catch this Camille out. So with Destiny being utilized by Twisted Fate, I believe there's only very little room for SSK to escape.
SSK, you're actually going for an aggressive play here, but you will not get away from that aggression as Amihan Esports puts you down into the mid lane. It's going to be the 1v2, 1v3 as the ultimate is now going to be forced away. Jelson is going to go in for the flag, and Drag puts down one, making another as ADC of Alliance is going to be the next target for Amihan Esports, as we have another kill, and that will be another 3-0 for Amihan Esports.
15-8, and you can tell that Amihan Esports have this team fight prowess right now, and they could definitely expend everything they got just to, of course, shut down Alliance. Now, CWJ is the only one that will be eyeing on this Baron steal, and it's SSK. He's already TPing in.
Oh, but we have CWJ, low HP for Amihan Esports, a good opportunity to make it out, but Amihan Esports will get the Baron Nashor, of course, presented to you by Globe, and that will be another kill. Raven and Golden Feet, the only one remaining for Alliance, making one more kill for Amihan Esports, as the only one remaining will be the ADC. Amihan Esports is now crashing down, going for the push into the mid lane, opting to go for the tier 2 turret.
A very risky plays coming out of Alliance overall. They're just throwing bodies at them in hopes to actually steal some objectives. But with the boss slam as well, Featherstorm, he makes it out.
What a play from Mitsura. That was pretty close, as Featherstorm will be forced out, as you stated, but that will be a good, valuable ultimate lost by Alliance in that engagement, and that is something that we need to take note if ever a fight once again occurs. But Amihan Esports opts to back away, an ideal move coming in from them.
Carl now overextends for a little bit, and I don't think that he can walk out of that Hextech ultimatum at all, and still, he has managed to go in for the trades, and Amihan Esports is going to be replying this one.
And now it's gonna be the tactical sweep just to delay the fight. Gragas will fall down though, and the Cataclysm will not be enough to lock them all in. It's now gonna be the taunt connecting onto Carl, as Carl gets the kill. The Call of the Meek puts him at the sustainability, gives him more HP. It's now gonna be the push to finish for Amihan Esports as they go to the Nexus base, tries to finish the game, and that will be game number 1 of Group B, won by Amihan Esports.
What a performance coming out of Amihan, and you could clearly see the joy through your screens as they have managed to secure the very first point in their respective group. Alliance did not expect a setup over the Baron lane, and this Fiora was put back into her place, rendering her unable to even fare 1v1 with the Renton that we've seen early on, and deservedly take one of the quickest games that we have seen so far in day 1.
And this is synonymous to their name. Amihan Esports in the Filipino region domestically has played it through and through with an aggressive hyper-aggression game style, wherein they really want to dominate when it comes to the game. They want to go in for that all-in type of setup, which they did from a while back. In this game number 1 in the Group B, as you're looking at the standings, it's a 10-23 in favor of Amihan Esports, and throughout the gold graph, it's in favoring of them as well. And this just shows how aggressive they keep on playing. They want to go for the objective, they're gonna take it down. They want to go for a turret, they're gonna take it down. And this is what we might expect sooner or later in the next days, or even in the next matches, from Amihan Esports coming into the Summer Simba Cup.
For Alliance to actually work out this draft real well, they really have to first and foremost secure a solid lead, but it was all being set up perfectly by Mitsuru from the get-go when he went in for a very slight invade to, of course, take a little bit more of that XP gain coming from Shinsekai at first, but it was all about that setup over on the top side of the map with a 3-man dive again, and again. And CWJ could only just sit back either under the turret. He's also not going to be safe. They have to forsake that very first tier 1 over the Baron lane. Let's have a look at the highlights once more. And this was the plays that was being brought right in, and CWJ was being forced to either sink or swim, and things just went down south afterwards.
Yeah, it's just a amount of 3-man roams, 4-man roams that Amihan Esports is doing that forces out Alliance as well to do the same thing into the bottom lane. But that is not exactly where Amihan Esports is centralizing their engagement. It was onto the Brown lane. They got the first tower blood from that as well that enabled them for the gold lead, and after then they were just power spiking hardcore in the early game, enabled them to buy some items early to then go for a dominant damage against Alliance when it comes to the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, and looking at this re-engage, it was perfectly executed by the likes of Amihan Esports just to negate any more of danger coming out of Alliance. But Alliance have managed to get a little bit more of a lead from this point onwards by taking down the turret over bot, and that sort of be pressure coming in from Alliance didn't really face Carl at all as he managed to slice and dice away with the Cataclysm locking them all in place. Amihan can just easily walk right through the rest of the members of Alliance from there onwards.
Yeah, and if ever, I think that was a good placement from Alliance that they did into the bottom lane. But the problem is, they're fighting when their turret was gone already. That enabled Amihan Esports to just crash down, collapse against them, and just finish right through with those kills. And this just enabled their spiking in terms of gold. They got the Mountain Dragon, they got the Cloud Dragon, and after then, they are at a 6-kill lead against the enemy team. So I think that just disabled how Cold and Feed can now scale out. And traditionally, you want your ADC to be the hyper carry when it comes to the mid game. But just the amount of pressure from Amihan Esports disabled that potential.
We can tell that Alliance was trying to pull off some desperate plays, trying to dive right into the Baron pit over on that moment. But you can tell that SSK, when he dove in, it was just 1 second all too late. And even if so, many of these members of Alliance will have their death timers up, and that will be a very smooth push coming out of Amihan. And here we are at the MVP screens as we see Jelson being the man of the match.
Yeah, he is very responsive. Time and time again, when you're looking at that game number 1, Justin was able to rotate easily whenever a fight occurs. Even if a punish will be there, you have Jelson to go for those responses into the Dragon lane, into the mid lane, to get those security and just be a cleanup crew for his team to get those kills, to get those security against Alliance. And even then, you're looking at Sun for Aegis, Deadman's Play, Force of Nature, and even Execution is calling to build up onto a tanky type champ to be the front liner of his team, to go for all those aggros from Alliance.
That's right. Now, just look at the itemization as well. When this Fuhrer is being set so far behind, it's going to be a lot more difficult to deal with a bunch of tanks that's going to be always up in your face. Or should I say, when you do see a bunch of tanks, you better run for your life by then. So CWJ will definitely have to look for an alternative the next time if they were to meet again with Amihan Esports, and hopefully by then the Singaporean region would be able to at least pull it to a closer fight. But overall, I love the ideation. I love the draft that come in from both sides, and unfortunately for the likes of Alliance, of course, they will have to take this loss for now, but there will still be more games to come for that site. And of course, congratulations to the Philippines region with both Team Secret as well as now Amihan taking the win for their respective groups. So we're going to be having even more to come. So inside of this Group B, there will be another match coming in the way, and I'm pretty much stoked for this one as well, because in the next game, we will be seeing Bigetron, Infinity, taking on GeekFam. Now, Infinity, I'm pretty sure that, you have pretty much resemblance to one of the teams here when it comes down to names. So is there something that you really want to bring up about Bigetron Esports overall? Because from what the panelists have already studied about both teams, they sort of have a very similar pattern when it comes down to their minds of how to play Wild Rift.
Yeah, definitely. I think Bigetron Esports, their wins comes from understanding how to take team fights, and I think we can expect the same thing coming in from the second game of the Group B. Bigetron Esports is known to really have that decision making on the point, and if they do the same thing, I think there is a lot of potential that they could take the win, they could take the dub against the their enemy team coming in from Group number B, which is GeekFam. But in the same way, I think GeekFam has also a lot prepared coming in from this Group B, how Ozoraveki gets things done. And I want to hear your thoughts coming into it as well, Contra, how you think of how this match is going to play out.
Well, it's definitely going to be a close one to say at the very least. And GeekFam, they were looked upon as the best team of Malaysia until a point in time where Berjaya Dragons, after many of these upsets, every single time that they meet Berjaya Dragons, it always goes to 5 games in total in the best of 5. But it was always GeekFam coming in with a reverse sweep. But on the grand finals, they were looking a little bit more lackluster. So I believe that they should have actually fixed some of these issues when it comes down to shot calling, or even the over-aggressiveness that they tend to overextend from time to time. But the main idea is this, to actually will babysit their marksman until it goes up to become that big boy to see to really put in the damages. And the Shang is also another player that you will have to look out for over in Baron Lane because he is very flexible when it comes down to pick. We even see Singe being picked up by the Shang previously, so I don't really know will he be running rampant with his poison all over the map. But all in all, like you said, Ozorveki, the mainstay and the superstar for GeekFam here, will be looking to shine with all these varieties that he can pick up. And I did mention about a Renekton mid lane potential. He has played this one back in the grand finals itself in the Malaysian region.
Yeah, I think Renekton mid lane is a very situational pick, but if it's gonna be locking in to fitting that role, I think it's gonna be pretty massive. And I think that situation would lead into having a mid lane melee champion as well, in the form of the Gragas that we have seen a while ago, but rather Dash showing up. Fiora mid lane, we saw that in the Philippine region as well being brought up. A Galio coming into the mid lane, putting Renekton into the mid lane matchup against those champions, I think has a lot of potential because you have the increased sustainability with the Call of the Meek from Renekton, and on top of all that, when you're really just going in for those basic attacks, build up onto the Rage. When you have those Rage available, use your ultimate 1v1, you're definitely gonna win that type of setup. So I think Renekton mid lane definitely fits out well into those type of situations, and if not, you can put it into the Baron lane. And speaking of the same lane, Contra, what do you think are the champions that we can expect come out into the Baron lane?
Well, the Baron lane will be expecting maybe a little bit more of Fiora as well as Camille if it's being left up in the open. I don't really see a point of banning out the Fiora as it will open up even more lethal threats out there. So we have probably a lot of options left available for GeekFam, whether or not if they want to go a little bit more defensively, we will be expecting a Garen up top for the Shang. But I'm even more interested on the jungle because both Rumble as well as Bigetron Infinity's very own control will be able to exert a little bit more pressure to, of course, alter the course to their very own favor because they have very similar picks, both really opting for the Lee Sin. We don't see that much of a Camille pickup in the jungle for GeekFam. However, Rumble could always go for that option as well. Vi has been shown by both sides when it comes down to the grand finals that they have played out respectively. So I wonder if there will be a little bit of clash of picks when it comes down to what they really want to get by the end of the day.
Definitely, and that lapse, you need to adjust. You need to be adaptable. And I think that is going to be sort of the characteristics coming into the Summer Super Cup. You need to be adaptable, you need to be flexible, and you need to be risk tolerant. With those characteristics, you can actually go in for any situations and be good and be great and be dominant in those respective matches. And I think we can expect the same thing. If Lee Sin is going to be banned away, what do you have in store left? And Camille is something that you stated for Bigetron Esports to pick up. Now GeekFam now needs to think, what do they have in store to match it up into the jungle role as well? They have the Rengar, they have the Olaf, they have the Kha'Zix. And I think you mentioned this a while ago. You're excited to see a Kha'Zix once again into the Summer Super Cup. And I want to ask you this question. What do you think makes Kha'Zix actually strong coming into the 5v5?
Well, for Kha'Zix, of course, before you even talk about the 5v5, he has to dominate the early stage of the game. So the advantage of Kha'Zix is he can easily just leap his way through the mid lane to set up an unsuspecting gank up over on towards the mid laner, whether it's going to be a mage or an assassin. If anybody oversteps or, of course, overstays their welcome against Ozorveki, you will be certain that Rumble will be paying a visit to punish the overextension coming out of the teams that will be facing them. But all in all, it's always going to be a double-edged sword when you're going to be picking on a very snowball-heavy champion in the jungle, such as the Rengar or even the Kha'Zix in general. So if you were to fall behind at the early stage of the game, you're probably going to be struggling a whole lot to even think about the 5v5.
Yeah, and I think Kha'Zix is strong when it comes to the isolation of each enemy team, right? When you're enemy team is isolated, you have the Kazakhs, you can just jump in, dominate that, and just one-shot the lead from Kazakhs towards the enemy team. And if ever it comes out for the side of GeekFam as they played it in the past, we can expect the same thing that they want to do coming up against Bigetron Esports. Now, you talked about mid lane a while ago. What can we expect from the mid lane from both of these teams?
All right, so I'll start off with Ozorveki right here, and then your camera is going to be Rumple. He's always got this really cheeky face going on. You can't really tell whether he's being all too serious or he's always joking. The last time I spoke to him, he says like, we're not going to go in for first sweep against Berjaya Dragons anyways. We'll just stomp it 4-0, but that definitely didn't age well. So back towards what you were saying, back in the mid lane, Veki usually opts to go in for his comfort picks, such as the Orianna as well as the Ahri. Yes, he does have an arsenal of other mages to be brought out as well. Back in the olden days of the PC era where he was playing in HONGKONG Esports or HONGKONG Attitude, even he has been taking on multiple different roles. Now that he's returning back towards the mid lane, he has this potential to even come up with a pocket pick of a Fizz up and away.
And I think that's a good pick right now. Because if you're going for the 5v5, you have Chums of the Water that can actually go in for a big knock-up and a burst damage potential that can lead your team to a very great advantage when it comes to going in for the cleanup potential when it comes to the 5v5. So definitely, I see a Fizz coming through. Orianna and Ahri can be expected from GeekFam into the mid lane. But now, let's look at onto Bigetron Esports and what they have in store in the same lane, mid lane for Nuts.
Yeah, when we talk about Nuts, you got to talk about his what he offers when it comes down to team fight. He loves to go in for those big elements like the Moonfall coming from Diana or even the Galio overall. Or if you want to lay back and do a lot of poke damage, he will opt to go for the Ziggs or even Orianna. That is still pretty relevant when it comes down to this meta. But I definitely think that Ziggs will be a heavy favorite for both sides to be securing in this matchup itself. Now, bottom lane though, we haven't really talked too much about this, but Bigetron Infinity right here has brought up the Vestayan couple, Zaya as well as Rakan over the bottom side. So do you expect this to be pulled up against GeekFam?
Definitely, I think Asai Rakan gives you the priority into the Dragon lane, and having the Rakan available even at level 1, level 2, you already have your power spike there because of the Grand Entrance that you can utilize to go for the early aggression, and Saya will be there to go for the root as well. So the synergy of both Saya and Rakan is really great when utilized very well, and their scaling potential gives up on that aspect as well of trying to go for aggressive push from these two teams. So GeekFam, Bigetron Esports can definitely have the Rakan being picked up. Although one of the disadvantage of having this sort of these two champions is if you have Rakan in your draft, you need to have a game setter. You need to have an initiator on top of Rakan, because Rakan is a squishy champion. Yes, he was buffed up when it comes to the magic resistance, but that is not enough to really put him as a considerable tank when it comes to getting all the aggros. But you know, we talked about the champions coming in. Now let's talk about the draft as we look at GeekFam versus Bigetron Esports in Game 1 for their series.
Sorry to cut you off for a little bit, as GeekFam tends not to contest for the Ziggs. They immediately banned it away, saying that, okay, let's try to see what will the likes of Bigetron actually offer when they don't have this dominant force across the map to drop in the Mega Inferno Bomb. But the rest of the bans will be the Fura for GeekFam. Meanwhile, Bigetron Esports don't really want a giant kitty cat leaping their way with the Turtle Hunt, so they will negate that from the hands of Rumple as well as the Galio being banned away.
Ooh, but we talked about Lee Sin a while ago having laps onto the pool about Bigetron Esports and GeekFam as well. But Rumple will have the Lee Sin comfortable pick for their team as well, and forcing out Camille for Bigetron Esports.
It's interesting to note for the fact that GeekFam actually give away the pick of the Camille over the hands of Bigetron Esports right now, and Control opts to also hover on top of the Twisted Fate, and of course locks that in for their second one. But GeekFam has already established that bottom lane, they just want to make sure that this Kai'Sa will become the hyper carry heading in towards the late game. So they will be pairing it with the Rakan as we mentioned early on.
Although it's a different ADC, it's gonna be a Kai'Sa for GeekFam to be locked in, but Bigetron Esports is going in for the Lulu Tristana. That's something that we have seen so far, but the Olaf is available for them, and we know that classic Wild Rift in the past in the beta stages utilizes the Olaf and the Lulu very well, and it's actually quite dominant. And the question would be is if we can see it today.
It's quite a beautiful ideation coming in from Bigetron Esports, where you could have the Hextech Ultimatum pulled up alongside with the Destiny, where they could just focus down one member off the side of GeekFam. And, you know, if things were not going well, you can rely on this Lulu pickup here with the Wild Growth, giving them a little bit more room. I'm really not too sure about this Lulu because there was that previous patch nerf where the Whimsy range was reduced towards a certain amount, which is a little bit more tricky to pull off. So, with that being said, we will dive right into Summoner's Rift for this match in Group B.
Top 2 seed of Indonesia versus top 2 seed of Malaysia. Going to clash it out on this game number 1 for them in this Group B group stage. So I think this is going to be a bloodshed, once again a bloodfest for GeekFam and both Bigetron Esports as well. But there are task lists to actually check for both GeekFam, because Renekton needs to be RK and also the Black Cleaver, and that will be his 2-core item power spike. And in the same way, you have Momo with a Kai'Sa, actually needs some more as well. Potentially having the Manamune, as we've talked about a while ago, as a caster of type of a champion for a Kai'Sa, or having traditional, having a BR, having the BF Sword, Executioner's Calling, and the Longsword to upgrade your Arcadian Rain, then go after BRK, then Rune and Sirkin to upgrade your Super Charge. So a lot of items needed for GeekFam to actually go for the power spike, maybe aside from Rumple, which is an early game champion. But with that said, Bigetron Esports, what do you think about the draft overall? Contra.
Well, just looking at Bigetron Esports right now, what really piqued my interest is a double setup of the fleet footwork that's coming from Control as well as Nuts. Bottom lane sees a little bit of a push and pull from both ends, but joining them will be Control eventually. Overall, I do like this sort of the gutsy dive composition per se. When it comes down to team fight, they can still manage their way through. But if we look into how they really want to set things up for a win condition, they have to ensure both Nuts as well as they will get the very big lead that they should get eventually heading towards the mid lane if they were to move across the map for some big plays.
Although having the Lee Sin with the Sonic Wave onto a Garen, onto Fam 1 into the Baron lane, gives Bigetron Esports the information that GeekFam has a strong side of the map into the Baron lane instead of the dual lane that can be utilized by Bigetron Esports if they wanted to. But Control is just gonna farm out. I think the key level for Control onto the Camille is level 5, and now that he has it, there is a big lead that they can do to go for a gank into the dual lane as they're padding it towards it.
Just looking back into some of the sort of the setup of the runes as well, Nyx opts to actually take the aftershock, but I do actually have a little bit of a preference to things like the Font of Life, which you could easily proc by going in for a grand entrance or quickness just to get a little bit more health back. But this goes to show that you want a little bit more tankiness for this Rakan, as well as a little bit more extra damage coming into certain team fights out there. Well, just look at the builds. We will have Rumple as well as the Shank, both probably rushing in for the Black Cleaver to start things off.
Definitely, I think Renekton has those 2-core item power spike, and the Shank having the Black Cleaver first gives him the potential to deal damage and also some penetration in his pocket that can deal out Fab 1 into some sort of devastation from the Baron lane. But regardless, now we're in 3 minutes and 36 seconds, which means that the Mountain Dragon will come up a little bit after. And this is something that can lead to a first type of clash for these two teams.
Rumble trying to actually spot out the member of Bigetron Esports while Nuts will be looking to move in towards the river, perhaps just picking a couple of the honey fruit. Shouldn't be too much of a hassle for him to do so. Now that they're already setting up upon this Drake, they've already brought down to 50% of HP. I don't think that them should actually go anywhere towards it, or this will be spelling trouble for the Blazing side.
And they did. GeekFam will not get it, and Bigetron Esports will secure the Mountain Dragon, leading them into a 500 gold lead against GeekFam. And there is still a potential for them to go for the Tower First Blood, as no one still has it secured. So I think that will be the next objective that these two teams are looking forward to, especially with the Rift Herald coming up on 6 minutes, that they could utilize as well to get this sort of objective in the early game phase.
Beautiful setup coming in from GeekFam, but there is no one to be seen, so they will be looking to secure turret number 1 for the Malaysian Legion. So, for now, GeekFam does have a very slight lead after achieving to do so. BTR just needing to actually set the tempo right. Both sides actually having a very relatively slow start as compared to all the other previous teams that have been playing in Group A. Expect to see Control here to be moving his way out if he does have the hook shot available, whether it's going to be a dive coming in from GeekFam. There needs to be a certain response coming from the Indonesian side. That's where the rest of the Bigetron Esports members are going to be going on a reset and retreat. Well, the dive comes in.
Quickness. Now actually being casted out by Rakan from Nyx, and Control will be forced to flash away. Bigetron Esports is now coming up with a Destiny in. It's going to be the stun connected onto Rumple. Rumple will flash away after the silver of health remaining, but he will still stay alive. It's a Wild Growth connecting onto Flop 1, also alive in terms of the fight. They will not get anything in return, while GeekFam gets 2 turrets into the Baron lane.
They still have Devil here doing a little bit of a split push. And interesting enough, if Devil were to join right in, they might just have enough damage to actually take down more members of GeekFam. It becomes a stalemate where both sides are being very respectful of each other, but the Shang now kind of overstepping his line here as Bigetron Esports want to take another huge objective down. Shelly stays low, but GeekFam a little bit too far out of reach. Becky already being spotted up by the Warping Place, and here comes a little bit of charm. That's a stun.
Herald slain by Globe for Bigetron Esports, and that is gonna be a lot to take in, as they could actually utilize this to gain more gold lead, because at the current standing it's pretty much even for these two teams, only a difference of 300 gold in favor of BTR. And the items are now locking in with Black Cleaver already available for the Shang and also Rumpel. This can actually lead to a very devastating fight, especially having the first Rift Herald down, first Dragon down. The next objective will be the turrets while waiting for the next Dragon to come up.
It's really hard to tell them apart right now. It's basically them doing very similar macro plays overall, but GeekFam not really prioritizing on some of all these key objectives over on the river. They tend to look out for the turrets instead, but this might actually cost them overall in the later stages of the game. Now, let's needing to actually farm a whole lot more just to get all these big ticket items out. So I kind of want to see the overall build that's going to be coming in the way for not only our Twisted Fate, which usually will be more of a sort of the first AT, and beautiful charm coming in.
Connecting down to Control, and now it's gonna be Hexic Ultimatum just save his life. That was 2 ultimates fallen down by Bigetron Esports from Harry and Control, and that will be valuable ultimates wasted, especially with the Cloud Dragon up in 5 seconds. That will be something to put Bigetron Esports at a disadvantage, as we have them being zoned up by GeekFam through and through.
Still going to be a little bit more focus over the mid side here, a little bit push and pull, and oh boy, I don't know if Falp really wants to commit to this, but they do have to power out.
Rage. What a play from Lee Sin, from Rumpel, from GeekFam. Actually going for the 2-man knockup, but Dinks will fall down, puts them at a number disadvantage, and Bigetron Esports will get the lead onto the Cloud Dragon, because GeekFam prioritizes onto the Rift Herald. But GeekFam is not going to produce a free Dragon for the side of BTR, as Charm will connect onto Fop 1, opts to go back away, as this will be another objective secured by Bigetron Esports.
Very smart moves being pulled out by Bigetron Infinity right now. They not only get the Drake that's in place, they have been able to open up the map over on the tier 1 mid lane. And GeekFam doesn't seem like they have their minds all on the same page, where they were kind of like thinking, okay, should we take down the Herald? Should we even go for a full 5v5 contest over the Drake? They chose the safer option, but that safe option is going to be biting them from behind because they lose both the turret as well as the Drake. Now with the goal all stashed up, Bigetron Esports make some big purchases out there, and that crit build is going to definitely hurt the members of GeekFam once Dewa pops up in these team fights.
I like how you mentioned onto the split that GeekFam actually did. Like, we have Nyx going in for the clash against Bigetron Esports and Rumple as well, while the rest of the team was going for the Rift Herald. And that split just disabled on them on going for the 5v5. But regardless, now they're coming back at it, getting a turret into the Dragon lane, which leads them more gold and closing it in against Bigetron Esports, as Hextech Ultimatum is now going to be forced out onto the Shang. And we have Flap Wall with a spin, putting them at low HP as the Shang will be dominated and Rumple will be out as well, as Bigetron Esports gets the number advantage going to Baron Nashor.
I'm not liking what I'm seeing from GeekFam right now. They're giving too much leeway to Bigetron Esports, and now with the Baron on the line, this could be really game-changing. And GeekFam, they don't notice this because they don't have vision, but even if they do, they will opt to take down the turret instead. But the good news is this is, of course, the Globe Baron Nashor that's being brought right into play by Bigetron Esports. But the duration wouldn't last as long as the later stages of the game when more Barons come into play.
With the objectives being thrown out from GeekFam towards Bigetron Esports, they're now leading with a 2.4k gold lead. And Mountain Dragon, Cloud Dragon leads them to a good scaling when it comes to the mid-game, late-game. And that should be something that GeekFam needs to think about. What do they do next? Especially with Infernal Dragon being the next Dragon objective, you need to think of a way to try and punish Bigetron Esports, especially with Baron buff available, because they have the lane control. They have the pressure coming in from mid lane, Dragon lane, and the Baron lane. And GeekFam, you need to think of something to punish it and delay how Bigetron Esports is trying to go for the push.
Just looking at how GeekFam is playing right now, they really need Rumple to step up a notch here. He went in for the Black Cleaver build, which means that he can't really take too much risks as compared to Lee Sins, who usually build GA. But oh boy, this might just be a very hard situation for GeekFam right now.
Yeah, and those are Becky actually force out the ultimate because of the zoning from Bigetron Esports and pressuring onto the mid lane. The 4-1 setups is doing them great because GeekFam is now pressured in to defend the their turret into the mid lane, top lane, and even the Dragon lane right now. And that's going to split the manpower of GeekFam to a T that they need to defend. As 1.5k HP remaining into the inhibitor turret mid lane, then they need to defend. That's something that they need to think about, as we have Nuts into the bottom lane, going for the push as well. Bigetron Esports is just side laning, waiting for the right opportunity. That's the lane control for you with a Baron buff, pressuring in all lanes.
The Baron power play has definitely pushed GeekFam all into a state of turmoil right now, losing out the inhib right over the mid lane already, so you will expect more super minions to be shoved right in. And GeekFam is in the poor state to even try to contest for this upcoming Drake. And Rumple now getting silenced. This is no good news for the Silesian.
And Hextech Ultimatum actually connected onto Momo, and Momo will force out the stasis, but the stasis will not be enough to go for the delay, as we have Nyx falling down. Rumple is out of the question as well, as Bigetron Esports is now collapsing into the bottom lane, gets a kill, gets two, and that will be the triple kill from Nuts as he rampages onto the Rift. And the only one remaining is Azora Becky to go for the defense, but Bigetron Esports will take the Nexus base down, and they will take game 2 from Group B.
The Indonesian powerhouse will dominate this in a clean play of a macro display being brought out over the Rift. as much as we don't really see those high kill volumes as compared to the rest of the matches, you can definitely tell that Bigetron were on the right track, calling the right moves to negate any form of danger coming from GeekFam. And I'm just really startled at the fact that they have so many of all these aggressive picks coming from GeekFam, but they're not really utilizing it in full effect. And, well, you can of course have either the Renton diving hit first alongside Rumple, but every time Rumple tries to go in, there's always this huge Garen right in front of him, and once he gets silenced, there's no buttons you can press as you will be locked right in by the Camille, which Control has performed tremendously well, securing the MVP for Bigetron Esports.
Yeah, they're quick in responding into those fights, and if you're looking at it, it's 1-7. Bigetron Esports pretty much got every single objective into the map. The Mountain Dragon, the first dragon objective came to them. Rift Herald came to them as well. The second dragon came to them as well. So we're pretty much, when it comes to the objective game, Bigetron Esports dominated that game. And I think when you're leading into putting out those objectives, when you're in the mid-game, late game, it's not looking good for your team.
Oh, wow. Just something that I didn't really expect, because it definitely is a little bit of a, or it's not really a little bit, it's quite a dip of performance for GeekFam, because if you look back into how they played their own regional finals or the playoffs overall, there's this sort of feistiness that they've always displayed, especially on Rumble in the jungle. But I don't see any aggression coming in from this Lee Sin, which kind of puzzled me throughout the entirety of this game. And let's have a look at the highlights. As much as there wasn't much kills, there was a lot of good calls from both ends.
Yeah, the Oppo Reno 5 play the game is now running into your eyes for the viewers watching at home. Bigetron Esports got the delay a bit when it comes to the game. This is how GF was just trying to pressure in against them, and GeekFam was trying to go all in. But there was some scenarios that they were splitting up the manpower, as we talked about a while ago during in-game, that has lost them those fights. With the numbers advantage that BTR keeps on getting, they keep on getting objectives after, and those are the type of scenarios that you need to do, is to get those trades, to get those follow-ups. When it comes to the objectives, if you get the advantage throughout the kills, or get the disadvantage when you get killed by the enemy team.
And you can clearly tell that this was quite a split side of GeekFam, where they don't really have any sort of manpower to even fend off against the likes of Bigetron by then. And yeah, they could only get one kill by just focusing down on Garen, which isn't, of course, the ideal pickup for them. If they could actually go for it, they could look for Control, but Control was a little bit too slippery to be caught overall. And just look at this big win for Bigetron Infinity, as they only got, like, what, 2 items being set up? They didn't even need the enchantment going on for him. He's only got this plated steel caps over on his boots, and that's just about enough to take the very first game of their double round robin meeting.
Yeah, and I think Trinity Force and Death Dance will be enough, as you stated, because Death Dance actually delays how much damage inputs towards your HP, and that's like 3 seconds as far as I remember, and it gives you that. Trinity Force is a spammy type of skill that can go in synergy with a Camille into the jungle side, and definitely gonna be a great run from the jungle of Bigetron Esports.
86% of all these kill participation has gone through for this Camille that was being displayed by the Indonesian aces here. And well, I'm pretty sure that the local fans back in their region will be extremely proud of them, because, you know, the Malaysian fans usually have something to say about, you know, usually it comes down to foot rivalry, and now bring it to WoW Rift in particular. Well, things can only get spicier from here onwards, but that will wrap up the display of both sides. And I really want to see GeekFam really switching things up a notch if they were to ever play against Bigetron Esports once more. So after that series of matches in these different sort of groups, as well as all of that best of ones between these teams that we've just seen, I believe that we've already got a little bit of grasp of how the meta is already shaping overall Infinity.
Yeah, definitely. The meta is now being molded in the Summer Super Cup, wherein you have the Camille, you have the Lee Sin, you have the Galio Gragas champions being locked in, and actually quite dominant in the Rifts thus far. And I think we can expect the same thing coming into the next series, wherein these teams are going to utilize those flexible champions, those champions that can be brought into the mid lane, into the bottom lane, and how type of aggression you want to put into the mix of your game style. And I think it's something that is really surprising and exciting to see, right? What do we have that is untraditional, that can come into the meta, that can really change out everything in the Summer Super Cup? The same way how we saw the unkillable Olaf composition from Team Secret in the past, how we saw the Renekton being brought in first and even the Xin Chao mid lane domestically in the Hong Kong region. So I think we'd expect a lot of things coming from that one for the next series to come. Contra, and the last words for that Group B that we have just seen a while ago.
Well, just look at the power level of Group B right now. I would tend to think that Amihan Esports should be able to dominate this group, hands down, if we were to go with a very similar pacing, and if they were to meet GeekFam or Bigetron Infinity, they shouldn't have too much of a problem. Alliance definitely, now after tasting their very first defeat ever, especially on the international level, it's definitely going to be a slight to them, but there's still many more matches to go. They shouldn't be too phased about it. I believe that they should be able to recover, but we haven't really seen too much of a final form from either side. Bigetron Infinity definitely showing a little bit more of a clean play overall. So I will be looking forward to when Amihan Esports will be taking on Bigetron Esports.
Definitely clean play, untraditional picks, changing the meta are all the things that we have just seen. But we're gonna step away for now. I'm Infinity and this is Contra, because when we come back, it's gonna be the panelist that's giving us more insights on what just happened in that Group B matches.
Welcome back to the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Super Cup, where Amihan Esports and Bigetron Esports have secured the next matches of the Summer Super Cup. Mika Fabs over here as your panel host, and now joined by Infinity, Contra, and Autolus on the panel. Great job casting, by the way, Infinity and Contra. Awesome stuff. And checking out, of course, our series highlights. Just jumping into the recap of what happened with our Group B matches. And first up, we do have Amihan Esports versus Alliance. You know what? Amihan Esports, the oncoming storm indeed. And they just took their first game in just 30 minutes. We saw that almost notorious hyper-aggressive playstyle in action, the 4, sometimes 5-man rotations, and I think that their ticket to victory was Carl. You know, in the Sea Icon Series Philippines, we know him as Carl the Immortal because for some magical reason, this guy survives even the most impossible scenarios. And seeing him on the Renekton, he was just fearless. What do you think, Infinity?
Yeah, I think Carl was known to go for the type of champions that can sustain himself. And in addition to that one, Carl, with the Call of the Meek, can really go for the sustainability as well because of the life or HP regen that it gives you. So definitely Carl having those picks, having this kill kit that can be synonymous to his name in the Philippine region, he can sustain himself and go for the front lines to just defend against their enemy team.
Yeah, as we move forward here, we are looking at some of the highlights coming in from the Indonesian region versus the Malaysian side of GeekFam, and I can definitely tell that Bigetron was a whole lot more coordinated from how they were playing this. And if you were to compare, two different Renektons, the Shank hasn't been really in his top performance overall. And after that Baron Nashor takedown, Bigetron literally had this in the bag, especially when they have already opened up that inhib down the mid lane.
Right, so we saw two games and two contrasting styles, right? With Amihan and Alliance, it's all about aggression. And just a huge shout out to my boy in Orthros because that's the first time that he went for the Leona pick and was very effective as well. I thought to myself that he was just an enchanter support guy, but I'm happy to be wrong. All right, and on the other side, Bigetron and GeekFam, we saw their more patient, standard way of playing League of Legends Wild Rift. So it is still very open to everyone or to the meta as to what really will conquer Summer Super Cup.
Let's actually check out the draft history from the first match because you did bring up the Leona, and Riku mentioned this as we were talking off stream, the Jarvan 4, or as we like to call it, the Jelson 4, just because the player is there, and the Leona, that double spear combination, that was really good for Amihan Esports. But I do have a question, Fiora. Was this a good pick for Alliance? What do you think, boys?
I think Fiora is a great champion in and of itself because you have the 4-1 setup capability. But the problem is you have the Jarvan 4 to lock you down and you cannot go away. And on top of all that, you also have the Gragas with the explosive cast that can potentially disrupt how you want to be aggressive in a 5v5 type of scenarios. And that was just the scenario that happened through and through, how Alliance wasn't really able to capitalize onto this champion to go and split push and to go for the 5v5 and also get the backline access.
Like, I could definitely tell that the idea that was brought to play by Amihan Esports is to really set up a dive composition where you could easily engage or even disengage when you do have that Gragas available. You can actually start a fight with either parties. You got the Jarvan, you've got the Leona, Renekton, or even Gragas. So Alliance will be keeping themselves guessing who will be the one that will be jumping head first to actually, get things going. But Alliance, their ideation wasn't all too shabby per se. It's more of the execution that was slightly all over the place that resulted in pretty much a windfall, and of course they got swept by the storm.
Right, that's right. So the last time I saw a 0-3 start in the Baron lane in the span of 2 minutes was back 2 years ago, I think, wherein it was a thing for low PC and where you really have to be wise in playing the weak side of the map. But one thing to note is heading into this Summer Super Cup, I'm actually fearing for Jelson's champion pool because the tank junglers did actually get hit by a nerf on their clear speed. The Sunfire Aegis and the Bami Cinder has been halved in terms of damage, but Jelson was just making sure to farm those champions. In fact, he bagged our very first MVP.
Indeed, and checking out the draft for our second match between GeekFam and Bigetron Esports. You know, a big question from the previous panel was, where was Gragas? It was a bit unusual that he was open, yet no one picked him, no one fielded him. What are your thoughts on this?
I think Gragas could definitely fit in, but with how both GeekFam and Bigetron Esports wants to play their games, they're not looking to go for this champion instead. Because if you're looking at GeekFam's draft, you have Lee Sin, you have Rakan, you have those early type of aggression, and on top of all that, you also have the ARE. So pretty much, I think they really want to finish a game very, very early into the matchup, and Gragas is sort of the mid-game champion, the late-game champion, wherein you have the Lich Bane, the Rabdon set cap to gain the damage output. So I think that is what GeekFam was opting to go for, and for Bigetron Esports, they're doing it for the single targeted type of setup with the Twisted Fate, with the Hextech Ultimatum from Camille, and also the Grand already with Lulu Tristana there. Gragas doesn't really fit in onto what they want to go for.
Yeah, I could absolutely agree with Infinity as well. If you actually bring the Gragas into play, either it's going to be the Baron lane or the mid lane, it's still going to be very decent. And GeekFam looks to have this sort of composition that is akin to what Amihan tries to actually pull up. The difference in this is that GeekFam doesn't seem to have that sort of mindset to actually play to their advantage, play to what their win condition is supposed to be, and they were being too respectful of Bigetron in the early phase, which they shouldn't have actually done. So if they were to play maybe aggressively, which they do have a slight room to do that, they might actually end up coming up slightly ahead, or of course, the results could actually vary. But Bigetron overall, just look at the entirety of how they actually played this with the Twisted Fate, garnering all the information with the Destiny, and you could easily just lock somebody down with the Hextech Element coming from the jungle. This was absolutely some big plays coming out nuts, as well as the jungler of Bigetron Infinity.
Oh, that's right. Well, when talking about this region, Malaysia in particular, they are big on Akali, but so far, in our 4 games, there's been zero presence at all for that ninja. And I think a big thing to note there is the prominence or the rise of the Twisted Fate's Destiny. I'm still waiting for that one Akali pop off, because knowing these players, there is one highlight play that is going to happen, and I cannot wait.
And I just want to point out, you know, that was 8 minutes and 30-ish seconds before the first blood. A bit of a different pace from the previous matches that we've seen. But of course, congratulations to Amihan Esports and to Bigetron Esports for winning the first of the Group B matches. And now we are just about ready to head on over to Group C. And of course, checking out the teams from Group C, we do have one team esports from the Taiwan region, Onic Esports from the Indonesian region, Impunity Esports from the Singapore region, and Cerberus Esports from the Vietnam region. Now, checking out, of course, the first on the roster over here, we do have one team esports. And this is the first team that we're seeing from the Taiwan region, and a team with a strong pedigree in the mobile gaming scene. This is One Team Esports. Another team that has stayed through thick and thin, One Team Esports impressed everybody in the SEA Icon series in the Taiwan region, especially during their grand finals. They're a team that knows how to wait for those great opportunities and most definitely do not throw away their shot. What do you think, Infinity?
I think they are great and amazing when it comes to the draft. Even before the game has started, they're already playing mind games against their enemy team, and that is something that we expect from One Team Esports. And on top of all that, Xianyo is someone that I want to take note, because Xianyo, when he gets his hands onto the Lee Sin, is just gonna dominate and kick off the enemy champion.
Yeah, I really want to add up to that. He has shown us some spectacular highlights from some of all these scenes that we've seen for One Team, and this team just not only they don't really have to demand any sort of respect. They just command it with just showing you how things are done. And not only that, Ninja 7 is extremely proficient on his Zaya as well. And you can definitely tell, as compared to all the other marksmen, this is where you can tell that Ninja 7 always gets his priorities checked and also in the right spot in position to secure those kills for One Team Esports.
Right. So as we're waiting for the solo highlight player for One Team Esports, just would like to highlight that Taiwan as a region, they really want to funnel those gold, those resources onto their carries in the mid lane, Baya and Ninja 7 in the Dragon lane. Almost 28% of their gold gets funneled onto the mid lane, and it shows, right? The damage per minute there is 545, good for 22%. So that just means that he makes sure that whatever is being funneled to him, he will make use of it efficiently and effectively onto his champion pool. We see here Ari with 71% win rate, 86% for Diana, which I don't think we'll see anymore in the Summer Super Cup. And of course, the notorious Ziggs with 100% win rate.
And check out that KDA as well. That is a 12.2. Definitely a player to look out for. But of course, One Team Esports will be up against Onic Esports. And this is another team that has been very popular in the mobile gaming scene. And they are currently sitting at the top of the Indonesian scene. This is Onic Esports. Objectives are the name of the game for Onic Esports, and a thorough understanding of macro timing. Aggression? Yes. But controlled aggression is what they bring to the game. Infinity, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this team.
Controlled aggression, as you stated, is going to be very important. And if you know what you're doing and mix it up with an aggressive type of playstyle, I think it mixes it very, very well. It is going to be a very optimal situation for Onic Esports to think of a way on how they want to go for those objectives, how they want to tower dive, or how they want to get those ganks and skirmishes available for their team. And that is something that we could expect coming in from Onic.
Do you know for the fact that Onic Esports did actually go through a roster swap as well? They did add in Phoenix as well as Susugaja to really bring in the firepower. Now, Phoenix main pick coming into the jungle would usually be the Lee Sin. So you would expect both of these teams, One Team as well as Onic, to be having a hot contest for that. And that definitely will be a decider to see who will get the blue side. But of course, with even more of the other sort of the key picks and bans that they need to factor in as well, what will be left out in the open. One problem that I do notice is that they don't really have too much diversity down in towards their marksmen, but who you really have to focus on is this really selfless mid laner coming in from Onic Esports. He's very willing to actually risk himself to make plays happen. Yes, the KDA may not be very impressive overall, but you can still see a very good damage per minute ratio coming out of this player.
172 damage per minute, I think, is one of the highest damage per minute that we have here in Summer Super Cup. It's actually good for 32% of the damage being dealt by their team, and that's behind only off a 20% gold that is being funneled to him. You can see the control mages are there, Oriana, Seraphine, and even the Ziggs. So it's going to be somewhat similar in the playstyle for our mid laners here. Whoever gets their hands on their comfort pick, I think, will win.
And for our second matchup for our Group C teams, we have the second team out of the Singapore region. Impunity might be a team of rookies, but they definitely proved their worth, finishing in second at the Icon Series Singapore and even beating out veterans. This is Impunity. might not have as much experience, Impunity Esports shouldn't be overlooked. This team is definitely one with the hunger to prove themselves here at the Summer Super Cup. Infinity, I want to know your thoughts on Impunity Esports. A bit of a tongue twister there. Impunity, okay.
Well, Impunity Esports in the respective region has played very safe in their composition, and I think we can expect the same thing coming in from this group C to match it up against Cerberus Esports as well because of how their draft being so limited, and this is how the mid lane actually opts to go for the Diana. But I think when it comes to 2.3A, you still have the mid lanes of a Gaio. You have Oriana, Ari, Ziggs that can be placed in instead of a Diana instead. Now, I'm really curious on how Impunity actually goes for it, but regardless, I think this is a team to be reckoned with.
I got to agree with Infinity's fair final point right there because Scarlet Petal, he does have a wealth of experience in the Singaporean scene back in the PC days as well. And in fact, there was a year where he was the top 1 player in the Challenger leaderboards for a very long time. So same goes to Quavo. He'll be leading the charge where he will be doing all the shot calls. And it's interesting to also see a little bit of a switcheroo where back then he plays mainly the marksman role, and now it's pretty much the support role where he could just give all his thoughts and experience back to the side of Impunity.
Right, for our solo player highlight, we have Swirled with 5.5 KDA, and what strikes me the most is damage percentage. Look at that, 34%. We have very good mid laners here in our Summer Super Cup, won't you say? Anyway, 80% for the Diana. In terms of the win rate, Ari, very heavily nerfed in 2.3A in terms of armor, is at 67%. Another nerf champion in Katarina, 50%. So it's going to be very exciting to see if he's going to shake up those comfort picks in the mid lane, because so far 2 of these 3 champions just got nerfed.
And they, of course, they will be fighting against a team that managed to emerge as one of the top teams from the Vietnam region. Like their brothers, SBTC Esports, they have managed to beat out Giants, and they are ready for the Giants here at the Summer Super Cup. This is Cerberus Esports. The 3-headed monster from Vietnam is ready to take on the Rift, and they might have fallen short to SBTC Esports in the Sea Icon Series Vietnam, but this is a team that has the adaptability and an innate ability to respond well to anything that might be thrown at them. Infinity, what are your thoughts on Cerberus Esports?
Cerberus Esports is a team of a great nature. They had been a very great team when it comes to the respective region in the Vietnam region, and I think what we could expect is them revolving around the jungle using the Vi, Lee Sin, Camille, and other snowball junglers that can really get the early game for them to translate it in mid-game, late-game fights.
From what I can see from Cerberus Esports, they are a team that likes to also force fights with their sort of picked, like the Camille, Lisa, Diana, or even Kaisa. And at times, if they do get their hands on Gallo, that will be very effective as a sort of reflex pick that can be brought either for Taku or even Fly. And do note, they are one of the teams here with even more members in the substitute roster, which they could actually switch up in the entirety of the group stages. And if they do make it through the playoffs, that might just actually bring even more surprises here to just maybe bring in more wins for the Vietnamese region.
That's right. And for our solo player highlight, we have Genza here. Genza with 35.49%, good for a 35% in terms of damage profile here. So contrary to Impunity, their mid laner Taku is okay in going for the backseat and letting his Dragon Laner shine here. And Genza is not disappointing so far with 24% of the gold being funneled onto him. He can just translate it into a behemoth of a damage. So you have Kaisa with a 50% win rate, Tristana with 71% win rate, and 80% win rate for the caster Ezreal. So far, these three champions and the Dragon Laners are what we will expect in the Summer Super Cup.
All right, guys, it pains me to do this, but I do have to ask for your predictions going into our Group C matches. So first up, we do have One Team Esports versus Onic Esports, and I want to know where you think this matchup is going to go before we check out an interview with one of our teams. So Infinity, we will start with you. Who is your vote going to?
I think I'm gonna put my vote onto Onic Esports coming into this first matchup. How they were very great in terms of understanding their micro and macro timings and how they're playing with each other. So Onic Esports is my vote.
Well, I would beg to differ on my end. One team looks to be very much clean when it comes down to how they execute their fights, and for the region of Taiwan in general, I've seen the wealth of experience that they had back in the PC days, and one team definitely brings in quite a formidable side from their end. So that's where my vote is going to be.
I agree with Contra on this one. This is going to be One Team Esports. It's not going to be even close because from what I've seen, how one team just destroyed playoffs in Taiwan, they are really one of the teams that, one team. One of the teams that we have to be scared of heading into the Summer Super Cup. So this is going to be a clean win for one team.
Wow, that was very spicy indeed, Audalus. I actually think my vote is going over to Onic Esports, but I think this match is so interesting just because both of these teams have such a strong mobile gaming background. I do think that maybe the Indonesian might be able to pull through in this scenario, just because Onic Esports, this is a team that we know has been dominant in the mobile gaming scene. But before we head on over to your predictions for our second match between Impunity Esports and Cerberus Esports, let's actually get to know Cerberus Esports a little bit better in this interview.
Xin chào mọi người, mình tên thật là Trần Hồng Phúc, nickname của mình là Genja. Hiện tại mình đang thi đấu ở vị trí Dragonland.
Xin chào, mình tên là BMM, tên thật của mình là Bùi Minh Mạnh. Hiện tại mình đang thi đấu ở vị trí Bazonan.
Team của mình thành lập vào tháng 3 2021, lúc đó team đánh Icon Series tìm mùa giải. Lúc đó em vẫn còn lưỡng lự giữa chuyển game, tại vì em mới PC qua. Nhưng mà sau đó em đã quyết định em thi đấu chuyên nghiệp ở tốc chiến. Một mùa giải mới, một tựa game mới với rất nhiều điều mới. Flatwork ở Đài Loan.
Team Flatwork.
Mình rất hãnh diện và mình sẽ cố gắng vì điều đó. Cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi mình và team mình. Tụi mình sẽ thể hiện hết sức vì sự ủng hộ của các bạn.
All right, you guys. Well, it will be Impunity Esports versus Cerberus Esports up next, and I wonder actually if that interview influenced your vote as I ask for your predictions coming into the second match for Group C. Which way is it going to go? Infinity, we'll start with you.
Well, I'm gonna start it off with Cerberus Esports as my prediction for this game number 2 in the Group C, as I think they can rely heavily onto Genza as their ADC to pop off in this match.
I am also going to be going in for Cerberus Esports. Of course, no offense to the opposing side. I do think that Cerberus Esports do hold a lot more experience when it comes down to how they actually control the entirety of the macro game, and they just show a lot more aggression, which I'd really love to see in Wild Rift. So I don't know how Impunity is going to fare, but of course it goes down to how QUALIFIERS as well as Scarlet Petal will be holding up with that.
That's right. So make it 3 for Cerberus Esports. Vietnam as a region is just so big on League of Legends. Even back in the LoL PC days, has been very consistent. So head over to your Wild Rift. I don't think it's very much different, right? So Cerberus Esports all the way.
Oh my gosh, our audience is gonna think this is planned. No, I swear, I promise you guys. My vote is also for Cerberus Esports, but I promise you, I did not talk to these panelists. Okay, this was not planned at all. But I do think that Cerberus Esports, after checking them out, the C Icon Series Vietnam, I think they do have what it takes to go up against Impunity Esports. And again, that was not planned, okay? That was not planned at all. But of course, we are ready to kick off our Group C matches. First up, we do have One Team Esports from the Taiwan region versus Onic Esports from the Indonesian region. And right after that, Impunity Esports from the Singapore region versus Cerberus Esports from the Vietnam region. Casters, you guys ready? Let's jump into the rift.
Welcome back, everybody, to the casting desk, and it's gonna be the beginning of our Group C matches. My name is Riku. Together with me is Hungry. It's gonna be another exciting match, and it is gonna be Taiwan first seed versus Indonesian first seed. And Hungry, I gotta ask, how do you think this is going to go? Because the panel, they look like that's gonna be the next match. But for this time around, what do you think is gonna be the result?
Honestly, it feels very 50-50 between One Team Esports and Onic Esports. Just within their qualifiers, they look like outstanding teams, right? There is some, level of veteran competitive experience. I believe Kid and Xianyo were from a different mobile title, placing very high in an international level, coming into Wild Rift. Maybe that experience translates over, but for the most part, it's looking like this is going to be the kind of deciding factor for Group C. I think when we look at the teams inside Group C, there seems to be a very clear divide, right? And you can kind of see that with our panel, all of them voting for Cerberus Esports to its the second match. It's going to be a close one here coming in.
Very excited to check that out as we're now heading over to the draft. One team will be on your blue, Onic Esports on your red, and now right off the bat, that's a Twisted Fate and now a Gragas.
I think the pick here that's going to be highly contested is going to be Lee Sin, as well as Zaya Rakan for One Team Esports. We saw a lot of Renekton focus too earlier in the day, so I think Renekton is going to be highly contested as well. We see the Kai'Sa being banned out and the Camille, so that's pretty much going to round out our bans and leave a lot open, right? We still have the Galio coming in, we still have the Lee Sin as well as the Zaya Rakan.
That's true. I mean, that could be a first pick Lee Sin that we'll be seeing, but never mind, as Diggs is open for the taking. Curious to see what Susu Gaja is going to be picking up this time around as Kai'Sa is taken out.
Yeah, this it's been interesting because when you were looking at the qualifiers, he really only played like Kai'Sa and Ezreal, which is kind of odd considering, the champion pools from a lot of other AD carries tends to be bigger. So having to only default onto Ezreal or Kai'Sa puts them in a awkward position. Their draft right now is set up to succeed with Ezreal though, because you do have the Olaf and Galio, they create a lot of space for Ezreal to just throw Mystic shots out. So far on the Onic Esports side, they haven't given anything away either. This Galio could be middle support. On One Team Esports here, they go for the Tristana and Garen.
There is that Demolition duo popping up, the Ziggs and as well as this Tristana, crazy wave clear and as well as easy tower takes. Onic though, looks like they're going to be finishing up with what you said. It's going to be the Ezreal for their AD carry.
Now that they see the Janna support, they have to think twice if they want to put the Galio into the support position. I think this is a difficult one just because that matchup is kind of difficult. It's kind of tough for the Galio, right? You can't really gap close or find a way into jumping onto the Tristana Janna just purely from the PO as well as the range advantage. Galio is going to have a really tough time this lane as they lock in the Orianna, so that's going to be kind of indicating that we have a support Galio coming in.
Exactly. It is going to be looking like an explosive start so far. We've seen the Jarvan again and the Ziggs with a Cataclysm just to pour in all the bombs. And on the other side of the spectrum, it's an Olaf having that Ragnarok on board and a Galio for that heavy engage. Alongside Han Jaeger's Orianna, it's definitely going to be an exciting Group C debut of one team and as well as Onic Esports.
For people watching, this is a pro tip. Jarvan is a hard counter to Olaf just purely because when you pop the Cataclysm, you kind of trap the Olaf inside, you force him to use the flash, and you kind of isolate him away from your backline, which is where Olaf wants to play. So I do like this response pick coming in from Xianyo, SBCO. Hold on. The Onyx side is just holding on a little bit as we are already on the Rift.
That is true. As one team already on towards the red side. So we'll have to see what one team is going to do this time around, as that will be Xianyo getting that early red buff.
Okay, so there's going to be, I guess, a small kind of technical issue that requires a remake. But one thing I want to talk about before we go into that, Riku, is the idea of like jungle pathing, right? We talked about how 2.38 the jungle was changed quite a bit, and teams are starting to find deviations and ways to play around how to path. Earlier today, we saw some teams just do a full one-side clear into Scuttlecrab and split the map vertically. This time, invade seemed to be the name of the game, and I feel like for the most part, teams will start to innovate and start invading against their opponents.
Yeah, and I think, the mid lane and as well as the support pick will play into will be a huge key in sort of disrupting or possibly countering that invade. So curious to see what will be the adjustments, considering the fact that we see a Tristana, Janna, and a Jarvan and a Ziggs. So a lot of wave clear on the board for them. But of course, we will, after getting through the technical issue, getting through that remake, we will be heading over back to the Rift shortly. But yeah, looks like it has been very exciting so far when it comes to the draft, at least.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed no team do so far is just lane swaps, right? I think in Wild Rift, lane swapping is actually a really important thing if you want to put your jungler ahead. We see a lot of this during the regional playoffs for each region, but coming into the Summer Super Cup, everyone's playing like super conservative. Even earlier today, we saw a game just go like 8 minutes without kills, right? They're sort of feeling out their opponents right now, trying to figure out what works and what doesn't as we go on, because this is a double round robin. There's another opportunity for you to play the same opponents again and kind of absorb the knowledge you have and try to rectify the mistakes that you made. So it's not like, they are just putting all their chips on all in right now early in the tournament.
That's true. It is still day one, so it is that observation or download process that we're seeing at the moment. You mentioned double round robin, but I feel like, as the days go by, there is going to be intense pressure to rack up points as much as they can, because there's a lot of value on getting that first seed to get that straight ticket to the quarterfinals. But good news is that, every group, 3 teams will go through and 1 will say goodbye at the end of the group stages. So there is a little bit of a bigger leeway.
Yeah, I think this bandwidth is awesome. It's also a extended format where the teams get to play more games, right? Double round robin to like a qualifiers that's a bit more punishing during the playoffs. So I do like that. It gives us more Wild Rift. It gives this window for strategic adaptation as the tournament goes on. I'm a big proponent of tournament metas and trying to feel out what your opponents value and then removing that from the pool. So far today, we've seen a high priority, a high focus on the Ziggs, on the Galio. So this is going to be consistent, I think, throughout the tournament as far as we go.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think one thing that I would like to tackle on and ask is that, 2.3A brought in a little bit of adjustments in towards the jungle, which you just mentioned earlier. And of course, the Balmy Cinder and Sunfire Cape, which sort of directly affected all these tank junglers. But what do you think now that Jarvan has been, very proficient so far in our day number 1?
We actually discussed this a little bit during our court and meetings, right? Jarvan is one of those few junglers that can get away with building tank because he wants to take the Conqueror Keystone. So he's still going to be doing damage, and he has the bandwidth to kind of lock you in with the Cataclysm. As long as you are within range, you are going to be punished. So Jarvan is the exception to the rule, wherein most tanks do tend to fall off, I think, with these changes coming in.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that a lot of these regions still like to play the Olaf. When we look back at the Philippine region, Olaf's win rate was pretty skyward or at ground directed towards the ground rather. It's a very, very sad win rate, but looks like it has been finding its own success depending on the teams if they still want to field it out. And looks like, Onic wants to field that out on the table. But now, question is, what certain lanes will affect maybe the first 10 minutes? What are the lanes to watch?
I'll be looking at mid and Baron lane mostly, just because that kind of dictates how the jungler wants to path. We saw earlier today, and that still kind of breaks my heart, right? When I watch Alliance play, one of the big mistakes they made was Shinsekai was full clearing his bot side. I think he was blue, and he full cleared red into Raptors into Krugs. His Baron laner didn't get the memo. He extended and tried to go for the all-in, and he got caught out. The moment you die and burn flash, they'll just keep diving you, right? So this kind of communication between the solo lanes as well as the jungler has to be made clear. If I'm clearing bot side, if I'm playing away from you, you are now weak side. You have to play backwards. You have to kind of take the L for a minute and a half until I clear my way up to you, and then we can try and make something happen.
Yeah, because the two-minute mark definitely will be very important, especially that we are seeing aggressive junglers. Maybe on the side of Xianyo here on this Jarvan 4, it's going to be extremely, extremely important what they do in the first few minutes. Especially that, Phoenix usually plays these very aggressive, maybe single-targeted jungler, focused jungler. So now he's on an Olaf, so I think it's very refreshing.
It is. It's not something we see in his wheelhouse. So far, he's been playing a lot of Lee Sin. Oh, he has played a lot of Lee Sin via Camille in his own regional qualifier. When I was looking at him play, I was like, this guy is cracked on Lee Sin. There's a highlight clip I think Ban posted about how he did this like triple jump into an insect and kicked the AD carry into the enemy team. I was like, whoa, that is insane, right? But now, even though Lee Sin is open, he opts for the Olaf instead. This is a deviation from the norm, which is something we're seeing teams do a lot more in the Summer Super Cup. The sort of strategies that they came into the tournament with are being discarded, or at least they're putting it on a shelf for a while and then trying new things out, trying to feel out their opponents. It's been the case for most of the games today. Even when we were looking at Team Secret, they were playing, kind of unorthodoxy compositions. They weren't playing this unkillable composition that we generally saw, right? So they're experimenting. They have the bandwidth to do so, and those that are able to experiment successfully will probably find more wins as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, that's true. I think that is the huge differences between, the usual BO3 that most of the group stages and playoffs the teams have encountered in their respective regions. Now it's BO1, so there's a little bit of room of, that unpredictability. You do have that leeway to catch all these teams off guard. But so far, looking at the draft for One and Onic seems to be standard. I guess what you mentioned, a little bit of the difference is Phoenix not on the usual trinity of the Camille, Vi, and Lee Sin. A little bit on that Olaf now. But I want to ask how that correlates together with the entirety of the draft. What is their end game? What is their plan?
I mean, the good news is with the Olaf, I believe it was paired with the Galio, so there's like a dive system, buddy system set up for the dive here, and it's also reflected in the fact that they picked up the Ezreal. Yes, it's one of those picks that Susugaja is so comfortable on because he's really only played Ezreal Kai'Sa, right? But it also gives them the bandwidth. Like, you don't need that peel when your support goes in because you are playing Ezreal. You want to be hitting them from like screen away, throwing out mystic shots, layering the damage on with the True Shot Barrage, and because you have a free escape, like a Get Out of Jail free card with the Arcane Shift, you can really play a bit more independent.
Yeah, that's true. It looks like the survivability of, Susugaja here on this Ezreal is increasing. I mean, there's the Olaf just to sort of be that CC shield for yourself when he pops in that Ragnarok. And the fact that, they do have young Hunt Jaegers as well on this Orianna. So that's added shield and added setups potentially for that ball play. But now for One, One team, curious to see what their end game is as well, considering the fact that they've locked in this, the Demolition duo, the Tristana and the Ziggs.
Extremely potent when left alone. One of the big things this Demolition duo can do is pretty much just put the Tristana bomb, hit it 5 times, it blows up. Once the turret is down to 20%, that's the that's the breaking point for the Satchel Charge to demolish it, and you just rotate around the map taking turrets this way. The addition of the Janna here, we kind of talked about this as well, it's to prevent enemies from hard engaging on top of you. So Janna plays slightly behind the Demolition duo. If they jump in on you, use the Howling Gale, use the Monsoon, reset the fight, and then try to back out. I think because of the elusive nature of Tristana has the Rocket Jump, Ziggs also has the Satchel Charge, they're not like hard committed to taking the structure once they walk up. In conjunction with the Jarvan, it's also a tool for him to like, oh, you guys are running into me? Cataclysm, hold them in place, fly and drag out. So they have a lot of tools to escape.
Yeah, it's sounding like, a standard siege comp, if you will. You know, they have a lot of tools to take down towers fast, but at the same time, does have that disengage just in case things go awry. But I guess, you know, having that Jarvan 4 actually enables a potential tower dive as well if they do select that sort of strategy on their hands, if they feel a little bit confident. But I think it's going to be a little bit tricky because you have to deal with a Galio, you have to deal with an Olaf, and a potential outplay of that Shockwave. So I think it's going to be huge. But now, it's starting to form with a little bit of contrast. Do you think that maybe one team is going to be more macro-focused and Onic will be the opposite?
I think they should make use of the Galio. Like, whenever there's a Galio in the game, you have to respect the semi-global presence of this pick, and you need to rotate carefully because any fight would just be a +1 for the enemy. All said and done, the macro play has to be there as well because you're dealing against, you're dealing with Tristana Ziggs, right? If you leave a lane unattended, they are going to walk up. They're going to take it. And you're like late to rotate. You just spend like, what, 20 seconds walking across the map, unable to defend a turret. That's time wasted. That's inefficient. You want to be able to defend before they even walk up.
We'll have to see if that is indeed the plan. And now we're back in the game over here. We're seeing Gov actually wanting to pay a little visit in the mid lane, but nothing will happen at the moment with this level 1.
Look at the mini-map right now. You can see that Phoenix is actually getting a leash from Han on his red buff, so he's going to be, you know, a bit quicker in the jungle, whereas Ninja 7 and Siu did not give their jungler a leash. So when it comes down to it, we expect Phoenix to be fast clearing, making his way down bot, but Han is going to be taking some pressure here because he missed, I think, one creep of EXP.
So far, so good. He still was able to win the HP war. I suppose Kid forced to get the honey fruit a little bit earlier than usual. So now Han is able to take back his lane despite having to get that leash on the board for his jungler.
He has to respect the Garen too, because Kid brought Ignite to this Baron lane, whereas Han, he has the barrier, he gets the idea, right? He's going to be playing a bit more defensive. Phoenix now doing a full clear on his half of the jungle. So this is what I was talking about, Riku, right? Now Onyx bot lane is the weak side. They have to be careful.
We'll have to see if there's going to be a potential gank, just as you mentioned. Shanyo, though, waiting for the spawn of the Scuttler. So it is going to be one apiece for now between these two junglers. It is going to be a bit tricky, though, for, just as you mentioned, for Onic bot side. So far, so good. No ganks whatsoever. Jaeger does have that barrier and flash.
Ezreal Galio is now the weak side. They have to be careful that they don't get dove, especially because you can see that Xianyo is already making moves into the blue side jungle. So again, you know, they have to be careful about how they're positioning around this. If there's a big wave crashing, they need backup. They need someone to come and cover them. Right now, this blue buff is going to be taken away, and this is going to give, again, this pressure to the Tristana Janna, who, for all intents and purposes, are okay just taking plating. They don't have to go for the kills.
That's true. They don't have to be in a hurry too much. They will be satisfied with this game state for now. Looking at the vision, though, Onic has the top side covered. One team responds the same as well. So at the moment, I think level 5 is something to look into. Maybe the 4-minute mark when, you know, the usual where they want to fight these dragons.
What happened here in the mid lane is both mid laners didn't recall at all. They just set and ate all the EXP, got level 5, and now they will be looking for a base coming back in. So around 2 minutes, 2.5 is usually when you get level 5. That's when, you know, these solo laners tend to try and activate something. Look at the bottom of your screen. Kind of iffy itemization. Again, looks like double Black Cleaver, and we were talking about this in the previous game from GeekFam. The passive does not stack, so there is no efficiency on buying double Black Cleaver.
We'll have to see, though, as that is the go-to. We've seen that twice already, though. Okay, there is the taunt and another gank. Ninja 7, though, uses a flash, and he's still fine. But Sio doesn't have any mana, though.
Now they have the base, and there's going to be a lot of chip damage on that Dragon Lane Tier 1. Seems like just a visit from Phoenix. You know, after he did his clear, he came back down. He swapped over, knowing that I have to give some attention to this Ezreal Galio lane, otherwise they're going to be punished. And with that, you know, they're actually holding on very well. Onic Esports, their Dragon Lane is actually a hit and goal for the Ezreal Galio.
Yeah, despite, you know, one team did get priority over the lane. You know, Shanyo was over there at the bottom portion of the map. Still able to take things back for themselves. And we talked about, you know, the 4-minute mark, rather. That's so far into the future. 10 seconds for the dragon to spawn. And looks like, I believe it was Onic who did get that Scuttler for themselves for now.
This dragon actually belongs to one team just because of how the map was split, right? Olaf did his red buff clear into enemy blue buff, so technically his strong half of the map is the top side. For him to journey down, he doesn't know if there's any vision here, he doesn't know if the enemy has set up anything, so it's kind of greedy for them to actually try and contest this Mountain Dragon. And again, Mountain Dragon isn't exactly the best buff you can take. It gives you a shield based on, your max percentage HP, but I prefer the combat stats a lot more from the Inferno.
Definitely. That's more likely the reason why, Onic wanting to sort of guard that area away from one. You mentioned that, they do have that upper hand so far. Lanes from mid in bot do have priority. We'll have to see if Phoenix is lingering around here, so that means Onic may try something over here. One team already starting the Dragon. There's the Cataclysm trapping Phoenix. The Flash being used for now. Susagaja really does have a great position as Siu. Very low. Chuja Barrage and the Locket activated. And now that's a reset on the Dragon. Here comes the hero's entrance and the Demacian Justice on Tohani. Super low and the focus target is on him. Now he's going to be suffering first blood for now. Taunt will activate. That's going to be an exchange kill. Ninja 7 is gone. There's not going to be any 80 carry anymore. And it's 1-for-1 apiece.
That could have gone a lot better for one team, and I'm not sure why Ninja 7 felt as though he had to jump in. It's one of those moments where you have greed in your eyes and you decide to commit into the cleanup as Tristana, right? Get the reset, clean another kill up. For the most part though, it goes exactly like we predict. One team esports, because bot side is strong for them, they get control of it, they get the kills, they started off, but they end it rather poorly. They still managed to pick up mid tier 1, which is the big win. Now they open up the enemy jungler, now they get access to red buff, raptors, blue buff, and wolves.
Definitely a huge win, just as you mentioned, but this could be take 2 for Onic to try and take this dragon for themselves, but based on the positioning of one team, they're going to get a second tower for them. Again, this is the demolition duo we're talking about.
The logic here to explain this is because, like I said, Mountain Dragon isn't the most important, it's not the most impactful. Instead of fighting again, what you do is you just rotate the Demolition Duo up to the top side, or the Baron side rather, chip the turret down, and then switch over to the Rift Herald, which again, benefits your composition. Your composition wants to siege, Rift Herald is perfect for that.
Exactly, they don't have to fight, this is fine for them, and for one team, this is just going all in their favor so far, and Onic, they are forced for the past, 6 minutes. They've been forced to sort of play in one team esports' tune, and it has been sort of a struggle. We'll have to see what adjustments are made, because mid lane is open so early, and it definitely hurt them.
There's a way for Onic back in though, despite being, behind about 2,500 gold. It's to make use of the Galio Renekton, right? In your side lanes, the Renekton is going to go against the Garen pretty well. It's a decent matchup for him, despite the tank stats being built up for the Garen, but you add the addition of the Galio, the global presence, right? The taunt, the additional control. It makes that matchup feel a lot better. Once you can start punishing the Garen, things look a lot better.
Yeah, definitely, because, Kid has been sort of safe in the entirety of this match so far, and Han isn't able to sort of what we saw in Carl earlier in the Amihan match.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see Han take off just yet. So
too
now
soon, Riku. Too soon.
I know it must hurt, but I think one duo bot lane rather wanting to hope to get maybe a death brush, but no success there.
If one team commits to these fights, right, say it's Jarvan jumping in first, they're going to get punished because the Galio re-engage is infinitely stronger. It has to be Onic that pulls the trigger first in order for one team to punish them. So I think Onic actually playing the right game here. They don't have to pull, they don't have to force these fights. Just use the Galio Orianna as a response to the global plays.
That's the reason why, one team a little bit hesitant on over their engages, despite having, again, Shanyo over here on this Jarvan with a very strong Cataclysm. But then again, yeah, you're right. It is their aim is definitely on over towards these, but a dive may actually be a set over here on the bottom side of the map. No one is near there. As now Gob activating the knockup in the flash coming in. Monsoon activated as well, but it's just too much damage. That's a support gone already for one team.
Don't think they needed the hero's entrance there. It just looked cool, right? There's no real impact on that, but with that kill, they will be able to pick up the Dragon Tier 1. It's a trade of turrets though, because you can see here Kid and Xianyo on the Baron Tier 1 as well. So it's a bonus kill. Yes, Onic picks it up. So in the grand scheme of things, it's slightly better for Onic.
Definitely, they're able to equalize the map a little bit more. especially now they're one tower behind, I suppose, on tower kills. At the moment, though, it is going to be one of those things where will one team try to contest this dragon for the second dragon again, knowing it's going to be an ocean, and as well as for Onic, what do they decide to do this time around? I mean, you mentioned they're doing a pretty good job now when it comes to equalizing the map.
Yep, like you said, Ocean is going to be the next big objective. 30 seconds on the clock. Onyx composition actually excels in team fighting if they're the ones to get the decent setup. So we're looking at Galio, we're looking at Olaf to really just run in and start things off. You can see that they have the Righteous Glory enchant. That is the right pickup if you want to be starting these fights. However, they need to only prioritize the Ziggs and the Tristana. Even the Tristana then is not ideal because she jumps away, she has Buster Shot. If you can jump up the Ziggs, if you can lock him down and kill him off, that is 60% of the team fight damage done. It's out. One Team Esports can't fight if Ziggs dies.
We'll have to see if they can bait out the satchel beforehand. Maybe bait out the flash beforehand, actually, before the dragon is started. But now Phoenix starting off this Ocean Drake while one team releases the Rift Herald on the board. One team, look at Kid, already starting the shockwave, doesn't hit anyone. Unfortunately, Cataclysm activated just to trap in Phoenix. But look at that! Baya steals the dragon away from Onic. Monsoon activated for now, but Gov will be the next one to fall. That's a double kill already from Ninja7. He's gonna all-out team fight, triple kill for him. Look at the resets, and he's on a killing spree. And one team are happy with that quadra kill.
They get the ace, they get the quadra. Again, such magnificent play from One Team Esports. And like I said, if Baya doesn't die, that fight looks so good. He was able to start it off with the Mega Inferno Bomb, and they just collapsed with the rest of the team there. Now, with this Demolition duo, look at this, Riku. This is what we were talking about in the draft, right? Leave any lane open, those structures might as well be made out of cardboard.
Yeah, crazy tower takedowns with the Rift Herald, as well as a big bonus. And the fact that that was an ace, that means one team can just maximize this Demolition duo power. And that is the problem, I suppose. You know, Onic, when they die, they not only die and give gold to one team, they lose towers fast.
Yep, those go down so quickly, and Onic has to respect that. Right now, you can see that Baron is being focused by both teams. Inside this pit, inside this narrow corridor, this choke, Huntjägers might be able to do something with the Shockwave, but so far he's 0 for 2, right, Riku? It's not looking good. This guy has been missing clutch ultimates that he has to connect with, and as long as he can hit 1 or 2 of those in this area where people are taking the debuff from Baron, it might be good for Onic in that sense.
That's true. I think that is a potential outplay or a path they could do to fight from behind. And now that's the Cataclysm again. Phoenix does have Flash, so he's going to use that for safety. But that means an Olaf-less, a flashless Olaf, rather, for the potential Baron.
Yep, this is the counter we were talking about. You know, you put him in the Cataclysm, he has to expend the Flash, otherwise he dies, and that's going to happen time and time again. The difference between cooldowns between Cataclysm and Flash is just so huge that Cienyo always has the window to punish this Olaf pick. And remember in the draft, again, they responded to the Olaf with Jarvan IV. It's starting to pay off for One Team Esports.
That's looking really good, just as you mentioned. And at least the good news for Onic, you know, one team still not going to be starting this Baron just yet. They want to wait a little bit more, I suppose. Maybe hunt for Phoenix's head. For now, though, it is Gov who might get caught out here, as that's the flag and drag, but a little bit hard to lock down.
They're just putting vision inside the jungle, knowing that if anyone walks into a choke, Cataclysm will be up in time to punish, or flag and drag. You know, in these narrow corridors, those bouncing bombs from Ziggs and the Hextech Minefield feels very oppressive. You can't really walk up, you can't really clear vision, which is why they want to put in all these deep wards, as you can see on your minimap, one by Rip Buff, one next to the Raptors.
That's definitely a lot of control now for one team, definitely. They can use that to sort of hunt for Phoenix's head once more, potentially opening up a Baron if they are successful in getting a pick for themselves. His Flash is still not going to be up for any time soon, so this could be a potential window as Cataclysm is already up and running.
5k goal lead for the first seed Taiwan region representatives. Honestly, coming out of guns blazing like this, we all had our money, or at least, you know, we're leaning towards Onic Esports, but they are showing off right now. And this is a team that is poised to, you know, kind of take the first win if the engage comes in.
Oh, that's the Cataclysm, and now that is Huntjägers without a Flash now. So, one team It's just Xianyo basically happy to hunt for these flashes time and time again. And the timing couldn't be any more perfect. It's 20 seconds for the next dragon to spawn. And it's an Infernal 2 for, additional damage for the squad.
This is the dragon you want. This is the dragon that you need to take because it gives you that increase in damage. And without the flash, Hans Jaeger is that much more susceptible to getting jumped again. We talked about this idea of trading Cataclysm for flash so far. Xianyo has done it twice. He's looking to capitalize a third time, maybe.
I apologize about that because Bob activated his Righteous Glory and I thought it was go time. But, you mentioned Baya is their main target and we can see that Onic really wants to get his head before starting this dragon. And now, though, that is not Ragnarok Hop just yet. They're keeping it for the upcoming fight. We'll have to see if patience will pay as that's a flash taunt into 3 people worth the follow-up though as the Dominus activated already. He's in the middle of it all. And now that is the hero's entrance with a triple man knockoff. But at the moment, it's Baya still alive and well in the reset from Ninja 7. That's going to be a double kill for Kid, and that's an ace for One Team Esports.
The Oppo team ace, the second one this game, coming in for One Team Esports. And again, like we said, Riku, Baya is the primary target. He needs to die, otherwise he's just going to be throwing out these bombs in fights. And with the Zhonya's enchant as well, it makes it so difficult to kill him off. One Team Esports looking for their first win for today.
Demolition Duo just running straight to the Nexus. Just as you mentioned, the first win of the day for One Team. They're feeling really good about that one.
I love how they're like trying to high five or air high five each other because everyone's trying to make sure the COVID social distancing measures are in place. So full credit to these guys. They're still keeping that at the back of your mind. Solid stuff coming in for One Team Esports. You look at this, you might be a bit concerned if you're someone else inside Group C because they showed very good fundamentals here in terms of draft and understanding how to answer your opponent's threats.
Yeah, from the draft up until the way that they played, they basically targeted, Phoenix time and time again. And if there's a little bit of room for extra, then Hunt Jaegers for, again, a little bit less safe or susceptible, just as you mentioned, for the Orianna, as there's not a lot of mobility options for you after that flash is burned. And it has been an uphill climb for the gold lead on the side of One Team. And yeah, I guess it started from the very first few minutes of the game.
This makes me wonder why Onic Esports did not opt for the Lee Sin instead, because in this matchup against the Jarvan, Lee Sin is actually mobile enough to just, his safeguard doesn't need a ward, doesn't need a target, you can just dash out. And it sets up for this, crazy insect picks that Phoenix is so known for sometimes when he can set that up for his team. If you kick Baya in on the Ziggs, it feels so much easier to fight around that.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been, a different mid and jungle pair. I mean, they were thinking, Olaf and the ball delivery system just to speed things up with the team as well for that movement speed to follow up Phoenix. But then we mentioned, this jungler from Onic Phoenix does play a lot of, the Lee Sin, the Trinity, the Lee Sin, the Vi, and the Camille. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see that. And they sort of shifted directions on approach to the match up against One Team.
Any of those jungle picks would have been fine just locking down the Ziggs and allowing them to kill him off, right? So again, makes me wonder why they didn't go for that. And we're starting to see some of this narrative develop, the idea of teams throwing away what they really made use of in their qualifiers and picking up something new here. In this case, it's the Olaf. It's not something he's particularly pulled out all too much during the regional qualifiers, as we see the Oppo Reno 5 play of the game here.
It all started again, for Onic, they wanted to respond with all of these tower takes by also getting the tower dive in. We mentioned, when you have a Galio, and unfortunately, it's just one of those shockwaves that didn't pan out for Hunt Jaegers.
I do like that, in this game, One Team Esports actually understood, the separation of weak side and strong side when Xianyo decided to path towards the opponent blue buff and, play more towards there. Kind of setting up this camp against Susugaja and Gov, making it such that, they never know when they'll dove.
Yeah, it created, just as you mentioned, a lot of space, which, I think it correlates to taking down that early bottom lane tower and then next up, which is the mid lane. And all of these aces, for sure, you know how Onic really does love to contest their objectives time and time again.
Yeah.
As they do want to focus on that. So for the side of One Team, they played their composition super well. And at the moment, of course, we've got Baya over here as the match MVP in the mid lane for One Team.
100% kill participation. Is there anything else I have to say? Like, honestly, this guy, he was in every fight, he was able to contribute. As long as someone was about to die, Baya had to add some, fan the fires a bit more, fan the flames, and make sure his impact was felt on the map.
Yeah, no one could reach him. I don't think he even was baited out into using all of his summoner spells. It's usually just one being baited out, either the barrier or the flash. And the fact that he carried the Zonias just makes things extra harder for the side of Onic to sort of assassinate him. And yeah, it was complete control. One team from the first second up until the time the game ended, and it was such a dominating win. I mean, we were expecting this to be a little bit more, neck and neck.
Yeah, it was until it wasn't, right, Riku? It was the Dragon fight where things went completely wrong for Onic Esports from the Indonesian region. Moving forward, though, I have one big question, which is how are teams going to find an answer to the Ziggs? Because it's been so highly prioritized today. I'm sure it will be highly prioritized for the rest of the tournament. You need to find a way to either kind of narrow down and kill off the Ziggs early or form a draft that punishes the Ziggs. So that's going to be the number one question, the golden question almost for every team coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, day number 1 of our group stages of the Summer Super Cup. We still have up until... Am I getting this right? Wednesday, rather, for the
Tuesday, I want to say? Tuesday.
Tuesday, there we go. Thank you. Tuesday for the entirety of the group stages. So yeah, just as we mentioned, there's still room for adjustment. Yep. Or, you can just ban out the Ziggs, which we've seen a common approach in, the playoffs and the group stages of each region is just basically removing the Ziggs out of the equation.
Yeah, I think if you don't have an answer, just straight up ban it. Makes your life a lot easier because you don't have to deal with the consistent magic damage from the bouncing bombs as well as the siege coming in, right? It's a pick that does a lot of things well, and it's hard to answer. So maybe just banning it out might just be the play here for a lot of the teams. That is going to be the first game from Group C done and dusted, though, because next up we will have Impunity Esports going up against Cerberus Esports here, Riku.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting because, we witnessed, number 1 seeds of Taiwan and Indonesia, but this time around we're looking at the number 2 seeds coming from Singapore and Vietnam. So Impunity Esports versus Cerberus Esports. The panel has already given their predictions. Yeah. It was a straight flush of 4-0 in favor of Cerberus, but I still got to ask you how do you think this match is going to go?
I feel like Cerberus Esports are significantly stronger when it comes down to understanding role swaps and understanding how to put their jungler hit, which is the number one thing that's really come out of the Vietnam region. If you look at them at SBTC Esports, both of these teams excel in like cookie lane swaps, somehow getting an advantage for their jungler and then translating that to pressure on the map. Impunity Esports, on the other hand, might fall short in that way. Just, the idea of like non-meta Wild Rift might throw them off. It might even just cause them to take the L.
Yeah, it's looking like a very difficult game. First game, actually, for Impunity over here at day number 1. So curious to see, because looking at, the Impunity play style, I suppose, that they really like to see whether or not they can do something for a minute. So do you think we get to see that again up against Cerberus?
I feel like they have to take the early initiative, right? And you kind of said it's going to be a hard first game. I feel like it's going to be a hard tournament for Impunity Esports, I'm not like a full Singapore region shill. I like the Alliance. I'm a big fan. I know some of the players very well. But for Impunity, on the other side of the coin, they are definitely the underdogs in this group. And they will need to play aggressive early on. They'll need to take control somehow via either Wild Boar or Swirl, just making things happen on the map together with Scarlet Petal. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, Cerberus Esports, they just have to play what they're good at, right? Play the lane swaps if you need to, put Faye ahead, put Genza ahead rather. Faye, yeah, sorry. And then try to control the game from there.
Yeah, I'm very curious and interested to see what Cerberus will prioritize this time around, because you mentioned, make it play maybe the jungle and as well as top, get Faye ahead perhaps. So what do you think will be the priority picks for Cerberus?
Well, you look at the holy trinity of junglers, right? It's always going to be the Lee Sin, Vi, Camille. The addition here is that Faye does play a good Rengar as well, and that has the added advantage of being very aggressive the moment you hit level 5, right? The power of you're on the hunt gives you unfiltered access to whichever lane you want to hit. Or even, the enemy jungler if you really wanted to go for a 1-1-1 in the to invade and kill them off. So I think the Rengar here for Cerberus Esports might just be the X factor, and we might see it banned out early on too, just because Impunity Esports don't feel comfortable dealing with that pick.
Yeah, maybe, you know, Impunity will just decide to just face the typical, just as you mentioned, the Holy Trinity, maybe. But BMM does play a little bit of the Gragas from time to time. And
True.
we've seen so far in day one, at least, that the Gragas hasn't been exactly a threat in the draft so far that we've seen. So maybe, just maybe.
I feel like Gragas jungle is kind of situational. It's a very specific pick, right? You want the Gragas jungle when you're looking to like hard camp lanes or look for like a cheap disengage. So if your top laner or your Baron laner is playing like Renekton and you need some disengage, you don't have Janna, it's like, okay, let's play Gragas' jungle instead.
That's true. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Maybe a little bit less disengage might open up the Gragas. But now the draft has started as Cerberus Esports on your blue, Impunity Esports on your red. And right off the bat, that's a Lee Sin being banned out.
Lee Sin, Gragas, now the 3 contested bans are at least, you know, the removal of which will be Camille, Rengar, and Galio. I think at least one of them is going to get through. You see the Galio removed, so it should be the Camille, Rengar here for Impunity Esports because they are on red side. They could afford to let both through, you know, just target ban something from Cerberus and they'll get access to either one of those picks as well. So they ban the Ziggs, now they'll get either the Rengar, Camille.
There we go with Ziggs ban. That means no first pick Ziggs. We'll have to see what the choice is now for Cerberus. Just as you mentioned, of course, the Camille can be flexed either jungle, maybe a top side, so adds a little bit of mystery. Now, what will Impunity pick this time around?
I like the Janna. Instant reply from Scarlet Petal because Monsoon and Howling Gale are both insane answers to the Hextech Ultimatum. The moment she jumps on you, you pop the Monsoon, blow her outside of the Octagon, it cancels the ultimate, right? And the Olaf here is also another response. It's like, you're not gonna out an Olaf here.
Exactly. This is exactly what we saw in our previous match. Onic and one team. You see the Olaf insta-lock that Jarvan, and now it is going to be Kaisa for Genza over here.
I think the Ahri pick here is a bit greedy, guys. The Xayah is good, but the Ahri is just kind of, you're relying on hitting that clutch charm. You're relying on hitting, or rather finding a pick with that charm into allowing your team to get a man advantage in these fights. So if Ahri is unable to find those kills, in this case you have a Nami you want to kill, you have a Kaisa you want to kill, if you can't find those picks, those fights feel a lot more awful for Swirl here.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for Swirl for sure. Having to find those charms, I guess a little bit of good news that at least most of Cerberus Esports a little bit squishy. But on the other side, for Bush though, or Wild Boar rather, he is going to be Bush rather on the Xayah this time around.
Yeah. Xayah is a great pick. I love it in the current meta. It's a high APM, high mechanical ceiling champion just purely because you need to position yourself versus the feathers, and there's a certain level of micro that you need to kind of drag your screen and see where your feathers are. You can't just blindly lay out your feathers and hope to survive. So if you have the fingers to play, if you have the mechanics to do it, by all means pick up the Xayah, right?
Yeah, exactly. Having to find the route, having to get that additional self-peel, rather, as we get to see on the Janna pick there, as there's the Monsoon, there's the Howling Gale, just for that additional safety on your carries. The biggest question is whether or not we get to see, again, this Galio, or rather this Olaf and Jarvan for matchup in the jungle, rather. It's going to be definitely interesting for Cerberus and Impunity.
It's funny because this is a matchup that has gone like, you know, decades old, right? In the days of like League of Legends PC. You see Olaf, you instant pick Jarvan because in League of Legends PC, people normally go Ghost on Olaf. This time you kind of have to go Flash.
Exactly. Has to go Flash just for that additional escape out of the crater. So now Faye will definitely sort of just focus on this Cataclysm, make sure to trap Wild Boar on his cage. At the moment, though, this is a little bit interesting. Probably going to get that early poke on Genza. So looking at the exchange of HP, I guess, you know, support for an AD carry.
The last pick in the Impunity Esports draft was actually an Orianna. So they picked it and they sent it to the Baron lane instead. And they had Scarlet Petal playing mid. So there's a role swap coming in from Impunity Esports. And this is something completely unexpected. I feel like with their previous roster, they were severely outclassed. This is just, again, a deviation from the norm. The way they played during the playoffs, they need to bring out something new if they want to stand a chance against Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, that's true. Impunity did have a tough match or series entirely up against Alliance. So with that said, you're right. It is something new we've never seen before. So this could be very interesting. You know, double magic on the board as Wild Boar will spot out Faye a little bit deep into their jungle, but now it's a 2v2. Nicely done dash to avoid the charm. Now Wild Boar is going to be the focus, as First Blood will go to Impunity over there as they eliminate Taku. But it's going to be a 1-for-1, jungler for jungler.
You can see there, like, if you miss the charm on Ari, it just feels awful, right? You don't hit anything afterwards, and that's kind of like the story of the Ari pick. It's very greedy. You have the mobility to dodge ganks, but you live or die by the charm connecting, and in that case, it didn't connect. Thankfully, Impunity were able to trade 1-for-1, but they blow a lot more summoner spells on their end because you can see Cote d'Ivoire on the support here had to use his exhaust and flash.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, Taku has ways to sort of maneuver without using the flash out of that charm, so definitely just used Wild Boar as his dash path, basically. In the meantime, though, Scarlet Petal will be happy, I suppose. Or rather, it was Wild Boar getting that first blood kill, so additional gold for him for sure.
Yep, he's looking to build into the Black Cleaver as Cote d'Ivoire makes a rotation up. I do like this, you know, when the supports come up just to make sure that there are no shenanigans.
Oh, that is a Cataclysm trapping two people. Scarlet Petal, no flash anymore. Cote d'Ivoire as well. So definitely pretty low and could have fallen from that battle.
I think they were worried to commit because they didn't get the kill instantly and they were scared that Wild Boar was going to come in for the counter gank. The Olaf arriving late and being able to chase him down with the axes is a big threat, so they had to respect that as we see Genza going in.
There we go. Bush very low. There's still no bubble, and that's going to be the Feather Storm used just to avoid that, but no ult. But here comes the charm getting eaten by Taku as he dashes in. But, you know, Scarlet Petal, no mana anymore.
If he had mana, you know, he could probably turn it around because he does have Ignite as well as Spirit Rush. Again, the idea of hitting charm, win lane, missing charm, you die is very, very obvious here on the mid lane of Impunity Esports.
Yeah, good thing though, you know, Diana, a little bit telegraphed once you dash. It's a little bit easier to sort of land that charm in. Kind of similar to maybe when a Zed comes in on his ult. But 19 seconds on the clock, hold that thought, as top side is going to be a little bit of an attack of BMM to Swirled, but that exhaust will stop him in his tracks.
Is he that afraid that he pops the exhaust instantly the moment he gets jumped on? That's not a good sign for Swirled. Like, there's no way he can stay in this long lane. Now that he doesn't have exhaust and Hextech automated is up, I feel like he is kind of outmatched here.
Yeah, definitely. That exhaust will not be available anytime soon. When, you know, Impunity decides to contest this Air Drake, we'll have to see what the decision is, because so far it is this strong four-man. And I think that is the sad part about the Impunity comp at the moment. They still need to be together to make this effective. Unlike Cerberus, their four-man is pretty solid.
Now, BMM is going to base here. He's going to be looking to rotate down towards the Dragons, so they have all 5 members to contest this. And I think that Swirl should make the same choice. Like, an Orianna not present at a team fight is not an Orianna.
Agree. Definitely need that ball delivery system towards Wild Boar for sure. But now, Dragon already almost half HP, but here comes BMM already trapping Wild Boar, and there's still no Cataclysm. Look at that patience as the flash is used, as the bubble is unleashed, but no one will get caught on that, but Wild Boar is the victim.
Look at the minimap. Swirl is still in the Baron lane. This is a communication issue coming in from Impunity Esports. If your AoE teamfight mage isn't there, why are you contesting a Dragon that really doesn't have the best combat stats? It's just additional rotation ability.
That's true, exactly. It is the pressure from Impunity to sort of see if they can try something, maybe get the snowball rolling, but Cerberus has been winning this early so far. And now, I guess Swirled wants to get a couple of plates on his back, at least for a consolation prize.
The good news is, yeah, like you said, he gets the plates, he's leading in terms of gold, but he does not have any impact unless he joins in the team fight. Now, credit to Impunity, these 5-on-5 should still be very deadly if they can find a position to kite back from. It's really tough to chase into Janna as well as Orianna, because the moment you walk into a ball and you overcommit, Shockwave punishes you. So the way they fight has to be kiting backwards with the Xayah, with the Orianna, with the Janna.
They all have to be together. There is a big chance this will happen. Well, not really, because Bush and Scarlet, or rather Bush and Cote d'Ivoire, are going to be staying at the bottom portion of the map, so Cerberus will take this Rift Herald, another objective, uncontested.
if they don't get the turret here, it's gonna be a big waste. Like immediately clearing out the wave, BMM sacrifices his health just to make sure the wave doesn't collapse. So that's a free Rift Herald. Impunity Esports finds zero answer there, and Cerberus Esports are just gonna push and advance the lead even more.
Yeah, that's true. The fact that, they rotated Fly to assist BMM here. So, yeah, that is Impunity, unfortunately not exchanging anything off of the map. So now this could be a potential tower dive.
Sword missed his shockwave. There's no way he can defend here.
Okay. So no shockwave now available. So that is Cerberus. That will definitely take this as an opportunity to most likely strike. But Scarlet Petal, though, a little bit slippery, so I don't think that will be their option.
He's making his way back to the Baron lane. They should know he doesn't have the shockwave, and now that he's in that for a skill, he's dead here.
Oh, there is the Moonfall activated, and now he is gone, as that's another follow-up. There's the Charm, but still able to flag and drag before anything else. So Cerberus gets to escape after getting a kill.
Good rotation coming in. That was the smart play. You see the shockwave down, just dive this guy, right? I mean, the most he can do is just flash and exhaust you, but there's no way he's counter-killing you without the shockwave. So Cerberus understanding their windows of opportunity, punishing Impunity Esports here.
Cerberus making a lot of these quick and great decisions to keep furthering their lead up against Impunity. It is a 2k gold lead so far, but tower-wise, I mean, that top side tower will fall pretty soon, especially if, Cerberus decides to put more pressure on that. But it's a little bit of a dark map at the moment for Cerberus.
If we have a lull in the game, can we get the observers to pull up the items? Because there's something I want to talk about. I was talking about this in Twitch chat earlier, but essentially the build that the Kaiser has, which is BF Sword, Executioners, and Vamp Scepter. In fact, you don't even need the Vamp Scepter. You just need a Longsword, right? That's the most efficient and cheapest build to get your Evolved Decathlon Rain. And that in itself is a power spike better than any item.
The power spike already for Cerberus to take on these fights for sure. As, again, unfortunately, Impunity really has to make things happen for, this Swirl. The Wild Boar, though, he's going to be fine. I mean, he has Ragnarok to pop off and escape from BMM.
He has a build of a garage sale build right now, like holding onto the Phage, the Bramble Vest, like he doesn't know what he wants, right? And that feels kind of awful. Okay, he's finally gonna get a Spectres as well, but still, it's not ideal here for Impunity Esports.
Yeah, that's true. A little bit of everything, I suppose, on his inventory. As a Wild Boar, now, again, he is going to be that main front line to soak all of the damage coming from Cerberus. So, yeah, right. You mentioned he's definitely going to need everything that he can, a completed item for sure. At the moment, though, for Cerberus, they are going to be happy just releasing this Rift Herald in the mid lane. And now Impunity has to defend from this one.
Exactly. It forces Impunity into a lose-lose situation. Either lose the Ocean Dragon or lose your mid-tier 1. They're going to converge on the Dragon, though.
Oh, that is a Ragnarok getting popped, and now they're switching targets here and there. That's a triple-man Moonfall, and the Cataclysm dropped in a choke point. And now Genza getting more kills. That's a double kill already to Swirl, to Quartervois, and more kills to follow as they've already taken down Wild Boar. Triple kill. That could be a potential tower dive, possibly, if they do want to. That's the Triumph hitting, but the bubble doesn't connect, but still wins that 1v2 situation. Genza so close to death, but gets a quadra kill at the
Another
same time.
quadra kill. Riku, the first game we had one, and that's when the game kind of went awful for the team that got quadra. This time it's going to be the Oppo Ace coming for Cerberus Esports, and they say we don't even need the Dragon at this point. We're just going to siege down bot tier 1, reset, and then see how things go, because they have the 7k gold lead, Riku.
That is absolutely insane. I mean, going to the right targets as well. You mentioned, Genza was already primed and running for his spike, his optimal build, and now getting to complete all these items for himself makes him even much scarier than before.
He had a Cathian Rain evolve during that team fight. Now he has the Supercharge evolve, so he's going to be invisible when he uses his Supercharge, and it allows him to position around not only the Orianna Ball, but also dodge away from the Charm from Scarlet Petal's Ahri. So this is a lot of mobility, a lot of kill threat that Genza represents. Unless they kill off the Kaiser in these long-form fights, Cerberus Esports is just going to clean up with the AD carry.
Yeah, their target definitely is to remove Genza with the most gold, with the most kills, with the most threat. will be for sure a challenge. I mean, there is a little bit of window once Genza maybe pops the killer instinct aggressively and gets caught in the middle of everybody from Impunity. But that scenario so far, though, because Cerberus has been catching Impunity off guard time and time again. In the meantime, though, Impunity forced to just defend. There's a Ragnarok being popped out. He's trapped into that. Unstoppable now for Genza. That's unfortunately QUALIFIERS gone.
QUALIFIERS did. There's no reset, so Cerberus Esports, they can push the issue now. They can force a re-engage with Taku if they find a window, and now they're just making their way down towards this dragon area of the jungle. Of course, Taku isn't in that fight, so there's no way for him to really start anything off. He's okay split pushing against Scarlet Petal.
Definitely fine with just creating more pressure off of the map, creating more space for the potential Baron, especially that well, Wild Boar's flash is going to come up soon, so that will be extremely important unless that gets baited out with the two junglers meeting in the middle. But so far, so good for Cerberus. 10k gold lead.
I like what I'm seeing so far from Cerberus Esports, understanding the answer to the Olaf, understanding how to play around the map, the composition. Like, fundamentally very solid Wild Rift coming in here from the Vietnamese second seed.
Yeah, they're very convincing so far. They're very patient. They're not too antsy to start something despite having this huge of a lead. They're fine just playing with the lanes, just trying to shove the lanes down and possibly maybe lead towards that Baron for that extra win condition for them to push down these lanes.
And to talk a little bit about my boys from the Singapore region, Impunity Esports here, how do they come back into this game, right? It has to be a big shockwave from Swirl to kind of turn things around as Scarlet Petal is in trouble here.
There is the Flash Dash and Moonfall will be dodged by the Zhonya's, but Faye is lying and waiting. He wants to use the Flash for the Cataclysm, but sees QUALIFIERS around, so just abort mission over there by Cerberus.
They committed a lot to try and get the kill. It was the Moonfall and the Killer Instinct and the flashes from Taku and Faye. So for the next 5-on-5 teamfight, they're a lot weaker. But similarly, Scarlet Petal doesn't have his flash either. So I feel like this still goes in Impunity's favor just because the mobility isn't there for Cerberus. They can't press the matter. If they overextend and get hit by a 5-man shockwave, Impunity still has a way in.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there is, just as you mentioned, that Spirit Rush for that additional mobility as well. So that is an option for an escape. But usually do want to try to use that for additional, I suppose, chase potential. Just to try and see if you can get a pick. But you mentioned it is going to be relying on Swirl for a big shockwave, which I think, you know, these potential scenarios could fall and appear maybe around the Baron Pit if Cerberus decides to bait.
This also kind of describes why Cerberus Esports is so hesitant about taking the Baron despite being 10k a hit, because that Baron Pit is the perfect battleground for a shockwave to turn the tables of this game. So I can see the hesitance. I understand why they're trying to keep Sword away, and as long as Impunity stops Cerberus Esports from getting the Baron, they're still a way back into this game. They can take their time with this one. Bush is eventually going to scale up too. Right now, Baron being started up, Riku.
Yeah, I mean, Wildboard does have Flash, so remember, we've seen Flash Ragnarok before just to see if there's going to be a smite potential, and the fact that Swirl can place the ball and activate that shockwave, but they're too far away, they have no vision, and Cerberus gets this one easy.
They were zoned away by BMM there. I think in the mid lane he was just holding on, making sure that Impunity Esports could not walk up. And now they're splitting up. They send the Camille to split push while they collect this mid tier 2. Jumping in though, he gets hit by the charm. Big fight in the mid lane.
No, that's the Monsoon activated. Wildboard solo, use Ragnarok just, but that's a triple man bubble. Wow, as now more kills for Genza. Effortless kills. He is now legendary. And unfortunately, only Wildboar is the only one left over here as he pops more an attempt, a last defense, but unfortunately Cerberus is gonna take the Nexus, and they get their first win here over at the Summer Super Cup.
I love how coordinated Cerberus Esports are. You saw in that final fight, right? The moment the jungler decided to pull the trigger, Faye went into the Cataclysm. Well, it was a bubble, it was everything afterwards. As they're coming up to the screen, they're showing off, guys, we know you won. It's great.
Super cute, showing the stats right after the win. I bet they're very happy about their first win. They're off to a good start over here at Group C. And you're right, they look super convincing, they look super calm, and they're not trying anything too extra. They were just very focused on their win conditions.
even knowing that Baron is a risky move and taking the time with it, making the set up the vision and shove the waves out first, indicates to me that One Team Esports is very, you know, understanding of the macro play in itself.
Exactly. They are, you know, they were a little bit scared, but at the same time, they were able to sort of zone out the rest of Impunity to deny any sort of steal. I mean, what we saw in the previous match with one team, they usually want to bait out a flash or bait out the Ragnarok before pursuing any, you know, heavy objectives off the map. But, you know, the zone was enough to deny any sort of potential steals from Wild Boar.
Yeah, good stuff coming in from Cerberus Esports. Looking, Group C is starting to look a little bit stacked. I'm kind of concerned for Impunity Esports here as well. Like, they might be the team that doesn't make it out of group stages. Just gonna put that out there.
It is looking super tough, just as you mentioned, not only this match against Cerberus, but also the tournament in general. But double round robin, still a lot of teams to go over. Impunity still has a lot of teams to go over as well. So it should be very exciting what adjustments will be made. I mean, Olaf so far has been very popular when we look at the regional scale of things, and looks like it's seeping towards our Summer Super Cup.
Yeah, but the answer has been found by a lot of these teams here. Dropping the fourth with the Cataclysm. As we take a look at the highlights, Oppo Reno 5 play of the game coming in. This was the early trade from Scarlet Petal on in, missing the charm. The story kind of is signified in this one fight here, where they get the Quadra kill on Genza, I believe, and he starts completing his items. He starts becoming this major threat in team fights.
Yeah, there was no threat on Genza. Unfortunately, Wild Boar, before he gets to the back line, he is already dead by then. And again, we didn't get to see, you know, Scarlet Petal take off. This was one of the opportunities to probably get a shutdown goal towards Scarlet Petal. But, you know, it was Fly assisting him with the heals and everything else.
Yep, and here they overreach trying to kill Scarlet Petal. We are thinking, well, after expending so many summoner spells, is that going to be the window of opportunity for Impunity Esports? The answer is no, because right here, they're all on the same page. They engage magnificently. 3-man Cataclysm into Tidal Wave into Aqua Prison, and Genza's like, hey, hold on. They've been in the air for like 5 seconds. I can come in and just kill them off.
That was such an explosive way to end the match. A big wombo combo CC lock just to not allow Impunity run away with that. But of course, no questions here, as the match MVP is going to be Genza on this Kaisa.
Big fan of the build, big fan of his understanding of this champion. Normally when we see, you know, Kaisa players make mistakes, it's usually because they rush Blade of the Roaring King. That is like the trap that new players fall into. Going Beer Sword, Longsword, and, you know, Vamp Scepter or Executioners gives you that early Q evolve and adds to your damage in team fights, just your ability to contribute. And my goodness, 1,062 damage per minute.
That is absolutely insane. Genza was able to get the perfect opportunity to land that Quadra kill and basically clean house on those dragon kills and all those tower dives as well. And what a match for Cerberus. I mean, it really does do justice to what the panel mentioned. You know, all these 4 rows being voted, all our predictions as well, with me and Hungry. So it was, they're looking pretty good. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, if you were voting for Impunity Esports, there either you're, you know, a diehard, you know, Impunity fan, or you just were too optimistic, because they were very clearly outclassed in that game. And, you know, congratulations to Cerberus Esports starting off strong, 1 win to allow them to translate into possibly making it out of group stages here.
Yeah, exactly. They've made their statement already. So exciting to see what else they have in store for us for the rest of the Group C matches for them. For Impunity, I mean, they've tried this interesting thing with, you know, the double mages this time around with the lane swap. So maybe they have other things to try out, especially we were expecting a lot of action in the 4-minute mark, which we did get to see. It was first blood in favor of Wild Boar, but unfortunately it didn't get to translate anything when it comes to like the individual lanes.
I think the teams, you know, participating in the Summer Super Cup have gone this far because of their fundamentals, the things that make them so good, right? Suddenly pivoting away and doing a roll swap in the middle of the tournament is a no-go for me. I'm not a big fan of that. You guys have practiced so much. Just stick to the plan, guys.
yeah, maybe we get to see more standard or maybe a bunch of interesting plays as we go over more day number 1. But before we proceed to our, 7 and 8 matches of the day, we're gonna head on over to a short break. My name is Riku, and together with me is Hungry, and we'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back to the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Super Cup, and One Team Esports and Cerberus Esports have just taken the first of the Group C games. And next up, we have our teams from Group D. This is the final group that will be making their debut over here at the Summer Super Cup, but needless to say, definitely not the least. Let's check out our teams. We do have MVP from the Hong Kong region. We have Berjaya Dragons from the Malaysian region. And we do have Flash Wolves from the Taiwan region. And we do have Buriram United Esports from the Thailand region. Now, checking out the first of these teams, we do have Berjaya Dragons. Now, this team is very interesting indeed. They are a team that is definitely known in the mobile gaming scene. This team has been denied that championship title several times, but rest assured, they're not going to let this one get away. This is Berjaya Dragons. they say, don't poke the sleeping dragon, and that is wise advice indeed when facing Berjaya Dragons. This team will punish their opponent's mistakes hard, but they're a team that isn't perfect themselves. They've been frustrated from the championship title several times, and now I think they're out for revenge. Infinity, what do you think these guys can bring to the table?
I think their strength relies on having the capabilities to actually go for some lane swap potential that can just disrupt how the enemy team would work. So that is something that we could expect coming in from Berjaya Dragons, and I think that was something that Rico and Contra, or Hungry rather, was able to tackle on a while ago about having that conservativity of teams having to play onto the traditional type of setup, and as well as having that early momentum of Berjaya Dragons that they utilize to control the mid-game, late game.
I would certainly agree with Infinity right there, and Sagi is definitely the man to look out for from Berjaya Dragons. Just a little bit of fun fact of what Berjaya means. It means success. So we'll see whether or not will they be able to actually get successive wins throughout this group, which some may also say it's quite a group of death. Now, just going over some of the stats that we do have for Berjaya Dragons right here, you can see quite a number of versatility coming into this marksman, where he goes heavily on the Kaisa. He does have a 67% win rate, but on the other picks like the Varus as well as Tristana, that's a 100% win rate, especially with the grand finals fighting against GeekFam. Overall does have a very decent amount of DPM output, but it's about the kill participation because his Kaisa flies everywhere with the killer instinct.
That's right. So similar to how Genza popped off earlier in our previous match, I expect Sagi to do the same. And just a tribute to everyone there watching, I think Berjaya Dragons also has a fan base here in the Philippines because they have participated in a tournament here in where they almost won it, just like Mika said.
Very exciting stuff indeed coming from Berjaya Dragons, but they will be up against a team that plays second in the Hong Kong region, but the team that plays second. I'm sorry, my mistake. This is the second team coming from the Hong Kong region, but they did place first in the Sea Icon series in Hong Kong. Now, pegged as one of the most entertaining teams that you will see, this is MVP. I gotta say, I'm really excited to see this team play because they're known as a team that has, really weird drafts and they like to experiment. They even have Atsi, who apparently can play anything, which could make their drafting phase really interesting. And they run a Fizz in the jungle, which we know has been a sort of like an ongoing developing meta at the moment, but I still find it really, really strange. Infinity, can you enlighten us on how crazy MVP might get with what they have in their champion pool?
The flexibility in the jungle pool is something that amazes me thus far. As you stated, the Fizz came out in their jungle role. That's so amazing to see because typically what happens is AD jungles dominate the Wild Rift esports scene as of yet, and Fizz is something that can change that whole thing up. And on top of all that, they have a player, Papa, who has one of the highest kill stats throughout all the regional icon series, only second to Alliance Raven.
Wow, that's definitely a massive stat right there, and I'm just looking at the sort of champion pool that Yazi has. You can even go down to a Katarina in the mid lane, a Yasuo that might just flash the Mastery level 7, and also an Annie. But you know what? That's where we want to dive right in on this bottom lane matchup because he will be going against Malaysia's very best Sagi, but Papa, he definitely boasts some great number of stats. He does have higher DPM overall as compared to Sagi, but you can see that he definitely takes time to ramp up like a traditional ADC. So MVP really has to put him online much early on than what you will probably see the usual pace of how the Hong Kong region will be playing.
That's right. So regardless of the switcheroo that is happening within their roster, Papa and Yahtzee, both these carries for MVP are just dominating the scene in Hong Kong. You have a 29% damage share for this guy. So definitely high, all in according to plan when it comes to their game strategy. And I think this is going to be a battle of the ADCs because we have Saggy, we have Papa.
And for our second match for our Group D teams, we do have a team that is made up of veterans and one of the most popular teams in the Taiwan region. While they still might not have placed first, they are one of the strongest teams in their respective region. This is Flash Wolves. This team plays like a pack of wolves indeed. Flash Wolves know how to take advantage of finding those duos or anyone straying away from their main group. These guys will be out for the hunt and they thrive in playing these skirmishes. Infinity, what are your thoughts on this team?
Yeah, I think Flash Wolves is one of the strongest teams right now in the Icon Series Taiwan region. In their playoffs, they 3-0'd their way into the grand finals, only being taken down by one team on a 4-2. And I think something that we could expect from Flash Wolves is how they prioritize onto their laning stages and how they really opt to go for a steal onto their camps and skirmish throughout the enemy jungle camps.
We have so much experience coming in from this Flash Wolves organization, not only from the PC counterpart that we've already seen overall. You can tell that Ysera will be bringing it on over on the Baron lane. But here is where we want to focus what's on mid, because I'm seeing a 75% win rate on this Renekton that is being played by Bruce, and you just see that he will be able to contribute by just going from really early sort of rotation down towards the side lanes to set up ganks proficiently alongside with Cookie, and that's how they really want to conquer the early game and eventually look to close things out by taking those objectives.
That's right. So I like how you highlighted the Renekton pick, because just trivia to every viewer that we have out there, they are not afraid to prioritize Renekton as their first pick. In fact, Bruce Almighty here, Bruce is actually having his fair share of gold funneled onto him. 37% of the gold is actually good for 1,161 gold per minute, and that is actually good gold distribution for him because he dishes out 25% damage. So all in all, I think this is going to be the Bruce show for Flash Wolves.
Oh, Bruce Almighty has the power indeed, but they will be up against the second team from the Thailand region. Buriram United Esports is one of the biggest teams in the region for mobile gaming, a no-nonsense team that will plow down on anybody in their way. This is Buriram United Esports. United Esports, this is a team that has gone through a lot. They've mixed and matched several different players until finally landing on these players that you're seeing right now, and it looks like this is the winning formula for them. Their possible key to victory, it could be Noel. Infinity, I hear that playing against this team demands a ban on that Singe.
Yeah, because Noel is a Singe god from Buriram United Esports, and that is something that we could look forward if it's not banned away. And also, in addition to that, I think we could expect a lot of things from the Baron plus jungle synergy that can come from Buriram United Esports.
this is a match that I've been looking for the entirety of the day because of how well Buriram United has played. There were points that they have even beaten the likes of EVOS Esports cleanly, but of course have fallen short in the grand finals. Now they're bringing in even more of these big plays that can come out of the support role by having What the Jazz come right in to substitute and stand right in as he was hailing from Invade Esports. But the player that we really want to look out for is in the jungle, because Shiba, he have definitely pulled up something that we haven't seen throughout the entirety of the group stage for today, and that's a 71% win rate on this Wukong. But I'm not too sure where or not we'll be seeing this against Flash Wolves.
That's right. So when we talk about Shiba, Shiba is a veteran in the jungle in the LoL PC days, and he has more responsibilities right now because of the emergency substitution that we have. Supporter is out, What the Jazz is in. Some will say that on paper it's an upgrade, but to me, when it comes to game plan, when it comes to game strategy, it will definitely impact your team. So I'm very excited to see as to how Shiba will play this out, if he's going to play for the Dragon Lane or play for their Singe God in the well.
And I just have to say, I love their sleeves. I love the rainbows. I just had to point that out. It was just something that caught my eye. But panel, now I have to ask for your predictions going into our matches here in Group D. First up, we do have MVP versus Berjaya Dragons. And I want to know, which way do you think it's going to go? Is it going to go to the Hong Kong region, or is it going to go to the Malaysian region? Infinity, we'll start with you.
I am going for the Hong Kong region from this game number 1, as MVP has been so dominant, has never lost a single series and only dropped 1 game in the regular season for Hong Kong. And their flexibility in the draft, they were the ones who brought in Sinja mid lane towards the Hong Kong region, and that is something that really states their flexibility in game. So my first vote is MVP.
Well, if you were to ask for my vote, it's going to be slightly biased towards my own region of Malaysia. And I just got to pull this up because I got this from Sir Eduardo, which is the manager. And, well, just look at how they have improved tremendously heading in towards the playoffs as they took on GeekFam, who used to be, crowned as the kings of Malaysia. Now they've taken over the throne, and they're looking hungrier for more. Now, the thing about this is that I also received more information that they've been screaming international teams from all over the world, and they've been, of course, taking a whole lot of wins. So I think that they're in a really dominant form, and you just got to respect how Chile, alongside with Sagi, could actually go in for some really gutsy plays to just hop over the backline to assassinate everybody. And I'm talking about a marksman that can assassinate people. Imagine that. So I wonder, will they be punished for this?
I don't think so. It's still going to be Berjaya Dragons. And by the way, Team Secret and Amihan jerseys because of Berjaya Dragons just shared their jersey over to Contra. But yeah, this is going to be Berjaya Dragons, mainly for the fact that MVP is strong within their region, and we haven't seen them yet with better competition. And Berjaya Dragons has a lot of experience in that regard, scrimming international teams and the likes. So Berjaya all the way.
Oh, you know what, Contra, you made such a strong case for Berjaya Dragons, but as Infinity and Odalus know, I'm such a fan of teams that just think outside of the box, teams that are experimental, and teams that aren't afraid to be so creative. I'm gonna have to give my vote to MVP just because I want to see them pull out something crazy. I know, like I can empathize with weird ones, and I'm a weird one myself, so I think I'm gonna have to give my vote over to MVP. But guys, that is just the first match of Group D. I want to know your thoughts as well on the second match for Flash Wolves versus Buriram United Esports. Where is it gonna go? Infinity, you first.
Now, for my vote in this game, it's gonna go to Flash Wolves. They're the strongest team going to the Icon Series Taiwan playoffs. They 3-0'd their way into the grand finals, only lost to one team. So I think I'm going for Flash Wolves. They have a huge portfolio of League of Legends experience on their players today.
I have to agree with Infinity right here as well. Flash Wolves, with the way that they've been playing in their region, they don't seem to be dropping straightforward games. And when they are behind, they manage to actually find ways to at least solve the game until they can find a footing. So this is where my vote will actually go to.
To make it 3 out of 3, Flash Wolves, I really like their history in terms of LoL PC. Many of the players that we idolize right now did actually come from Flash Wolves, so I don't think it will be any different. Although it's actually very close to predict as to who's going to win this, but Flash Wolves have my vote.
I feel like I'm being pressured again, but I promise, audience, my vote really was going to Flash Wolves, with or without, you know, these guys voting for them as well. I swear, my vote really was for Flash Wolves, just because I feel like, you know, they are definitely prepared for the Summer Super Cup. I feel like they are definitely one of the strongest teams in the region, and that, you know, if what we saw from One Team Esports was any indication, the Taiwan region, they really came to show up at the Summer Super Cup. So I think that Flash Wolves, they could take this match against Buriram. But here we go, straight into Group D of the Summer Super Cup. First up, we have Berjaya Dragons versus MVP, the Malaysian region, versus the Hong Kong region, and then followed by Flash Wolves from the Taiwan region versus Buriram United Esports from the Thailand region. Casters, are you guys ready? Take us into the rift.
Thank you very much, panelists, and we're back here again at the caster's desk. My name is Rika. Together with me, once again, is Hungry. And now I bet everybody's hungry for our 7th match of the day. It's Group D. It's going to be MVP versus Berjaya Dragons. It's the #1 Hong Kong seed versus the #1 Malaysian seed. And Hungry, I gotta ask, how do you think this is going to go?
It's so tough to call, because MVP as a team, they are really, you know, flexible and dynamic when it comes down to what they want to play, but they've also shown a mastery of, you know, your basic fundamentals, which makes it very tricky to call. For the most part though, I do recognize the names on Berjaya Dragons more. Chili was someone that I respected a lot when I was casting, you know, League of Legends PC way back in the day, because he used to play for a team called K-Tang Spy, and he was so mechanically strong as I believe he was a mid laner back then. He was known as Zare. Right, so coming into Wild Rift, I think those mechanics will translate well, and we'll be looking for him to really just pop off on his signature Lee Sin.
We'll have to see if that is going to be the case, as right off the bat, you know, Olaf, we mentioned it has been popular so far, at least for the first half of the day, and now Gragas, no questions there, as Berjaya is going to take that one out.
The Ziggs and Renekton is going to be highly valued by both teams here, as we see the Galio being banned. It could be Fizz last ban here for Berjaya Dragons, just because they don't want to have to deal with the Fizz jungle. And I think Infinity was mentioning the reason why Fizz jungle has seen this rise to popularity is because of the changes. Now his Seastone Trident passive does 200% damage to monsters, which makes his clear very good. And they also buffed the damage on Playful Trickster. So not only does he have a very efficient clear speed, he has a lot of nuke damage when it comes to ganking lanes as well.
Yeah, I imagine the burst, if ever Pago does come on board with a Fizz pick, we might see it maybe at the last pick. But now, you know, Ziggs, you mentioned prioritize, but Rengar, we haven't seen Rengar so far in the Sea Icon series, so this is going to definitely be a debut for the Summer Super Cup.
Yep, Rengar here. I would have expected actually for MVP to go for the Fizz because of that untargetability, the evasion. It makes it very difficult for Rengar to really find a lock onto the Fizz, but instead they go for the Vi. And here the strategy for MVP is very clear. In the sense that you want to lock someone down and pile on damage with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Renekton in the side lane for MVP is also going to be a stable split pusher. We're going to see this matchup for majority of the day and potentially the rest of Summer Super Cup. Renekton to Garen and just kind of, you know, wet noodle fight in the Baron lane.
That's true. Maybe a potential, you know, tower dive perhaps with a Vi on Pago. But in the meantime, Seraphine now towards David. So Varus will be paired with an Alistar here, as Sagi and Winter will lock this in.
Now, Alistar and Varus is a very strong kill lane. That being said, they will be kind of, you know, poked out early on, especially against the Seraphine. I generally feel like range into melee matchup for supports is very punishing, right? But again, the onus is on the Seraphine here to really keep Winter low in health so that he can't force these engages together with the Rengar, because they have very good setup right now in the Dragon lane, and I fully expect Chili to pay more attention towards the Dragon lane as opposed to the rest of the map.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see another way to deliver the ball. It is going to be the hidden ball from Chili over here, and Karuto picks that up. In the meantime, you mentioned it is going to be that range lane up against the melee on Alistar. Excited to see how this is going to go. Which ones are they going to focus on first as we head on over to the first game of MVP and Berjaya Dragons?
Look at the side of the screen here. Pegor actually went for the Aftershock instead, so signaling that he wants to be the secondary tank for his team, and rightly so. MVP don't really have much frontliner, so the Aftershock being procced gives him the resistance, allows him to sit in the front line for that much longer, so that Yahtzee and Papa can throw damage down.
That's true. A secondary frontliner definitely will be all but here on towards this Renekton, especially when he activates the Dominus. So I can't imagine it can get a little bit tough, but lane swap.
Yeah, I was about to say lane swap. So this actually benefits the Garen more than it does the Renekton. Garen being a bit more of a tank, has the innate sustain. He should be fine. In fact, he's making the roam down to mid just to push it up because he's been frozen off the wave. So he's going to get level 2 here and make the rotation back. Meanwhile, because the Dragon lane has swapped up to the Baron lane, Chili feels free invading. He feels free walking in to take camps, and this is going to cause Pegor here to have to vertically jungle. He has to walk in to take the opponent blue buff instead, while they can dive Albert here, who is level 1.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky here as Ozzy will now join the fray at least. So this scares Chili a little bit to maybe perhaps try something as we get to see the duo laners already at level 2.
Now, this is similar to what we saw in the previous game, right? The idea of the map being split. Now, the strong side of the map is the Baron lane for Berjaya Dragons, whereas MVP, they will be controlling the Dragon lane and potentially the Dragon as well.
Yeah, definitely gonna get a little bit of those early plates because it is, as you mentioned, a little bit tough for Zisune. Over here might get poked out, but Haruto gonna be leaning towards the bottom portion of the map, possibly fearing a potential tower dive because there's no vision over in their own jungle. Now, though, Ozzy is forced to use a flashy, but he is in no man's land. And now, Chili gets, actually, it is Sagi getting the first blood.
When you look at these lane swaps, the goal isn't to get turret plates, it's not to get environmental gold. It's to put the enemy laner behind and put your jungler ahead. Dives like that are actually the win conditions for Berjaya Dragons. So I love that they understand what they need to do. They've now got themselves this kill. They're on the board. They're 900 gold ahead. Chili as well, taking camps away. Now, Albert is in an awkward position if he decides to go up against the Varus and Alistar because he's going to get zoned off as well.
Yeah, exactly. When we think about, you know, the Ziggs usually having to deal a lot of damage in the later stages of the game, but you mentioned putting Ozzy behind and as well as your top laner, all but on the Renekton for sure will be very helpful in sort of slicing and dicing basically one of the squishies, as now Zisune is going to be the next target, and that will be David finishing off the kill. Another tower dive happening here as Chili will dance and pounce rather, but the kill will still go to Sagi.
You blow your summoner spells on the dragon side of the map, but you don't get a kill. That's fine, right? But now they're capitalizing, now they're punishing. It's okay for them to give up the first dragon too, because it is Ocean Drake, so Berjaya Dragons are taking their advantages from the map from this lane swap and making sure to put Yahtzee and Albert behind, allowing Sagi and Chili to really just get things going. Because look at this, Chili right now is up in terms of gold purely from the jungle advantages and the strong side of the map.
Able to get those tower dives in and assist Sagi getting those early kills for himself as well. In the meantime, though, you know, Zisune is going to be just happy soaking a bunch of damage and just healing them back up. But at the same time, I suppose, you know, Winter joins him as well at the bottom side.
You know, Riku, what's actually brilliant about this lane swap is that they kind of dodged the range into melee matchup for Winter too. So having this kill pressure, converting all of it and getting their marksman a hit, the ADC just feels so good now for Berjaya Dragons. They cheated around this bad lane, and now Sagi's so far ahead compared to his counterpart that they could actually contest the first dragon if they wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. This is very, very smart coming from Berjaya. They are able to utilize Winter as well for those heavy engages, for him to take the tower dives, the turret hits first before anything else, and let Chili and Sagi basically follow through. And now, Dragon being started, it's a very dark map for MVP now. They do have a bunch of pokes. They're going to be coming from the opposite side, though, as that's the knockup done by Winter. But the Dragon is secured by Chili over here. But unfortunately, Pego is gone. He's going to be the first one to fall from MVP. But the biggest question is, do they want more? As all but activated his Dominus. But at the moment, Berjaya happy with that take. It's still not over. Papa will fall soon. Actually, is able to Killer Instinct out. There's some flashes here and there. They're able to secure the kill. Unfortunately, David cannot do anything. Is there going to be a punish? There's the satchel. Winter is so low at the moment, but the shield coming from Karuto will save him. And now Adzi super far from his tower, and he's going to fall as well. Berjaya getting everything before they leave.
Sagi's gonna flash away just to get, some distance between him and Pegor. He's afraid of the assault and battery, but Berjaya, they play that so well. You could see that both Winner and Karuto was zoning away, right? As long as you have this Alistar in the front, Pegor can't really charge up the Vault Breaker. He's so afraid to even jump in, and once they know that's down, Berjaya Dragons pounce and they punish. Mika was the one that said, don't poke the sleeping dragon. Berjaya Dragons right now have awoken. 5-1, they have this 4K goal lead. They're gonna be running with this mid-game advantage.
Yeah, 5 minutes into the game with this gold lead already from Berjaya, and they're able to shut down some of these lanes, especially, when we see a Renekton, we're going to be expecting big, huge things to transition over to the mid game. So that, at least at the moment, has been denied so far.
Anyone watching this should take it as a textbook lesson on how to cheat around this matchup and also punish the Renekton solo lane, because tanks exist for a reason. Being set behind as a tank doesn't feel as bad. Zisune, all he's really going to do, hit a silence, try to execute some of his ult, whereas Albert has to kind of contribute damage, and he's not able to do so because he's so far behind.
Exactly, it works so well for Berjaya, and that is the reason why they get to have priority over these objectives. And now all they can do is just zone. Look at Karuto with a dissonance over here and no contest whatsoever. They're going to be taking these off away from MVP.
Same, setup in that fight again, Riku. We saw Karuto and Winter sitting in the front, right? You walk up, you're gonna eat a shockwave, or hit but pulverize. Either way, you're gonna get punished, and you can't contest these objectives. The right play for MVP here is just to swap to the other side of the map. Say, oh, you guys are all 5 on Rift Herald, we'll just take bot tier 2 instead, or gain control of your bottom half of the jungle, so that when you walk in, we have information. MVP not playing to their side of the map instead.
Exactly, but at the moment, Sagi, though, is all but will have no waves, as he is gonna just get tower dove on and already as Berjaya taking more objectives, or rather taking more leads. But what does MVP exchange out of all this?
They're looking to hold on to the mid-tier 1 as best they can, but they just need to group up in this death ball and try to get something done, because as things stand right now, it feels kind of awful for MVP. Their composition is set so far behind that they really have to scale and wait for Yahtzee to really pop off, right? We saw the value of the Ziggs when he picks up a couple of items. He's not there yet. He's still on the way, arriving. Once he does get to that point, things will be a lot more different for MVP.
That's true. A lot of these pokes, and as well as how we've seen Kaisa can just really scale out of control. On Papa for sure, but I think the game is, Berjaya, will they be able to speed up the process of this game, knowing that they've already acquired a 4K goal lead on hand, is able to open up the map already, at least for top and bottom side. Mid lane still stands strong as Adzi is there to keep hold and gatekeep that one.
Bit of a lull right now. They're trying to make a move onto the top side. Here comes Chili first.
Though Galba already half HP, doesn't have his Dominus just yet, is about to pop off of cooldown. As Pego still a little bit tanky right now, as Zisune will scare him off, but no fight so far. But here comes the rest of BJD. Look at the ball, it's prime and ready. Chili already with the Thrill of the Hunt activated, but because that's activated, MVP says, okay, let's just retreat.
We've all been in this position before. You see the eyes on top of you, you hear the music, Rengar's on the hunt. We gotta get out of dodge. We don't want to stick around here. Good move from Berjaya Dragon to invade the top side just to get control, and then now they can translate that over to this dragon. So what this means essentially is if MVP were to not contest this Inferno, they'd have to play topside, but they can't now because it's pushed up. There are no camps. So they're stuck in this lose-lose situation of either push mid or take this battle over Inferno Dragon.
That's true, and they really all have to be together to sort of, just as you mentioned, contribute to the damage. And that will slowly push a top side for sure. Now, that's the reason why Berjaya is happy to sort of take their time. A bunch of ults are up and running for Berjaya, so the Shockwave is going to be up no thrill of the hunt, at least for Chili for now, but I don't think he needs it anytime soon. But look at Pago, he's circling around, but there's no steal that's going to happen, and Sagi will secure that one. Now it's just going to Vault Breaker and Assault and Battery on Winter, but it's not going to work as Pago just decides to go in the mid lane, but gets assassinated by Sagi with an arrow. And that's 3 members left from MVP, and Sagi's just going to keep going over here, but there's still a tower standing, and therefore Berjaya has to stop.
The moment Winter walks in, MVP cannot fight. This Alistar is so big. He's just zoning them away with Deadman's Plate and Proto Belt. So you can see the danger that MVP is in every time they walk up to contest these objectives. He's such a tanky frontliner. Berjaya just fight around the Alistar. Sagi's free to hit whoever he wants, as the arrow will sail past Papa. They're not there yet in terms of items. This is kind of awful for MVP at this current item breakpoint.
Yeah, it's looking really tough right now with a 6k gold lead. Every single fight just contributes to more gold for Berjaya. And just as you mentioned, you know, Winter is there as the tanky front line, and Zisune definitely contributes to that silence threat on whoever decides to go in. Maybe actually scares Papa to Killer Instinct aggressively and assassinate. Might get greeted by a silence here, as now Berjaya just taking full control of the map right now.
Also, for a moment there, we saw the items. Atsi went for the Archangels instead of the second item, Death Cap, and that cuts his DPS quite a bit. I think that's the main reason we don't see him popping off in these fights. That, and also just opening fights with Mega Inferno Bomb is not ideal. You need some lockdown first.
Yeah, prioritizing the survivability over more damage, as Berjaya just keeps on hammering down the lead at the moment, as MVP forced to try and defend for now. And so far, they really haven't found the opportunity just yet. Gotta respect how much Sagi was able to get, you know, a bunch of early kills over that lane swap.
Stealing away the blue buff, making sure that Atsi doesn't have that resource, the unlimited resources to play with. Always a good move here so that they can't defend forever. Again, like I tell people watching the stream, this is a textbook example of how to cheat away. Oh, hold on.
Sagi, though, is isolated, and unfortunately Winter is going to be there too late, but here comes Zisune. Just going to zone away the rest of the members of the MVP as he spins around for defense. Chili entering in the fight with the double net shockwave, and now Karuto is to killing spree at the moment. Chili goes golden, is going to flash to escape the danger. And now Alba likes to get a kill, activates Dominus and flashes away as he's so low. And Berjaya losing Sagi, but at the same time is able to fight back.
Yep, he was just a bit too overconfident there. I think he walked up past the river while his team wasn't there, and Pagor just jumped on that free kill. Once in a while you get these freebies, it sets the tempo back for Berjaya, but they're still up 7k. They have all the core items that they need, right? Karuto already has that, you know, Rebelion's Death Cap. He's going to be outputting significant amount of damage, and with Baron up, you could kind of bait them in. We saw how they executed the Rift Herald earlier with the Winter and Karuto just sitting in front. The same thing can be done this time as they look to take down the Baron. However, the caveat here is that Sagi does not take structures, or does not take objectives quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, for MVP, especially they can't really set foot over the riverside, as it has been Berjaya just dominating that area. So no vision whatsoever. It's always pretty much denied. Using the Mega Inferno Bomb just to try and scout out that they find all but perhaps Winter activated. Oh, but that's a triple man shockwave. Look at that ball delivery system. And now the Encore used defensively. Zisune looking for the Damascene Justice execute. Look at the 2 low held targets from MVP. Papa so low, Pago so low, but they're able to escape from Berjaya's clutches.
A couple of years ago, this was the meta, and I think Monte Cristo dubbed it the Rocky Mountain Oysters. Rengar in with the ball and the shockwave. That's how you set the fight. That's how you keep MVP away and accelerate your goal lead even more. Mountain Dragon up. Mountain Dragon is going to go down as well.
That's the 3rd dragon for Berjaya Dragons. Going to be unlocking that Elder Dragon for themselves. And we talked about this, you know, all of these river portions of the map, MVP cannot touch, or else they may walk into a death trap, just like what we saw with Chili and Karuto's, you know, ball delivery system.
Absolutely nasty. There's no clean way to jump in onto them, and because, like I said, they don't have this true tank, right? Pagor is only tanky when he activates the Aftershock. All but we saw him use the Dominus, but to very little effect because they don't have a frontliner. No one can really check, no one can really walk up, and Berjaya Dragons just keep them at arm's length while they take these objectives.
Exactly. It has been their game for the past 10 minutes. Has been going in their favor. Even the fact that, top side is still not taken down despite it being very, very low already. MVP is forced to sort of stay together in preparation for any sort of Berjaya's sneaky engage.
You never know when it's coming from, Riku. As long as Thrill of the Hunt is up, like again, you see Yahtzee is dead.
Like that, exactly. Ozzy unfortunately will fall. And just as you were saying, Chili assassinates Ozzy. Unfortunately, now it's a 4v5 situation.
The root of Berjaya Dragon's strength has been Chili so far. He's a very proactive jungler. He likes to make things happen for his team. As Berjaya Dragons will now set up on this Baron. It's taking a while though because it's Varus that's hitting this.
At the moment, yeah, you're right. It is 1/4 HP, and that's gonna be a secure. No, that's gonna be a steal coming from MVP. Just as you mentioned, because of that slow, and Pego will fall, but that's 3 members down without Baron buff. And now MVP decides to save it. It is gonna be a secure by MVP stolen by Papa.
I'm gonna teach you a new word in Cantonese today, Riku. It's called Totse, which means thank you and thank you for that leash. But Berjaya Dragons, they started up, they spent so much time hitting the objective. MVP just walks in with the Acatian Rain. Oh, you hate to see that.
Oh, dear me. I mean, you were just talking about it. You mentioned that, okay, Sagi here on this Varus, it's going to take a little bit while. And now Berjaya Dragons were pretty much separated, so the damage output were basically scattered, and therefore the potential steal. And that's what happened. Now MVP is able to slow this game down.
They have some initiative right now because the Baron buff, whoever it's on, still means to say David as well as Albert, I believe, will be able to set up the side waves, right? Baron empowered minions still hold on very well. And yes, there is a gold advantage for Berjaya Dragons, but they need to find this again.
Oh, there is Chili again, just diving in on Winter with that knock-up, and as well as the Assault Wind Battery being used, but Pego, unfortunately, will be the first one to fall. That's 50 seconds on the clock before he's up and running, and now that's going to be Sune, rather, coming from the side, but that just scares MVP to go back.
The legendary flanking Garen doesn't really do anything. It's a silence and spins away. Okay, but at least they find that pick on the Pego, right? They need to get as many of these as possible to start taking the outer turrets. And it's, again, very tough to defend, or rather push against the Ziggs because he has this insane wave clear. I do kind of see the value of the Seraph's Embrace right now because he doesn't need the blue buff just to clear the waves.
A little bit of the extra survivability for sure, as all but we'll just have to try and clear and again just sort of watch over this top side as the waves still kind of build up, considering the fact that that is still not open. It's 17 minutes, top side still not open, unfortunately. Therefore Berjaya Dragons is free to sort of do this right now at the bottom portion of the map.
It's a great Elder as well. I mean, they're setting up for this just in case MVP checks. There's a brush where the Garen is, but the engage comes in.
Sune will spot this out for sure as the Damascene Justice will be activated. But Pego now on Guardian's Angel. They're waiting. There's the Encore. Really good lineup, but no follow-up. It is just used to disengage.
Plays them a song for them to dance, but in the end, it's just gonna be MVP disengaging while Elder Cloud Drake goes over to Berjaya Dragons. And they could contest this, but Chili still has that Throw of the Hunt. They will be looking to re-engage together with Winter if they jump too far forward.
Yeah, no ult coming from Alba, no dominance, but maybe another steal perhaps, as that is going to be a secure by Chili. But now Alba activates his dominance. Now he's silenced a little bit more, but here comes the knock-off, here comes the engage coming from Berjaya, as now Karuto is unstoppable, and they lock in the rest of MVP, but unfortunately Papa will be the next one to fall, and that concludes, or rather, that will enable Berjaya to take on Baron.
I'm not sure if MVP is going to be able to steal this one again away from Berjaya Dragons Riku, but right now they're looking to push down the mid-tier 2 first. The idea is to open up the map, right? Set the wave as far into MVP's base as possible so they have this bandwidth to walk over to the Baron and then start it up.
Right, there's still 20 seconds on the clock, more or less, just as you mentioned, take off more structures away from MVP, and now this is definitely more leeway, more space for them to sort of take their time taking this Baron. As we can see, MVP maybe moving a little bit forward, but they still have to push the waves, and it's so dark. Still lack those 2 members, so Berjaya gets the Baron for themselves.
Yep, the Globe Baron take coming in from Berjaya Dragons, and well, we see the adaptation they make this time, right? Push the waves up, make sure that we can spot anyone walking in so they can't steal away from us again. MVP, they're kind of resigned to their fate now, trying to clear out the side waves, trying to push mid just before the final push from Berjaya Dragons comes in. I love that they're splitting up, right? This is the best way to utilize Baron buff. Send your Baron lane as well as your jungler to the side lanes to sort of set the waves up, and then group up to push mid with the Orianna, Varus, as well as Alistar.
Right, really good 1-3-1 coming from Berjaya. I mean, Albat is unfortunately two levels behind Zisune, so there's no threat whatsoever. He has to give that up. And Forest to just defend these towers over here by the base. And yeah, this is looking really, really tough to defend by MVP.
Trying their best to clean the waves out, but the engage. Oh, look at that!
What is that damage? Oh my word, Sagi! That's just one arrow. That's just one ridiculous arrow, rather. And at the meantime, now Berjaya knocking on the base of the MVP, and it's such a convincing win after 20 minutes. Berjaya Dragons take that W.
Again, the reminder, Elder buff gives this damage over time, and he wasn't expecting the burst from the Varus piercing arrow. You can see on your screen the man in the center, Chili, formerly known as Zer, one of the most long-standing Malaysian esports players, rivaling Ozora Veki, captaining and sort of bringing his team to this win. Berjaya Dragons looking very formidable on this day one.
Yeah, another convincing win over here by the Malaysian #1 seed. Berjaya Dragons were able to utilize this Rengar pick to its full potential. And on top of that, with Karuto over on the Shockwave delivery system.
I do love this setup. Berjaya Dragons, they drafted very well. And there's no need to keep, I think a lot of teams over-prioritize the Camille, the Fiora in the Baron lane. Sometimes just playing a tank, going even, and then lane swapping and using these shenanigans will help you get this mid-game advantage that you need to close out the game.
That's true. It's sort of like, you neutralizing the lane with either the Garen or the Darius that we usually see at topside versus all of these duelists, I suppose, at the top portion of the map. So Berjaya Dragons, just as you mentioned, did an amazing job sort of adjusting towards that lane swap. Or
Definitely.
They're the ones who initiated the lane swap.
Definitely smart play coming in. They understood that, hey, if we go like man to man, lane to lane, Baron laner to Baron laner, it's not going to turn out well. So just set the enemy Baron laner behind with this lane swap and then play aggressively with Chili, who is for the most part the engine, like I say, of Berjaya Dragons. He likes to get things going, and once he gets this lead, he starts pushing his advantages for his team.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. The way that Chile used this Rengar, usually, I mean, from the matches that I've seen recently, at least from the Philippine region, Rengar, either this 50-50, either so crazy like Chile, or not ulting and not really doing anything. Yeah. But let's take a look at the highlights. And primarily over here, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5, play of the game. And it's just those tower dives that really served this transition for Sagi to deal a huge amount of damage.
Absolutely right on the Rengar note. It's Feast of Famine, and when you set up these kills for the Rengar, he's feasting, right? He feels so good jumping in. He's always falling up behind Winter once he's soaked up all the CC, and it feels so easy for Chile to just pick up the kills.
Yeah, exactly. It is just, just all according to plan. I think this is one of those things where Pego just wanted to clear the wave and give up the fight, but Sagi finds his arrow. But this is one of those instances where you can punish Sagi with his positioning because you have all the tools for it. You have that assault and battery. But at the same time, it is at the 11-minute mark where, Berjaya Dragons was already building this lead.
Yep, giving a bonus away, it's like a consolation prize, right? Sagi probably just, overstepped a bit too much. He felt too confident and got pounced on by Pego and company. This was the steal coming in where, like we said, the smite wasn't there from Chile. Maybe he didn't time it well enough, but it just got bursted down and picked up by MVP. There was a moment there, a small window where we thought, okay, this could be how they stabilize the game, but around this Elder Cloud trade, things go horribly wrong for MVP.
It was definitely tough. They were looking to maybe find that second miracle. After stealing the Baron, maybe we can steal the Elder Drake. But unfortunately, I think at this point it was, David's ult wasn't available for the, again, because it was baited the fight prior to that. I think that was huge. And the fact that, again, Berjaya Dragons got all the Dragon Balls, the Dragon buffs, rather, for themselves over here. Let's take a look at the match MVP. Of course, it's going to be Sagi on this Varus.
1,727 damage per minute, right? That comes from just hitting those piercing arrows and spacing away from the threat on the MVP side. And you think about it this way, he stands parallel to Ziggs, whereas Ziggs throws bouncing bombs from a distance. What Sagi's looking to do is just hit those piercing arrows and allow his team to clean up, because they do have that Rengar who loves chasing down targets.
Yeah, you know how far ahead he was in the game with just one arrow, just kills Papa instantly, Emma. I mean, it was definitely the correlation of all the dragon buffs combined, and really did help him sort of, you know, chunk a lot of health out of the rest of the members coming from the side of MVP. But yeah, it was such a convincing win for Berjaya Dragons. A really, really good showing on their debut here over the Summer Super Cup.
And to be frank, I honestly don't feel like Varus is, you know, at a stage where he pops up like this every game. You kind of need a specific setup, and it was largely because of the dives early on that Sagi picked up a lot of kills, right? I think 3 minutes in, he was up 1,500 gold compared to his lane opponent, and that is like a free snowball. That's a free item and a half, a free half an item essentially. One free BF sword, or for him to pick up his mana immune. So it's not every day you get a free Varus game like this. You kind of have to set up for it. For the most part, I still feel like Kai'Sa and Xayah are your traditional go-to AD carries.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it was the perfect setup. You know, you've got the two frontliners for your, and as well as Orianna for that additional shielding. So it works out in their favor. But now, you know, MVP versus Berjaya Dragons, that is our 7th match of the day. Again, we have 12 matches overall throughout day number 1 of the group stages at least. But of course, it's time to move over to our 8th match of the day. It's going to be Flash Wolves versus Buriram United Esports, the 2nd seed of Taiwan versus the 2nd seed of Thailand. What do you think? How do you think this match is going to go? Is it going to be, you know, the dominating streak that we've seen so far in the Summer Super Cup?
I might have to echo the sentiment of the panel and just think that Flash Wolves are going to take this very handily. I feel like Buriram United Esports have an uphill task in front of them, and largely because even in their own region, they look good, but they were never really dominant. And when you combine these pools, you know, when all the regions come together and you measure everyone by the same yardstick, they look like they're going to fall short.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're showing, or rather the region in general for Taiwan, we saw how one team performed, and now Flash Wolves, excited to see what they bring to the table, considering the fact that what the panel mentioned, there's a lot of familiar names over here for Flash Wolves.
I mean, the one that comes to mind, or the two that come to mind, would be Ysera and Bruce. So as early as 2020 summer season in the PCS, Ysera was still playing support for HQ Esports, and Bruce was playing ADC for Mashi Esports. So, you know, from them transitioning to Wild Rift, it's not like, you know, they went into retirement, came out, and then decided to play Wild Rift. No, they made a pivot just, you know, within this year. Like, yep, I'm going to be, you know, on this team, Flash Wolves, we're going forward. We want to win the Summer Super Cup. And what a better place to start right now against Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, exactly. This was a shift not only from, you know, from an esports scene to another. It's also a shift of roles because, you know, Bruce used to be the AD carry, and Ysera, I believe, used to be that support as well. And now on towards the top lanes, a little bit more leaning towards these aggressive or duelist or side laners rather. But now for Buriram, how do you think, because it looks like an uphill battle for them up against Flash Wolves, what do you think, which part of their lane should they focus on? What sort of strategy should they do to sort of, you know, beat Flash Wolves?
The panel called it out. You know, Noel might be the X factor here for Buriram United Esports, largely on that cinch. It might warrant a ban, it might not. But I think with the focus so much being on Renekton right now, that cinch might see some value if he wants to proxy the wave out and just, you know, wholesale skip the matchup. We've seen in the game before this how you could cheat around the Renekton lane. Cinch is another way, I guess, if you want to cheat out that matchup. And if Noel can, you know, kind of find this annoying presence on the map, force people to answer him, it might open up space for Buriram United Esports to kind of find their win.
I like that approach, definitely, considering the fact that we've seen Ysera so many times get this Renekton that's kind of 50-50. Either he's amazing on the Renekton or just get tower dove on time and time again. And I think that could be the perfect setup. Looking at, you know, Shiba's pool, he could definitely assist Noel with, you know, the Camille, maybe the Wukong, maybe even the Lee Sin. We've seen Lee Sin and Renekton even back at the classic LoL PC jungle top lane duo synergy. So I think that could work.
Worst case scenario, they just send the Renekton to mid, Bruce plays mid Renekton as well, and there's this flex potential, right? Which is why I think Renekton is going to be highly prioritized coming in. And just for the side of Flash Wolves, they want that because they can then decide how they want to sort out their solo lanes and get the best matchup possible.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if Buriram is able to, get the setup that they want as well, considering the fact that they are going up against such a titan of a region here from Taiwan, and the fact that, looking at the pool of Buriram United Esports, it's looking like they're leaning a lot on these, 5v5 compositions. Do you think that could be an option to defeat Flash Wolves?
When you go up against an experienced team that has synergy, 5v5s might not be the play, right? Because they're all on the same page. Their target selection might be significantly better than you, which is why I kind of highlighted maybe you just play towards Noel, leave him in an isolated 1v1 or force attention towards him, and then you play this rest of the squad together. Usually when it comes to 5v5s, the inexperienced team will get punished.
Yeah, that is true. So maybe the option is, having that early game lead and hopefully being able to finish and wrap it up before, Flash Wolves is able to come back in the game. And, looking at their pool, going back into their pool, I mean, have Arsheni will be able to, there's an option of a Twisted Fate and maybe what the Jess with the Galio. So what do you think would be the potential picks coming into the draft?
I do like that you mentioned Twisted Fate and Galio because they complement, again, the Singed very well, right? If everyone decides to dogpile into the Singed and he manages to chase them off and, run circles around them and they take too much poison damage, you turn the tables. You TP in with TF, add the Galio to join in, and you have this immediate response to the chase on top of Noel. What the Jess coming in as a loan from Invade Esports, I think, is a upgrade to their roster, right? For the most part, it feels like What the Jess has been a very phenomenal player, not only on Wild Rift, but also when it comes to League of Legends PC.
He's definitely going to bring experience on the board for Buriram United, considering the fact that maybe they need additional engage, additional peel for the rest of the carries like Arsheni and Kinemon. And meanwhile, for Flash Wolves, you mentioned, they're very experienced. They have a lot of experience coming from the LoL PC scene. And we talked about Sarah, we talked about Bruce. Don't forget as well Cookie and what he brings to Flash Wolves.
Yeah, Cookie, he plays the jungle trinity of like Olaf, Fi, Lee Sin. So you swap up the Camille, you bring in the Olaf. Like, I feel like those are the picks that really dictate how this region is. They like to go in aggressive. They like to take and punish opponents for their mistakes. One big note is that on the side of Buriram Esports, Kinemon tends to be out of position once in a while, maybe more often than once in a while. So that's something that Flash Wolves will be looking to punish, I think, coming into this matchup.
Yeah, and considering, his champ pool is Tristana and as well as the Kaisa, so it can get a little bit dicey, aggressively Killer Instinct King, or maybe the Rocket Jump, using it aggressively. So maybe that will or may not happen, as for Flash Wolves, again, their punish potential is also there. So little room for error for sure for Buriram United.
You hate to see that, right? The AD carry thinks he can go in for a reset, jumps in on Tristana, like gets exhausted instantly and dies. I call that the tactical special, right? So hopefully he avoids that. Hopefully he plays safe, because on Tristana and both Kaisa, you are expected to be like the main DPS for your team, especially when you do scale up. Burning your health bar just by jumping in is not the play.
Exactly, and I guess that is definitely, what the Jess coming in for Buriram United will definitely help, as now the draft is starting. Flash Wolves over to your blue side, Buriram United over to your red, and look at that! Flash Wolves with the Tristana ban! Yeah!
So I guess it's a good thing here for Kinemon. At least we won't see him jump in, at the misopportune moments with Tristana, but it also goes to show that Flash Wolves do respect this pick from Buriram United Esports, right? With 3 bans left on the table, we will expect to see some combination of Galio, Camille, and Gragas being banned out.
And that Seraphine ban as well. Are they looking into targeting any synergy with the Olaf? I mean, usually you pair that up as well with the Orianna, which open things up. But Flash Wolves now removing the Galio, and this could be, what, a Ziggs ban perhaps?
If they ban out the Ziggs, this leaves Lee Sin, Camille, and Gragas open, but Buriram here, they're going to go for the Camille instead, and this might open Flash Wolves for Ziggs instead. The Ziggs has been a pick that, hasn't been... I would say you need to know how to play around it. You need to know how to build your items into the Ziggs PowerPoint. Going for something like Ludens into Cerberus is not ideal. Ludens into maybe a Death Cap and then throwing your bombs forward is probably the best play here, as we see Buriram instantly snap pick the Zaya Rakan. I love this so much. I think it's one of the best bot lane duos right now, or Dragon lane duos right now, just because you get so much lane priority early on. And if you decide to vertical jungle and split the map, wherever this duo goes to, they're always going to have the ability to push out.
Yeah, so I'm curious what they want to pair this up, what aggressive jungler they can pair this up with. You mentioned the Lee Sin. I think that could be a potential opening for them. But in the meantime, the Alistar will be picked up for the side of Flash Wolves and as well as Kaisa. So you mentioned how, you know, Buriram United is able to get their opportunity or priority rather.
Now that we see the Ziggs, I'm almost certain that the final pick here is going to be Jarvan for Buriram United Esports, and Flash Wolves might be thinking that as well, which is why instantly the last two picks are snapped. They're very mobile, right? You have the dash from the Lee Sin, the Safeguard, as well as the Spirit Rush from Ahri, so that negates the Cataclysm coming in for Buriram United Esports. That should be the synergy as well, but instead they go for the Vi to add further lockdown. Jarvan is escapable, Assault and Battery isn't.
They're seeing there's a lot of mobility on the board, looking at the Kaisa, looking at the Ahri as well. So they most likely decided to opt for, just as you mentioned, that lockdown as well. I mean, it works similarly. You hold someone down, the bombs will just sort of funnel in. It synergizes well with the Rakan as well, with your knock-up. So it is going to be a layering of CC. Excited to see how this will go, because looking at Flash Wolves' mid and jungle, it's looking pretty solid with the Ahri and the Lee Sin. I'm looking to see early game kills for sure, but we'll have to see how this pans out.
The Assault and Battery is also an indicator for who Noel should hit with the Demacian Justice, as we see this early push coming 4 members from Buriram United Esports. So what they want to do is get early mid-prio here as much as possible so that they can control the jungle state, control the lane assignments. But you can see the cheese being set up by Flash Wolves. Okay.
The Flash Wolves, at the moment, will, just as you mentioned, will now go for a little bit of this standard, I suppose, but there's the knock-up as well, double knock-up for the 80 carries, but Demon's still low right now. And remember, what the Jess carrying Ignite.
It's so aggressive, they know they can go for these all-ins, and that's the kind of killer instinct that what the Jess adds to this team, which I think is an upgrade overall. No hate on, the jungler that he replaced, but what the Jess is a confident player in his own right, and doing this is just an indication. Right now, you can see that Shiba is actually walking to take the enemy blue buff away. And the reason they can do this is because they got early lane prio by grouping up 4 members or 3 members in mid lane, just shoving up.
Buriram with a good start so far, just as you mentioned, having another buff on their hands. And now, if Buriram continues to do this, it might be a little bit tricky for Cookie to go over the blue buff of Buriram. But now they might look into a potential gank because, it is already level 3 for Cookie and no vision whatsoever for Buriram.
He needs to pick up the Scuttle Crab first and then set up this gank. But right now the wave is, kind of pushing towards Buriram. So I don't think they can make this gank happen unless they opt to go for a dive. Cookie here is going to navigate himself over to the enemy blue buff. So again, vertical jungling is the name of the game. The difference here is that Shiba took away the Gromp, whereas Cookie might not even get the blue.
Oh, there's the knock-up on towards Cookie, but he's able to safeguard away for sure. The rest of Flash Wolves' dual lanes are nearby, so Buriram decided not to commit.
What they should have done there earlier in the game for Flash Wolves is put a ward down. Hold on, Solo Kill might come in.
Sarah? He still has Flash. So gotta be careful of any of the Flash body slam coming in. So that's the reason why Noel's just running so far away now.
I love that he's just proxying the wave, denying as much EXP, because by holding the wave there, you can see in the Baron lane, the second one is going to crash, and this means that Noel is going to miss about 1.5 wave of EXP and farm.
That's true, further, furthering his level, I suppose, as Isera already has the explosive cask for himself. But the reset will happen for Isera, so a little bit of breathing space for Noel at least. Just a slight good news, I suppose. But right now, sorta Bruce is able to take hold of the mid lane, so this is a huge plus for Flash Wolves.
He's just farming better. On this Ahri, he's just hitting his CS more, to be honest. Bruce is very okay laning to the Ziggs because there is no kill threat from Ziggs, whereas he does have an opportunity to all-in if he hits the charm. So, of course, he's going to be farming better. He can space away from Arshani and force the Ziggs to play defensively.
Yeah, that's true. A little bit difficult considering the fact that even though Shiba is going to be on this Vi, he's going to be very slippery with a Spirit Rush and as well as the Flash on the board. But 28 seconds on the clock already for the Ocean Drake, and I think this is where the paths not converge, but this is where the paths fork. What did teams do? Do they want to exchange a few objectives off of the map, the opposite part of the map, or do they want to contest this one this time around?
That is a good question, Riku. And what Flash Wolves are doing now is setting up vision because they know that Buriram United is probably going to contest this. They need some deep wards to avoid getting jumped by What the Jess as well as Shiba. So if you know where the Rakan is coming from, you could probably pressure him out, not allow him to jump on you. But speaking of which,
Izen, a little bit tanky to sort of punish him being a little bit aggressive, but now BRU is going to try to sweep some of these wards off to deny information from Flash Wolves. Now Demon might be in a little bit of trouble here, as I can see, you know, they're jumping on him as he's isolated. He's able to use the Killer Instinct to reposition at least, but here comes the rest of Flash Wolves. What the, whoa! That's a double man body slam. Kinemon will fall, and he's going to be the sacrifice for first blood. And now Buriram, unfortunately, Jess wants to run away now.
Good
oh,
charm
wait,
in.
it's not yet over. There's the charm. There's the Electrocute proc, and Shiba solo right now. At the moment, Noelle is just going to be that meat shield for the rest of the squad. The same goes for Isera for that knockup, but Flash Wolves pretty low, but they're able to get one kill off of that engage.
To get the first blood, it goes towards Isan. Not ideal, but at least you converge some of the pressure. And Isera with the insane play there to flash body slam into two members. We talked about this. Kinemon has this penchant for getting caught out. Right there, we see it happen. He gets picked off by that body slam into a kill. Dragon is still up. We could expect Flash Wolves again to set up for this because you can see that Cookie and Ysera, both the ultimates are coming up soon. Once they get vision, once they have control of the river, they could look for another fight.
They have to, Buriram definitely has to watch out for Isera's killer body slams, but good news, no Flash anymore as it has been used. So that threat, and as well as the punish potential for Isera if he gets in too deep, will be available for them at least. At the moment for Kinemon, his Feather Storm is going to be up soon, but he's definitely going to need that for that extra safety.
Earlier, we saw that Cookie went for the early Yomu's Ghost Blade. That's not ideal. Oh, man, double ward. Okay, that actually kind of hurts them a little bit because now they don't have vision on the other side of the wall, just behind blue buff, so they won't see a flank coming if, What the Jess decides to take that path.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too dangerous for Demon, I suppose, as he's positioned over here in the not warded area, basically. But here comes a fight once more. There's the quickening, or the... Wait, what did I say? Quickening? And that the Killer Instinct used by Demon at the moment is Noelle still alive, using himself as that tanky front line. But Isera and Cookie now gone. Now Buriram wants to reset instead, as it may not be safe to take the dragon.
Flash Wolves took the wrong play there. They knew that What the Jess was sitting inside that bush. They decided to walk past, and the full chain of CC coming through is just more than enough for Buriram to punish anyone walking through that choke. Unfortunate, but again, this is going to be Ocean Dragon once more up for contest. But since Rift Herald has spawned, both teams can make the decision. Are we going to trade off the Rift Herald for the Dragon, or are we going to fight for this again? It seems like Buriram United Esports with Kinemon in the Dragon lane will not be able to contest this Rift Herald.
Yeah, this is going to be a 4v5 situation, and your 4-man, you definitely need that consistent DPS coming from Kinemon. So, just as you mentioned, Buriram will let this go. Instead, we'll get First Blood Tower and as well as their first Dragon.
Not the most equal trades. If this was an Inferno Dragon, I say all the way, take the Inferno Dragon, give them the Rift Herald, but Ocean Drake is not specifically ideal for their composition. They want to be looking to burst someone with the instant damage coming in, not take these extended fights. So all things considered, I think Flash Wolves, now that they get the Baron Tier 1 as well, are in a solid position.
Yeah, opening the map a little bit more, at least for Buriram. It's a consolation prize. They'll take what they can with the Dragon, and as well as opening up the bottom portion of the map. And so far, so good, at least for Buriram as well, because we're not seeing the big balloon up of one dragon fight. It is an ace, and then leading towards a balloon of gold. It is different. It's just a 1k gold lead.
Very tempered aggression from both sides. Looking at the item builds right now, you can see that Demon's already got the evolved Q. So despite being, equal-ish in gold to Kinemon, he's actually a lot stronger. So they need to respect the Kai'Sa now. Buriram Esports, United Esports, they can't just walk up and take these fights because Demon has the potential to really sweep them up.
There has been no threat whatsoever so far. I don't think I've seen Demon. Here's the lockdown on Noel though, but I don't think anything will happen too much as he's very tanky. But now he's half HP on towards this potential counter siege. What the Jess will greet Cookie, but he's just gonna fly away towards Kinemon over there. But nothing will happen as Buriram will just destroy this Rift Herald.
Rift Herald forced in mid, makes Buriram United Esports rotate down to defend it, and of course Bruce is here. He's gonna get engaged upon, but still has the Spirit Rush to get out.
Yeah, there's the quickness. Bruce is so low at the moment with the Spirit Rush, just as you mentioned, just for that out. Cookie will just use the Dragon's Rage for additional safety.
So they trade that potential mid tier 1 for bot tier 1, or Dragon tier 1 rather, with the use of the Rift Herald. Again, very good macro play coming in from Flash Wolves. They force Buriram United Esports into these lose-lose situations, and that to me is the epitome of like understanding how to play the map, right? Your opponents have to respond, but when they do, they lose something else. So Flash Wolves playing a very measured game, they're not really, you know, showing that kind of aggression that we saw other teams pull out so far in the Summer Super Cup.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even though it's not like super obvious, 1K gold lead, but the calls and the movements around the map by Flash Wolves is a very, very clear win so far in the first 10 minutes of the game. Now, Buriram looking to set up a death brush, perhaps. Maybe finding someone from Flash Wolves, a little bit isolated, maybe walking towards the dangerous path of that river, but didn't catch anyone.
Both teams like just defaulting to an ARAM, which I hate to see, like especially in Wild Rift when you can get the teleport enchant. This is not the play. Like sitting in mid and just trying to siege against, you know, Ziggs or RE wave clear is not the play, right? I would prefer if teams go for the TP enchant, especially now because Noah hasn't bought anything just yet. He could pick that up and play the side lane, you know, force the map open a little bit more, force Flash Wolves to respond to the side lane pressure.
Yeah, but Buriram wanting to do their best defending this mid lane as it is definitely close to falling. Especially, you know, one fight loss will just open the map even more in favor of Flash Wolves. So I guess for Buriram, that is the reason why they're very careful. They want to keep slowing this pace off away from Flash Wolves.
We're approaching the 11-minute mark. Gold is still slightly in favor of Flash Wolves. I say slightly, it's about 2k. All in all, about 5% lead for the Taiwanese seed. So 20 seconds on this Inferno. Both teams will want this, Riku. They will fight and die for it because of the buff it provides. It's so valuable for both teams, just the additional damage. It's 8% if I remember correctly. The numbers are there. Oh, hold on. Good kick in.
Ooh, what the kick. Cookie into the charm. Are you insane? As they catch out Shiba in his own jungle, but no jungler now for this Infernal Drake.
That setup is just perfect. This is a free Inferno Dragon, and like I said, the Lee Sin players at this tournament are cracked. I'm not sure why they're not picking the jungler Lee Sin up, because it allows you to set up plays like these. It feels so good when you find the windows to just kick someone in, be it Shiba or Arshini. Both of them are great targets. Just kick them in, start the fight.
Yeah, that alley-oop, but there's the knock-up on towards the Sarah there, but he has the body slam for that additional safety. No, look at the trigger discipline, I suppose, from Sarah. No flash or barrier being used, and that's going to be still available on the next fight.
We talked about the two versions of Gragas in our meetings earlier in the week. You have the tank Gragas, you have the AP Gragas. This Grasp of the Undying tank Gragas is actually pretty insane, just because of the damage reduction coming in from his W, or a second skill if you want to put it that way. Allows him to just sit in the front line. He is a true tank at this point. Coupled together with Eason on that Alistar, it's tough to break past the anchors or the front line of Flash Wolves.
That's true. That's, being the double tank and double engagers for Flash Wolves, just to sort of enable, Bruce and Demon to do what they need to do. Now, Buriram, though, does want to try and get the siege on, as Demon is so low. Is able to get the heals as well on the board, but Buriram will not be able to translate anything as topside is pushing.
I'm curious to see the itemization from Arshini here. I feel like it's going to be Ludens and Deathcap, which is why his bouncing bombs are hurting so much. And again, in these chokes along the Baron Pit, Arshini feels that much scarier whenever he's tossing Hextech Mind Fuse or bouncing bombs. It's tough to take that objective.
That is the reason why, 100% why Flash Wolves is going to be a little bit more reserved and, trying to take out the Baron.
They need to set up the pick first with Cookie on that, Dragon's Rage, try to insect someone in. There you go. Luna's Echo and Rebellion Death Cap completed, so he hurts a lot. Moving towards the Morellos as well, just to cut the healing. I think that's a great buy. Even without the passive, it's still pretty efficient. And when you do add the passive in, it just feels that much better. Engage into the mid lane.
Oh, double knockup. There's the quickness coming in. They're going to be backing off a little bit, but now the tower is down. But now Demon is going to be the focus, and that's no AD carry for Flash Wolves. And now they want to just run away, but Buriram in the 5v4 situation.
They're looking to siege down this mid tier 1. It'll go down very quickly with Ziggs here. I don't think Flash Wolves can defend.
Whoa, that's a double man knockup coming from Ysera, but that's a dive coming in from What the Jess. Now the tower still stands, but Cookie and Demon is now long gone. It's gonna be a 3v5 situation. Still no deaths for Buriram United.
Now they can transition over to controlling the other portions of the map. Mid tier 1's down, guess what? There is still a Baron tier 1, and someone will have to go and siege that up. Once you open up the map even more, it feels tougher for Flash Wolves to regain control, especially when you're checking into what the Jess is engaged, as well as the bombs coming in from Arshani. So far the composition for Buriram, as long as they continue scaling up, Kinemon is going to feel good too. He doesn't necessarily need the peel from what the Jess. It frees up the Rakan to just force these fights.
Exactly, it is one of the other options for heavy engage from Buriram for sure. It has worked wonders from what we've seen earlier as Demon was instantly bursted down by, again, you mentioned Arshani on his arsenal, basically, with a lot of damage on the board for himself. Now, Flash Wolves gotta sweat a little bit now that, they haven't been able to take things just what they've done in, the previous 10 minutes.
Holding on to the control here, looking to put down vision first. You can see that Shiba is actually very far from his team. He needs to join in right now.
Oh, Noel, though, is going to get sandwiched by both of the rest of Flash Wolves, but he is pretty tanky. He's just going to spin and run away.
Yeah, but still, what the Jess used the quickness there, whereas Flash Wolves, they still have all the ultimates, have most of the summer spells, if not everything here. So that's just a free pick, it removes the engage potential for Buriram for another, 30, 45 seconds, leaving them to just check the vision out, let the side of Flash Wolves set up.
That's true, they'll heavily rely on Shiva for the Assault and Battery, but what is your AoE engage? There's the flash knock-up headbutt and everything else as, we get to see the Ari Barus coming from the side, but there's no charm hitting, so the engage will not pass through, but look at that, Shiva already 1/4 HP, but looks like Flash Wolves is just gonna settle for this dragon.
You can see what Flash Wolves are trying to do there. They're like baiting the Baron, hey guys, you want to check this? We could take this very quickly because we have Kaisa, and Buriram called them on their bluff. They step up and then Flash Wolves kind of have to force the engage. At least they get the Cloud Dragon. It wasn't a full waste of ultimates in the mid lane when they chased down. In addition to that, also, Demon is slowly picking up the farm right now. You can see he's moving towards the Last Whisper build-up, looking very strong in that regard. Max build for Demon is going to come online soon, and he's going to be the damage source for Flash Wolves in these later fights.
Definitely going to be a little bit tricky, considering the fact that, Noel and What the Jess may be shredded very, very fast in these fights once you mention that Demon is able to get max item build. Buriram, though, doing their best to sort of regain control over this top side near the Baron. I think they're doing a good job sort of slowing the pace down, but doesn't change the fact that Flash Wolves has 2 dragons and a 3k gold lead.
The next dragon is going to be Elder Mountain, and it actually benefits Buriram a lot more than it does Flash Wolves, just purely on the virtue of having a Garen on the lineup. Like, look at his items. It's just flat stats, right? And yes, Ysera is also building flat stats, but his job is try to disrupt the front line, whereas Noel would love to go back in and out of fights, taking his time with this one.
So far, so good for Flash Wolves. They're now starting this one just to try to see and bait it out. Eason will be the one trying to zone them in while they have to wear their dancing shoes with the zigs, pokes, and the bombs. Ysera so low right now, but Eason's was gonna start the fight. There's the charm. There's the Assault and Battery towards as Shiva is gonna run for the hills. He's pretty much very low at the moment. That's gonna be a double kill already from Demon, and 3 members down some more as the rest of Flash Wolves wants to restart the fight. Demon, Eason, and everybody else are pretty much low, but it doesn't matter as that's gonna be an ace on the side of Flash Wolves as they're marching down the mid lane.
You saw the window there for Demon. Once all the spells were out, once the Assault and Battery was committed, he knew he could fly in with the Killer Instinct to clean up the fight, and this should be game here. Coming in for Flash Wolves, the Oppo team ace for this this insane lineup. Honestly, they pulled the trigger, they end the game so quickly. I'm at a loss for words. I thought they were gonna drag this one out, but Flash Wolves, they see the window and they punish.
And in an instant, they were able to win that one fight, force Buriram United into a complete on full 100% commit, and cleaned up the ace. Doesn't even need the Baron, just use the Baron for bait. And Flash Wolves win their first game in Group D.
A lot more tempered and disciplined than I expected from the team that was hailed by many to be one of the best, contenders for the Summer Super Cup. I thought they're just going to come in and style on the opponents, mechanically outplay them, but turns out they favor this macro style a lot more, right? Bait them into vision, force the engages, take the 5-on-5s, and like we talked about, Riku, the more experienced team in these situations tend to come out on top when it comes to the 5-on-5. We saw Buriram being a bit more scattered in that final fight.
Yeah, they were definitely dancing to the Flash Wolves tune, as it was a constant bait towards the Baron. The Baron side was actually used so many times, either to get a dragon, get a kill onto Shiba, or definitely bait them out into 100%, which is what we saw in the last few minutes of the game.
Awesome stuff coming in from the Flash Wolves, and now with this win, it feels like this group again. I talk about the implications of this all the time, but Group D is starting to get a bit sweaty here. We saw Berjaya Dragons with a very dominant performance earlier. Now Flash Wolves coming up with a game of their own. This time playing solid, kind of default Wild Rift as opposed to Berjaya Dragons with their lane swaps and their early game shenanigans. I think we're seeing two sides of the coin here from two very dominant teams, but one of them is going to come out on top in Group D to get that bye into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly. I like the different paces of the playstyles that we've seen so far in our, 8 matches. We've seen, Amihan, I think is the opposite side of the spectrum from what we've seen. 2 minutes? We've got 3 dives.
Just all day.
Just gank all day, every day. But in the meantime, we've got Flash Wolves, who's just very happy with managing to deny any sort of exchanges and just getting all the objectives that they need to build the lead. Like, it's not obvious in kills, it's not obvious in gold, but their movements show that they were winning. And Buriram definitely would take this lesson, I suppose, up against Flash Wolves, but they did a pretty good job sort of, stalling and not, giving into the baits of Flash Wolves.
I think it's definitely a lesson learned here, especially because they're going up against MVP tomorrow. And taking lessons from someone that schooled you in meta Wild Rift is always a learning curve. I think this is a tough lesson, but it's a fair one. Going into the match tomorrow, there's some basics that they probably picked up this time about how to abuse lane priority, how to abuse objectives into baiting opponents into them and then forcing the engage. Because if you look at their composition for the Buriram United side, it's exactly what you do with this kind of bait the objective and then force the engage composition.
Exactly, it is one of those strategies, I suppose. Especially, I guess gotta say it though. That is definitely the play of the game. Brought to you by Oppo Reno 5. Is Cerberus Flash Body Slam with such an amazing engage.
And if the question is, where is all this kind of macro play coming from? The easy answer is between Ysera, Bruce, and Eason. These players have a solid wealth of experience in esports, in just League of Legends PC, as well as their experience in their regions competing. So for the most part, them leading the charge, them making the calls, is giving Flash Wolves this added, kind of killer instinct almost.
That's true. Shifting over to a lot of the important lanes. I mean, all of the lanes are important, but Bruce moving over to the mid lane, Ysera from support moving over to top. All lanes covered basically as well with Eason, and we can see Demon getting that double kill and lots of more kills to follow. And just as you mentioned, as Shiba already used the assault on battery, it was basically go time.
Demon's so good at understanding how you can jump into these fights, and that's the max build Kai'Sa we were kind of alluding to. Showed up a lot earlier than we expected. I thought it was going to be 1-2 minutes more before he jumps in, but there you go, that's the build done. Only lacking, I believe, a mortal reminder coming in, so yes, it's not the full build, but he's still good to go in these fights.
Yeah, he was very patient. He was waiting for the right timing to go aggressively trigger the killer instinct, and it really paid off as Flash Wolves very patient but aggressive with their macro, and it does show well. And Demon fits this whole roster very, very well.
And on the other side, for Buriram United Esports, they can kind of leave or end off today with their heads held high because they put up a very good fight for the most part. I think they were matching the pace of Flash Wolves. It's just the lack of knowledge or maybe a lack of synergy when it comes to contesting these objectives. It feels very obvious when we look at it from like God mode, right? We have this kind of third-person POV of what everyone is doing, so we can see them kind of stumble here and there. But again, they can take this lesson. They can move on tomorrow stronger.
That's true. I mean, Buriram still has to, you mentioned, deal with MVP, who is on the other side of the spectrum, a little bit more on the aggressive side in comparison to Flash Wolves, which is still very extremely tough, despite, you know, having them to deal and sort of stabilize and not lose too much when it comes to gold and slow down the bleed rather. But yeah, that is what 8 matches already concluded. We've seen a lot of interesting play styles so far. You know, looking back at the VODs, it looked like it could have been a lot of Lee Sins, a lot of Vice, and then just see what happens 4 minutes, who gets the lead, and then hammer down and finish the game. But it's now different. We're seeing a lot of variety over here.
Yeah, very tempered. Every region kind of having their own unique take on Wild Rift, and because it is only day 1, we've yet to see these styles really solidify and clash. Everyone's just kind of testing out what works and what doesn't. We saw a lot of Olaf today. Immediate answer was Jarvan. Okay, now we can strike that off the list. If Jarvan is open, we're not playing Olaf. Done. We'll go to the next lesson. We'll figure something out from there, right?
Yeah, never again. I'm sure, you know, after day 1, I don't think we're going to be seeing the Olaf Jarvan for matchups, which is super interesting considering that a lot of the regions, a lot of the jungler players we have in the current Summer Super Cup does love their Olaf. But again, that is 8 games already. We still have a lot to go. That's 12 games in total for days of the group stage. But before we proceed for more matches, 4 more matches actually, we're going to head on over to a short break. My name is Rika. Together with me is Hungry, and we'll see you in a bit.
Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No.
Residents of Middle-earth, welcome once again to the Southeast Asia Icon Series Summer Super Cup. My name is Asarai. I'll be replacing Mika Fabs as your panel host, and of course, joining with me now is our incredible panel for the last 4 games of the night. So we'll be having Gamernism, TJ, and Osiris. What is up, guys?
Wait, you said Summer Super Cup? This isn't Endox online or delivery? Because I have my order already. I get like 1 listen Kawali. That's kind of rice, by the way. No, but I'm kidding. Let's get ready for game number 7 of the day. We have Group A coming back again. We saw a couple matches from earlier. Pretty interesting results overall. I think TJ has 100% pick rate. I'm at like 40%, so maybe might not be the best person to give his opinion here, but I'm liking how things are shaping up.
I think that's absolutely something I'm never going to let you forget. My prediction win rate is going to be emblazoned on the top of this stream from now on.
Yeah, and I'm going to wait for all of those predictions. I'd also be going to chip in most of those close matches that we are seeing. So far, I believe I got 3 correct predictions for the day. From the panel way back then, and then move into the cast. So yeah, everyone is really into this score of their predictions.
All right, my friends, you know what they say, you can't make a mistake if you don't do anything. So I did no predictions up until now. And I'm happy to say I did not win or lose both at the same time. But yeah, moving a bit forward into this one, guys, we've already witnessed a couple of matches already. And I think what that means for us, now that we're almost done with today's group stage, is that we've kind of set the power levels of each team here. We're seeing how, I think from the Philippine region, we're basically 2-0. How in Hong Kong, it seems like they're struggling in their particular matches. And again, what's going to be happening with the rest here as we're going to be, how do you say this, cycling through once again Group A and Group B. We're going to be showing the matches later on, but of course, it already showed in the schedule. But what do you feel, guys, about the matches that we've already witnessed?
I think what we've seen so far has kind of been aligned with what we've expected. Let's take a quick look at Group A again, because those are the matches that we're going to round off the day with. EVOS Esports from the Thailand region, SBTC Esports from the Vietnam region, Team Secret from the Philippine region, and QWQ from the Hong Kong region. And I think for the most part, Thailand, Philippines have been incredibly strong. I think Vietnam has been a little bit disappointing, but QWQ kind of fits about where our expectations are.
It's a really mean thing to say, and at the same time, an accurate thing to say. There's no way to sugarcoat it. QWQ looked a little lost and outclassed in their first game of the day versus Team Secret, and despite their inspiring story winning over our hearts, I don't think the second seed out of the Hong Kong region is going to be winning any of their games today.
Yeah, I mean, the icon says it all, that yes, somehow disappointing. And we do understand how cute it is, but it also reflects the performance recently. Yes, they fell short with the Secret, and there's not even a sign of a close fight. So I think they need to work on that.
Yeah, and this will just again be a testament to how strong this particular group that we are in again gonna be witnessing later on. We're gonna have, of course, our matchup for the first game, or for this next game, not the first game, this next game. It is going to be, of course, EVOS Esports. You got yourself a couple of their baddies already. You've got Thipper, Valdez, G4, Cat Satan, and Miracle. These guys went up against SBTC Esports, representing the Vietnam region, and it was, I would say, a bit back and forth at the start of the day, but you saw how G4 has led their team ultimately into a victory once they got their groove rolling.
I think that EVOS has, brought in a performance that we kind of expect from them. We talked so much about how they have an infrastructure and support staff coming in to give them and lend them the support to really develop as a team and develop strategy. And it goes to show how well and how far this support kind of makes a difference. They've come in, have shown incredible discipline. They understand what the opponents are going to do. They are ahead in the meta, and honestly, it just feels like EVOS Esports is in a really good position this competition.
And on the other side, they're going to be taking on QWQ, who have been a little bit shakier. So I'm already looking at EVOS coming into this off of that first win as a team that controls the macro, that dominates early gameplay. And Thipper was a huge part of that. He is one of the best Baron laners in the Summer Cup, and his team relies on his split-pushing prowess, something that was proven when they won their first game of the day via his split push, him sliding into the base as the rest of his team took the fight around the Elder.
Yeah, and we saw also with their first match of the day, our opening game, it was really spicy as how hot his Renekton really dashes in and out, was able to snag those important kills, and Thipper is, yes, he is being outshined mostly by G4, but he is a force to reckon with.
Yeah, and I think this entire team is just that force to be reckoned with. I think for me, it's definitely going to be Valdez. But looking into the other team, the one who needs to set the pace for themselves, everything that you got to do in the group stage, you got to do now. We got, of course, QWQ from the Hong Kong region, Houghton, Tommy, Jack, Cool, and Batsai. And is this team that has had, I think, at least a shaky start at the beginning when they went up against Team Secret? Are they going to be able to go through with this? And I'm not sure what just transpired. Anyways, moving forward into this, it seems like they have some game plans, but if they cannot use that or how do you say this, employ that at the start of the match, they kind of tend to fall off, and that's what happened when they went up against Team Secret a while ago.
It felt like QWQ weren't able to take any proactive control of the map, and that's what I was looking for. I wanted to see QWQ get aggressive really at any point during the game, but after an early invade put them on their back foot, they were playing reactively. They were behind in tempo. Versus a team like EVOS that demonstrated against SBTC how good they are at controlling pace, that's going to be a huge problem and something I need to see QWQ fix.
Yeah, and considering that, yes, they somehow faltered in terms of their performance, but this time, this might be the redemption arc for them. But, you got to understand that they are going up against one of the best team right now here at Summer Super Cup. So QWQ needs to step it up, especially with their Dragon laner, how they tip off the role swaps. And this time, we are going to see more of them, and you can see the stats of Cool. You have the Kaisa, Saya, and Brom, which is they wanted to flex those muscles all around with different type of roles. You got the damage per minute of 1042, but a lovely kill participation of 65%.
I think this is kind of interesting to see because Cool, I know TJ talks a lot about how Xayah has a lot of space, has a lot of range, and makes it a lot safer, but I'm actually not favoring it all that much in the competition right now. It feels like Xayah is a little bit too passive considering the level of aggression the plays are going. I would like to see more Kaisa come about, especially with how aggressive that you kind of have to be. You need to jump in with that killer instinct, look for the aggressive pick-off, because those are the kind of the clutch moments that make the biggest difference.
And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that if they can. Anyways, we're going to be looking at the other teams that will still be competing for Group A. We do have, of course, SBTC Esports from the Vietnam region. Just going straight through their particular roster here. We got Minas, TF, July, Keral, Keno. This team, they went off with a bang, I would say. Even though they did lose their match up against EVOS Esports a while ago, I think it still have to respect how much impact they were able to do, at least up until the point that EVOS, like I said, started to kind of find their groove.
Yeah, I mean, SBTC started the day on a loss, but I still favor them to win this game because they're an all-star team fighting team, and their loss to EVOS was dependent on EVOS's ability to deny them those team fights. Team Secret will do no such thing. Team Secret are going to challenge them in the team fights, and with SBTC's advantage in macro, I think they'll come into those team fights with leads and close the game comfortably.
Yep, and right now, SBTC, yes, it was, I really love how Hungry really spot on explained how well these guys are, and right now they showed a lot of potential. It's just that one team came out on top, and you can see right now Minas on your screen. You can like a player stats, lovely damage per minute, which is 974 with that Camille, Fiora, and Garen. Yes, Garen could be on the third pick, but you want this guy to play on a carry potential. You want this guy to put a lot of damage, kill participation of 43%, and that lovely farm also with 823 gold per minute.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I feel like when you're going to be coming from the Vietnam region, it's all about aggression and how you can control the pace of the game. The problem is right now for SBTC, I don't think they're expecting that they can actually outpace their opponents here, and that's going to be very, very difficult going against their next matchup, which is Team Secret, who we saw was so quick to just put on that lane pressure in the start during the start of the day. Anyways, it's Azar, Trevor, Tatsuri, Chewy, and James, and this team from the Philippines has won their previous match during the start of the day.
I mean, I can't pretend to be the expert here because we have so many other panelists, so many other casters coming from the Philippine region who have been following them for the longest time, and I'm sure they know lots more than I do. But just looking at Team Secret playing that first game against QWQ, even in the vacuum, it looked like they were good, they were solid, they knew what they needed to do, and they punished a lot of the mechanical errors that QWQ were making. Mechanically, I feel like they're spot on. When it comes to their macro, we might have to take some more time to figure things out.
Yeah, that was kind of the one weakness in Team Secret's first game, right? Their game versus QWC was dominant, but it had some worrying signs for me as they took a little too long to take advantage of their game state and gave over a couple of sloppy kills. The player who wasn't sloppy at any point during the game, though, was Azar, who was one of Team Secret's stars, and his ability to roam out of side lane and contribute to team fights is one of the things that makes them so deadly in the 5v5, but he's also got this ability to flip the script and play a slow, weak side game when it's required of him. So I'm incredibly impressed by Team Secret's top side and the flexibility there.
Yeah, and Azar, with that flexibility, you gotta love how this guy knows how to, if he's going to be the tank killer, if he wanted to go with that assassin Atali, he is being backed up by the whole squad, and their synergy puts him in a sense of security that he knows when to go in. He knows if he's going to overcommit, and he's going to put himself in a very good spot to save himself. Yes, KDA 2.89, but you can see that this guy got that kill participation of 59%, mostly leaning on a solo kills. But recently, the Darius isn't as flashy as what we've seen from the opening game.
But, I mean, again, these teams have still a lot to prove, just kind of before we do finish the day. Obviously, it's going to be up to QWQ and SBTC Esports. They got all eyes on them since they haven't really had the best of starts for our group stage day one. But of course, for sure, this Group A matchup that we are going to be witnessing a little bit later on is going to be definitely a banger. Anyways, guys, we're going to go for a bit of a showcase video for you with our interview with Team QWQ.
大家好，我係 QWQ 隊長啊，白仔，咁就而家會打呢個輔助嘅位置啦，係啦。
好，大家好，我係 QWQ 嘅射手 Who。
我接觸英雄聯盟都大約有10年㗎，都係咁啊，由中學打到而家啦。咁當初嘅吸引力係可以一班人一齊玩，嗰個凝聚力啊，或者係可以跨呢個年代嘅隔膜咧，我覺得係非常好嘅一個遊戲。邊個階段？我諗係由一開始上鑽石啊，或者再上一層就上精英嘅時候啦。咁覺得自己可以有能力組一班隊友可以打比賽。咁啱香港又有啲機會，有啲小型比賽咁可以參加，咁就乘勢而上啦。咁就變咗依家出現咗喺大家眼前。
我諗自從贏咗其他嘅第一個業餘比賽，咁就轉到嚟手機就繼續打落去。
嗱，其實咧我覺得啦，呢個比賽咧係即係好唐突嘅。點解咁講咧？因為大家咧其實大家都踏入咗社會一段時間嘅啦。咁基本上咧又要去揾嘢做啊，或者係有其他嘅路向，譬如陪屋企人啊、陪朋友啊，基本上好少時間咧去面對，即係專注去翻呢個比賽上面。係啦，所以我覺得如果真係話要殺到埋身啦，咁我哋只能夠係隨風而去啊，迎面而上咁樣嘅啫。其實都好唐突㗎，因為咧我哋即係唔知道原來打香港嘅小型比賽會晉升到去衝出去國際啦，打呢個東南亞地區嘅預選賽。其實都係諗唔到嘅，亦都好匪夷所思，有啲興奮咁樣。
估唔到會參加到咯，估唔到可以代表香港去打，有啲驚喜。
意義就當然係我哋嘅肯定啦，即係除咗即係花時間喺自己正常生活外啦，另外就夾一班人一齊練習呢個比賽，其實係開心嘅。如果真係有幸嘅話，我覺得嗱，依家電競咧就開始泛濫啦，即係好多基本上係唔同嘅代理商都開始招聘唔同嘅新血啦，咁就俾佢哋入去啦。我又有少少忠告嘅，就覺得要量清楚自己嘅實力先啦。即係有時我半桶水或者係想嘗試嘅心態入去嘅時候咧，變咗想抽身嘅時候都難，係啦。好多謝大家即係一直有 follow 我哋 QWQ 嘅行蹤啦，即係可以話俾你聽，其實我哋建立呢支隊伍咧，其實真係唔容易嘅，係啦，好多嘅挑戰啊，或者好多嘅時間上唔配合啦，咁變咗如果大家都仲有留意嘅話，真係我覺得係對自己一個肯定嚟。
Really amazing to see QWQ's interview there, because it just shows how excited they are, and they actually weren't expecting to be the ones to represent the Hong Kong region moving forward into our Summer Super Cup. But is that excitement, is that kind of flabbergasm that they're like, oh my goodness, we're still here? Can they kind of go past that and focus on the real task at hand, which is to, you know, try to get the wins now? Again, like I said, at the start of each tournament, group stage day one is where you kind of set the pace, and if you don't get that, it might be difficult to kind of go along the path. Anyways, yeah, we're just gonna be waiting for our next match here, so we're just gonna go for the predictions in just a bit here, guys.
I feel like I'm in the wrong spot. Right, I'm in the exam hall right now, and the smart kids are behind me, so I can't copy their answers. Now I have to come in, and I'm looking at the exam paper and go,
yes, we're gonna copy you.
I can't. Yeah. So unfortunately, I have to make my prediction first, and I'm gonna have to say that EVOS Esports likely to pick up this first game between EVOS and QWQ.
Okay. I'm just kind of shocked that you're like worrying about it, Gamerism, because I think this game is pretty clear-cut. To be the mean guy on the desk, I think QWQ looked pretty outmatched earlier, and EVOS are one of the best teams in this tournament. So, whilst I'm definitely rooting for QWQ, I want to see them succeed. This one should be pretty clean for EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, I understand TJ, as we wanted to root for the underdogs, but you gotta understand that there's a reason why this team came out on top against SBTC. So I'll go ahead, EVOS all the way. Actually, let's say for the whole playoffs up until then. So EVOS.
You guys are pinning me to the wall here, aren't you? You know what? I was born in the year of the dog. I like the underdogs. I'm gonna vote for QWQ. All right, I'm gonna swing the other direction. Okay, I'm gonna swing the other direction. I kind of like how TJ's just looking at the camera. Are you in disbelief? Right now?
I'm never gonna trust you with my money. That's what I've learned today.
I'm sorry, but you never know what could happen. And like I said, they might go past what they were experiencing a while ago when they went up against again, Team Secret. We'll see how that kind of pans out as we are about to go for our first game here. I'm about to throw it, of course, to our our next set of casters. Or sorry, rather before that, we do have, of course, the next predictions. I totally forgot because I was so excited to see what QWQ was going to be going. But we'll go for Gamerism first. SBTC versus Team Secret.
Now, this one is a little bit tighter. I think this does warrant me having to copy the answers from somebody else, but I'm gonna have to go with Team Secret here. I wanted to say SBTC. I know you guys heard me in the rehearsals. I was saying that SBTC is likely one of the strongest teams here, but after watching Team Secret play, gotta give it to them. I'm looking how James is just so strong in the support role, and so Team Secret, let's go.
Yeah, this is, I was bragging earlier about having so far a 100% prediction win rate. This is, I think, where I'd lose it, because this is incredibly close. I'm going to go with SBTC. They started the day on a loss, but I think they looked very good in the loss, and I think they match up well into Team Secret, even though Team Secret started with a very, very strong win. So I think SBTC come out on top here.
Yeah, actually, I was checking the schedule. Yes, it was Team Secret who got up against QWQ, so this will be the first tall task order that they need to conquer. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy Gamerism's answer. Okay, I'll go with Team Secret as well. I'm gonna put it in my paper. Yeah, this will be Captain Hamid's, the same as the answer of Gamerism.
All right, I'll swing the other direction here. I'm gonna vote for QWQ. No, sorry, SBTC Esports. We're past already the first rotation. Sorry, I'll go for SBTC this time. So we got a 50-50 for that one. I feel like SBTC have a lot to kind of offer us in terms of their performance. I honestly felt like they were just a shy bit of being excellent when they went up against EVOS, and that's not an easy thing to say as well, because EVOS is, I think, one of the top teams that are coming into the Summer Super Cup. So with that all said, we got our predictions already. I think the casters are already prepared. So are you guys starving for the... okay, I'm just going to go for my quick line. I'm sorry. Let's go. Once again, I got a line here, guys. Are you guys starving for the Endless? Because we got Infinity and Hungry casting the next series.
Thank you very much, Palace Das, for that wonderful intro coming into this series about QWQ up against EVOS Esports and SBTC Esports up against Team Secret later. I'm Infinity and this is HungryCast, and we are going to be your shotcasters for this series in HungryCast. How are you doing so far?
I'm pretty good. It's been a long day, but I just want to give a shout out to Ashura. 10 out of 10 for effort there. I really like the one-liner, just spicing it up on the desk, and you can see our panel just having a little bit of fun, trying to talk about this match. TJ, mentioned the idea that QWQ, although we all want to root for them, it seems like they have this uphill climb in front of them as well. And EVOS Esports, they look like a force to be reckoned with. Honestly, if anyone's going to get the golden ticket, it's going to be between them and SBTC. This second win is going to get them that much closer to it.
And now, let us have our eyes onto the draft as we're gonna see EVOS Esports up against QWQ build their draft onto this game, one for their matchup.
All right, so Galio instantly banned out. Again, we're looking at this, trinity of Galio, Camille, and Gragas to be removed as QWQ here. They understand, hey, Veldis plays a Fiora jungle. Let's ban that one out. Make sure that he does not have access to that pick. Vi being banned is interesting. We don't see that much priority on Vi as a ban. It's usually an option for teams to pick up. But with the Ziggs open, that's first pick worthy. You take that any day of the week.
Definitely, EVOS Esports actually going in ahead of the curve, banning away the Vi, picking up the Ziggs for their team as well. But this leaves Lee Sin and Gragas open for QWQ to pick up a very aggressive early game and also a mid-game, late-game security. But EVOS Esports, you know what, pick those up. We're gonna go for the Syra Khan. Priority onto the Dragon lane.
To explain the Zyra Khan snap picks here, it's because they saw the Lee Sin. They're worried about the insect, to kick back into the QWQ squad. So with the evasion from the Featherstorm, it keeps Cat Satan a bit more safe when it comes to these engages. These tricky, kind of nasty angles for the jungler of QWQ will not be available. I do like this adaptation. The Renekton Olaf snap answer here as well. So Olaf was an old school counter to Lee Sin as well, just because there's nothing much you can do against the Olaf as Lee Sin when it comes to men fighting. And once he pops Ragnarok, you can't kick him back with the Dragon's Rage. He's just going to take damage, yes, but at a lower health point, he duels you even better.
Plus, on top of all that, Olaf has true damage, and Braum and Gragas are tanky champions, and I think this is a good matchup. It's a good pickup coming from EVOS Esports, and with Renekton with them as well, extra sustainability into the Baron lane, looking to match against QWQ today. But Orianna mid lane up against Ziggs in the same lane. So this is going to be very exciting to see on who is going to go on top, as the predictions are now coming through from the panel as they went for a 3-1 in favor of EVOS Esports. And now let's jump into the rift.
All eyes on Cool here on this Varus, very immobile marksman. If he gets engaged upon by Miracle, his game is over, right? You have to respect the quickness and grand entrance combination coming in from EVOS Esports. So I'm going to see how he positions in these fights. If he can get a max range, kind of piercing arrow, consistently spaced out against EVOS Esports, it looks a lot better. But if he gets caught, it's game over.
And we've seen how Varus has been playing down in the Summer Super Cup. It was amazing. Just one shot from the piercing arrow just decimates the HP of the enemy team. And I think if QWQ Cool gets ahead when it comes to the farm, there is a lot of opportunity at stake here for EVOS Esports to bring down. And you're seeing right now, the lane swap are now coming through. And I want to hear your thoughts, Hungry, on what you think, why this is happening.
I explained this to Riku earlier, but the idea of this lane swap is just to set the Renekton behind. The Gragas, because he is, building tank, he has Grasp on the Undying. We expect this to be a tank Gragas, not AP Gragas. He's okay just sitting in this lane and kind of taking the L. But the instant response from EVOS Esports is, hey, if we set up a kill lane now, if Miracle comes in level 2 with Grand Entrance, you can punish Cool and Berjaya here in the Baron lane. So I like this adaptation from EVOS. They just have to be very careful how they play this one out.
Yeah, and definitely, they don't need Miracle into the dual lane because Saya is a ranged champion and Gragas cannot just punish it through and through with his melee limitations. But now it's gonna be the jungle going in, trying to get a kill onto Valdez, but Valdez survives a bit longer with a flash coming in from Jackie, putting him down from Tommy to follow through for the first blood. And QWQ gets ahead of this match.
This is tough. Valdez is going to take a tumble this early on. It's not even 2 minutes in. They've really punished this Olaf pick. Yes, they did burn 2 flashes for this, but QWQ, they have this small window now where Tommy's going to be able to walk down, take the Scuttle Crab as well, effectively double crabbing his opponent and giving control to his team.
And Rift Scuttlers right now are very, very important when it comes to your game. This gives you the information on where your enemy team might be or if they're gonna go for the gank. But although we were expecting QWQ to go for the dual Rift Scuttler, we have 4-man roam from EVOS Esports to just secure the bot side map Rift Scuttler to give them information at the very least when it comes to the game.
Massive commitment just to get that Rift Scuttle, the Scuttle Crab there in the bottom side. It's such a heavy pull from EVOS Esports, and they understand how important it is. As you can see, this is what we're talking about.
Tipper was just going in for an aggressive type of playstyle against Cole, and this is very ideal for them as well. Because having the dual lane into the Baron lane, if you have your Baron lane for EVOS Esports as Tipper, aggress Cool when it comes to the early, he cannot farm that easily, especially how EVOS Esports has built their draft very aggressive when it comes to the mid-game, late game. So this is going to be
That's just an isolation, by the way.
It's gonna be Tommy going in with the Sonic Wave. The Flash is now gonna be burned as well as we have the Dragon Rage putting him at 1 HP. But QWQ will still survive that as they try to go for the tier 1 turret into the barrel lane. But Tipper is there to go for the defense.
Good a setup on the dive there. They almost got the kill. If they got it, they probably would have been able to control the top half of the jungle a little bit more. I was just going to add on earlier about how you saw that matchup between Tipper and Cool side towards the Renekton in isolated one-on-one. Imagine if Miracle comes up as well with the Ignite. That is going to be a very dangerous matchup, which is why you can see that the side of QWQ are very concerned. They're swapping it over. They want to send the bot, the Dragon duo into the mid lane instead, or potentially back to the Dragon lane.
Yeah, definitely making it a standard already once again, as we have Infernal Drake coming in at 5 seconds after. And this Dragon is not just any objective that you can give freely against the enemy team. This gives you extra damage potential when it comes to the mid game, late game. And I think EVOS Esports, when you're looking at it, they went for the reset to come into the Dragon's Pit to go for the contest, as QWQ is now going in for the aggressive setup on
Baldus isn't here.
Dragon. 1.5k HP remaining. Who's gonna take it? It's gonna be EVOS Esports taking the steal onto the Infernal Dragon. QWQ trying to go back for a retreat, but Lee Sin will fall down as Tommy will be vanished from the face of the earth. It's gonna be the Mega Inferno Bomb, putting one more kill for the side of EVOS Esports. They are crushing down QWQ and make it another as ADC falls down for the Hong Kong region for this match. EVOS Esports is now at a lead, 4-2.
Dude, it was just like less than 5, there was a second difference there, right? If they were able to pick up the Inferno just before Valdez comes in, that fight looks completely different. So I think EVOS Esports playing with fire, but they weren't burnt this time, and QWQ were the ones that got punished instead.
Top of all that, they got the Tapper's Blood. Now it's going to be the Grand Entrance going for the 3-man knock to save Miracle's life and also Valdez. But QWQ is persistent enough to go for the engage, and they overextended, did not get any kill. But they're looking for the tier 1 turret into the mid lane and up to EVOS Esports to go for the defense, as Minefield will clear out the waves, will go for the successful defense on the 1 turret plate secured by QWQ.
This is why teams love Zik so much. You pick up the early Luden's Echo and you just clear the wave from like, what, half a screen away. Moving into the Death Cap, that is going to get even worse for QWQ. The sieging is going to be even more difficult. Keep your eyes on Tommy to kick the Ziggs into his team. If they can find a pick onto G4, things look a lot better for QWQ. Otherwise, they're just standing in front of the turret. They're not going to be able to siege.
Definitely, G4 is someone that you need to contest when it comes to the early game, because if you just leave him open, as you've stated, Rabdon stat cap, 40% AP increase when it comes to the base damage. And on top of all that, you have the Luden's Echo. He's gonna clear out the enemy team very easily, and even the waves as well when you want to push down. And it's now gonna be Rift Herald now alive into the map for anyone to take, as QWQ and EVOS Esports at the same way is looking for the contest, is looking for the dominance into the river pack. But we have mid lane. It's gonna be the 4v1. Tipper is overextending, and QWQ gets the kill onto the Baron lane of EVOS Esports.
Good setup there from Houghton, and now they have this man advantage across to the Rift Herald. Granted, they don't have the Shockwave, they don't have the explosive cast, so they have to navigate this very carefully. It seems like EVOS Esports, they're just gonna back off. They don't want to contest this. They don't have the men power to do so. This goes to QWQ, and hold on. Oh no!
EVOS Esports got the Globe Herald, and that will be EVOS Esports getting another objective for their team. That was amazing.
Oh, you hate to see that, Infinity. You hate to see that so badly. After QWQ punish that pick, they still somehow lose the Rift Herald because they weren't careful enough with their smites. Oh, that is awful.
That was 20 HP when the Mega Inferno Bomb went from the sky under into the Rift Herald. And what a steal from G4. That is just the single statement that I'd say, how G4 did there onto like a thief from QWQ.
The problem now, from a strategic standpoint, is because they don't have the Rift Herald, they can't push mid-tier 1. In fact, it's EVOS Esports with the initiative because they have the Ziggs. 20% on this turret, Satchel Charge takes it down, and might not even need the charge here.
On top of all that, it's gonna be the 2v1 into the enemy jungle of QWQ. Explosive cast just to delay the fight, but unstoppable Ragnarok from the Olaf, bringing him down. The Glacial Fissure will not be enough to stop EVOS Esports today, as they get 5-3 2-kill lead against QWQ.
Meanwhile, Katsune all alone, just pushing this Baron lane. He's like, you guys can fight all you want. Just throw the Reparo, throw your ultimates. I want the solo gold. And now he's 7.2k to Cool's 6,000. He's got Infinity Edge. He's going to finish up the static shift here when he recalls. And he's looking so poised to control the game in the fights.
Yeah, and on top of all that, with Kat Satan getting the turret instead of any other in the Baron lane, he gets every single gold from that turret. And that just enables him to buy more items for himself when it comes to the 8-minute mark. When you're looking at the items of EVOS Esports, it's just too dominant to disregard. But now, gonna be the grand entrance going for the one-man knock-up. QWQ is forced to back away.
Yeah, I don't think QWQ can really contest this dragon, even though it's a Cloud Drake. It's, like I said, not the most impactful. It's going to help EVOS Esports rotate around the map quicker, but QWQ will drop this objective, give it over for free, try to regain some control on the map, put vision down, try to spot out where Valdez and Tipper are rotating from, and that gives you, good flash from G4.
Good micro play from G4 going for the instant flash, seeing that the chain of corruption was there from Cool. But now it's going to be QWQ looking for the Valdez as Ragnarok is now going to be forced away as Kat Satan will be there to go for the damage out, but Shockwave will connect onto 2 as Braum will get down from the ground under. QWQ will get decimated with no trade-offs against EVOS Esports as they take 2 away from QWQ.
Valdez buys so much time. We saw him just pop the Ragnarok and say, hey guys, you know, we can fight into this choke. All we need is one extra body. And Kat Satan did more than that. He brought a whole army with him just to fight in that corridor. Mega Inferno Bomb plus Featherstorm just eviscerates QWQ, and 9.5 minutes approaching 10 minutes. The goal gap is 10k in favor of EVOS Esports. 1,000 gold a minute. Infinity, that is absolutely insane.
Definitely, I think insane is an understatement. Is there any higher term for insane coming into this match? It's just so dominant coming from EVOS Esports coming in from this one. And as you stated, Valdez just went for the Ragnarok. He doesn't care about his HP. It's 1 HP, no worries. We're just gonna bring it back. And considering that his kill kit was built to have the crew damage and also lifesteal as well, I think that was one of the reasons why he survived that fight as well. So that was just amazing knowledge of EVOS Esports coming in from that engagement.
If they can find this pick, it'll be good.
Oh, but good is now going to be happening for EVOS Esports, going for the one-man knock-up onto Berjaya, as Berjaya will be forced to back away, but Cool will fall down. It's a quickness going for the follow-up engagement, as Lee Sin will be forced to go for the Sonic Wave away, as EVOS Esports is looking for the inhibitor turret mid lane. Now going for the knock up onto Gragas as turret will be destroyed. EVOS Esports will now receive the natural lane pressure into the mid lane, opening up the base for QWQ.
This is as dominant as it gets, Infinity. I think the panel 100% right on this, except Ashurai. Good try there, buddy. You know, I like the spirit. I like the kind of optimism, but EVOS is outclassing QWQ across the map. Macro play, individual skirmishes, just the item build as well. Yes, I do see a double Black Cleaver. It's not optimal, but you have to remember too that Tipper is always playing away from his team. This is one of those instances where it's okay, I guess. Like, it's not ideal, but it's okay for the Olaf to have Black Cleaver as well.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS Esports a while ago, Tipper went in for the back door and won them the game with the Baron buff alone. And I think that is the same knowledge coming in from this match against QWQ. EVOS Esports, Tipper is a 4-1 setup type of guy coming in from this one. If you're seeing it right now, Tipper is hovering and padding into the Dragon lane instead of into the mid lane, where every single one of his teammates are there and ready to fight.
He's always playing away from his team, which is why this Black Cleaver sort of makes sense. It's not the most efficient use of gold, but yeah, it does. And now EVOS is just looking for the setup. They need the wards first to clear out this sort of top half of the jungle so they can establish control on the Baron. The Baron threat here, especially with the TP enchant on Tipper, means that QWQ are always going to be in a lose-lose situation. Am I going to answer the split pushing Renekton, or am I going to give the Baron over to EVOS? It looks like the choice now is you're going to give the Baron over to EVOS Esports.
And you cannot do two at the same time. If you go for the 4-man setup onto the Baron Nashers to go for the contest against EVOS Esports, you're gonna get demolished. It's now gonna be Grand Entrance going for the knock-up onto Cool. Cool will get done away from QWQ, as that kill alone will lead EVOS Esports into a numbers advantage to go for the Baron Nashers.
Still, they could steal this away. Tommy, he does have the mobility, he does have the smite. Look at this
Renekton is now
Infinity. Here they
coming
go.
into the fight. Mega Inferno Bomb to just deal some damage. It's gonna be Tommy gonna get down from the G. He's now gonna be Pop. Feather Storm is gonna be there to go for the defensive gameplay, and that flash away from Cat Satan going and recalling his Feather is gonna root every single one. It's now gonna be Jackie, the only one remaining, and also Berjaya, but double kill from Renekton, putting down the Oriana from QWQ, and with a Baron buff, they're marching into the mid lane. They're trying to finish the game. It's a grand entrance going for the two-man knockup, but it's not gonna be enough to put them down, but they don't care. They're going for the Nexus base. They're snapping it hard. They're going in, and they're crashing down with a win. EVOS Esports takes it away from QWQ.
They make it look so simple, Infinity. At the end of day one, EVOS Esports up 2-0, outclassing QWQ and just controlling the map, making it look like a masterclass in Wild Rift. There you go, the winners of match number 9. Are we even surprised? As much as I want to root for QWQ, like I said, uphill climb and too slippery, this time EVOS just decimated.
Yeah, and EVOS is just so dominant coming into that matchup. I think Tipper is someone that we can look at, and also Valdez coming into that one. Valdez was just going in for roams in the early game that enabled how EVOS Esports wants to play that early, gain the early advantage against QWQ. And yes, QWQ got like the first blood that led them to, as you've seen in the gold graph, into the early gold lead. But EVOS Esports came in for the 3-man roam, the 4-man roam that enabled them to make it back, got the win.
The important thing to remember in this game with the lane swap coming in is that despite executing the lane swap, they were unable to successfully dive the opponent Baron laner, right? Berjaya Dragons found success because they were able to kill the opponent Baron laner 3 times early on. And because of that, they sent him so far behind to give all the gold to the AD carry that the game smooths out in the mid game. QWQ, they execute the same strategy, but without understanding what the goal is. You need to apply pressure onto that Baron lane to really find equivalent advantages, and without that, they just crumble and fall apart in the mid game.
And the only thing the Tipper needs in his item build are BRK and Black Cleaver. Once he gets that, it's over. You cannot just top him right over, because first of all, he deals percentage damage. Second of all, that's life steal all around, attack speed all around, and also with the Black Cleaver, you have some penetration available for yourself. So if you go for the ultimate with max rage, you're just going for the 1v1, completely dominant that sort of matchup, and I think that is what Tipper was doing in that game number 1 against QWQ.
Yep, and by the time the first dragon spawned, I made a mental note of the gold difference. Tipper was actually ahead compared to his counterpart despite the lane swap. The early aggression coming in for this first blood is good and all, but without these flashes, they aren't able to really dive and successfully kill off Tipper and Miracle here.
And now we're watching the Oppo Reno 5 play with the game, and that micro coming from Miracle was a miracle. He just went in for the flash away, wherein Tommy just Sonic waves him and Dragon's Rage him. It didn't even die, and that was just amazing from himself.
This fight here, just barely millimeters for them to come back in for the steal because they got the Inferno Drake. They're confident running forward for this fight after a lot of the damage has been tanked up by QWQ before the fight, so they know they have the health advantage and they have the control. This amazing steal here, and by the way, Tommy did not have smite. It was like 5 seconds away. So this is why you always need to micromanage how you use your resources when it comes down to securing objectives.
Also, I think that was like one normal hit to get the Rift Herald, but every single one of them was trying to go for the retreat that enabled to buy some time for G4 to go for the Mega Inferno Bomb and secure that steal against QWQ onto the Rift Herald.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, the game up to like 2.5, 3 minutes probably had the panel a little worried, right? QWQ came out strong, but they lacked the experience, they lacked the macro knowledge to really punish their opponents in this lane swap.
Definitely, and this is where the Baron Nashor was sort of the bait here from QWQ, trying to go for the steal, and that last stun from Tipper was phenomenal. If that stun was not there, Lee Sin could just go in for the Sonic Wave because it connected. They could get the steal from them, but however, you have Renekton just going for the stuns all around.
The game is so easy when you have G4 as your captain just calling these things, and all he has to do on Ziggs is just throw bouncing bombs, space well against the opponent's threats, and just be alive to make the calls. Your match MVP of that game is going to be Valdez in the jungle, the Olaf. It's not something he traditionally, I think, excels at. Normally, you see him on the Fiora in his kind of native region, but moving in here, he kind of demonstrates that he has this wide champion pool as well.
Yeah, and actually considering that the enemy team has the Gragas, the enemy team has the Oriana, if you go for the Shockwave, and even a slow from the barrel of Gragas, that will just disable how much EVOS Esports is going for the aggressive play. But because of Olaf in your composition, just go for the Ragnarok when it comes to trying to engage a fight. And I think that that is how Valdez playing that out, and considering that he roams quite a lot, he was able to utilize his ultimate very well.
Yeah, and tell a lie. I mean, Olaf is his second highest played champion behind Fiora, or likely the most successful. And I think, you know, you can kind of see the effects of that this time. QWQ, unfortunate for them, they will have to take another L. They have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what works for them, because this time they tried to outsmart their opponents with the lane swap. Didn't work. They didn't understand the fundamental reason for the lane swap and how to put their opponent Baron laner behind. So they will need to study the VOD and at least make some adjustments. But EVOS Esports, they demonstrate that they can deal with this lane swap. They understand how to play against this, and they're looking like a very, very strong contender for the Summer Super Cup.
Although I commend their lane swap, right? Because the idea was there. The ideology was there as well from QWQ to try and punish how Tipper is an early snowball game champion, wherein if you got 2 core items, you're already done for. And I think that was the initial mindset of QWQ coming in from that game number 1. To go for the lane swap, the late how Saya was really going in for the push, going for the farm, and Tipper as well into the barrel lane. But unfortunately, Tipper was just free farming. He knows he is disciplined, so he's considering, you know what, you go for the lane swap, we're just waiting for under the turret, wait for the right opportunity. When the wave comes in, that is where we farm. But if not, we're just gonna stay safe. We're not gonna get harmed from how cool goes for the goes for the arrows against him.
Yeah. And with that, guys, that's going to be EVOS Esports winning the game against QWQ. Our next match up at the docket is going to be SBTC Esports versus Team Secret. And boy, is this a tough one to call, right? I think the panel themselves as kind of had, you know, split decision making. It was 50-50 if I'm not wrong. But both of these teams look so good. Just the fundamental understanding of Wild Rift really demonstrates that they're playing at a higher level.
Yeah, I think SBTC, Team Secret are pretty much on par, I can say at the very least, because SBTC, top seed, they're really dominant all throughout, and as they've stated, they lost a while ago, but they showed up a very dominant gameplay at the very least as well. And Team Secret, as we know them, Hamizd is the shot caller, the captain, the shot calling every single match that they do, and every single thing that they really want to go for. And when it comes to the objective game, I think Team Secret is really great when it comes to that. And when it comes to their graph composition, I think that is also one of their keys to victory here for Team Secret.
Earlier today, they showcased that, you know, this Ziggs that so many teams have been picking up in the mid lane, guess what? You could play in the Dragon lane as well and get that insane matchup for Tatsuri, I believe, on Zed against Ahri. So, like, these are the things that they will be looking to do to get just good lane matchups and punish their opponents who think they've outsmarted them in draft, but turns out, psych, you know, Team Secret is really all along.
And I love how you mentioned about the Ziggs APC, or Ziggs Dragon lane, as someone would call it, because I think Chewy from Team Secret is just a flexible type of player in the dual lane. He brought in Oriana, Seraphine, and even Ziggs, as you stated a while ago, into the Dragon lane. And this is what they were known for domestically. And I think we can see it once again coming to draft of game number 1 of SBTC Esports versus Team Secret, with Darius now banned away.
I figured the next ban from SBTC has to be Olaf here, right? Otherwise, Team Secret kind of get the pieces for their, as Riku would put it, and as, you know, the casters from the Philippines will put it, the unkillable composition, where they move around as a death ball and they just take every fight and destroy every fight because of the sustain as well as the bruisers on their lineup.
Yeah, that unkillable composition. You have Seraphine, Sona, Olaf, and probably another strong champion individually. Sometimes Team Secret flex out the Galio towards it. If ever someone would get maybe countered onto the pick, they could adjust very easily, and this is what Team Secret was known for. Now, SBTC Esports is locking into Fiora as a priority, potentially onto the Baron lane, but still unknown as it may go to the jungle.
Honestly, I hate to say this, but I don't trust Minas on Fiora. It sounds like a weird thing to say, but when I was watching the VODs of this guy, he didn't display the highest mechanics. As we see immediately, Team Secret, they're going for it. Infinity, the unkillable composition. Here we go, Olaf, Seraphine.
Yeah, I think Seraphine, Olaf, with them securing it, Sona is not particularly the best support coming from SBTC Esports, as it needs something else to follow up onto this support as well. So they cannot force to cancel that out, and Team Secret has all in mind that they can go for the Sona, they can go for the Galio, as Galio is left open as well by SBTC Esports.
You know what's funny now? I was about to say what's funny now is because Renekton is enabled. This is like the better version of Darius to a certain extent, right? Because it's banned out. He has that mobility. He wants to be the frontliner, and when he has these heals and speed boosts behind him, he looks so much scarier than the Darius itself.
Definitely, but Lee Sin and are now going to be locked in by SBTC Esports. Now the question would be, how can this be utilized against Team Secret onto the unkillable composition? Although I do think SBTC is looking for the early game, so that when it comes to the mid game, late game, Team Secret doesn't really have the potential to go for the unkillable composition as their power spike. Because early game, Team Secret with the unkillable composition is not actually the best in the world. So I think that is what SBTC Esports is looking to. And we have found a loophole that may potentially change the game. But the question would be, is if it's going to be successful.
I think here SBTC Esports, they need to be focusing the Dragon lane, right? Put the Seraphine Sona behind, and because you have the Rakan and Lee Sin, you're able to really put pressure on that lane. There's very accessible crowd control from the Grand Entrance, and the mobility from the Lee Sin allows you to cheat like specific paths to come behind them and kind of get a good flank position. So I think that's what I'm looking for from SBTC Esports here to kind of counter this composition.
Oh, speaking of the early game, we talked about how early game is going to be the key to victory of SBTC Esports. And they went for the 4-man, 5-man roam when it comes to the very early game. And they're looking for Tatsuri. Now, Tatsuri having the vision onto Minas into the mid lane and having Corral into the mid lane as well gives him the information on what SBTC Esports is looking forward into and wanting to do in the map. And if you're looking at it, Olaf is not the greatest at level 1, and that enables how Lee Sin and also the Rakan to just go for the invade onto the red buff.
Yep, because of the lane swap, and like you said, they're able to just make moves into the jungle and take stuff away. It also puts pressure on Azar, because now he knows, hey, there's every opportunity for Rakan to just be lurking past this corner for him to come and gank me with the Lee Sin. So he has to be very careful going up against Julie. Now, you would wonder, why Julie, not Minas, in this matchup? Is because one of them has an accessible crowd control in the form of the Charm, so you can set up and layer. The other one doesn't.
Ooh, but now it's going to be Team Secret going for the contest onto the jungle invade by SBTC Esports. But we have Kiral going in for the pressure as well. Ezreal at level 1, level 2 is such an amazing champion because you can just have folks arc and shift away if you want to go for it. And that is what Kiral utilized. Team Secret is back into the mid lane.
SBTC, they're still holding strong with the movements on the map. You can see in the river, though, big contest coming in.
Hamiz actually very low on HP. The flash is now going to be burned. That is pretty huge from SBTC Esports as they get the spell advantage in the first 1 minute and 40 seconds of that match, with Trevor not being able to get the red buff at level 1 and having to go for the bottom side river of SBTC Esports. So even just go for the red buff off themselves is now delayed when it comes to level 3 against a level 4 of a jungle, as SBTC Esports is looking for an early game advantage currently.
Yep, the jungle level difference plus the rotations on the map make it such that Trevor cannot really walk around to contest anything. You can see he's walking up immediately. Rakan is in.
Grand entrance.
Okay, well, they found that fight, then they disengaged, but this is looking a bit dicey right now. You can see that Team Secret, they're still looking to contest this blue buff, and well, as Olaf goes, you kind of need that blue buff to keep your mana up. We'll see how SBTC look to react to this. Should be noted that TF did not go to clear his own blue buff. Instead, he's going for the aggressive bot side play coming in here. Now looking for the blue buff as Trevor is still sticking around. He's looking for the show and tell here, but instead SBTC will just back off. They see the manpower arriving from Team Secret. They just back out. There's still a whole top side here for a TF to clear. He needs that level 5 ASAP to start setting up the plays onto Team Secret. For the most part, goal is still very even between SBTC Esports and Team Secret. Items coming in. First bases should be completed here as Minas goes for the Sheen. Looks to complete the Trinity Force. Luden's Echo is going to be a choice here for Julie, whereas Black Cleaver is the choice for Azar. Now, Kano just arriving to make sure that Julie doesn't get jumped on. Having the dominance available is a big threat for Julie, even though he has Spirit Rush. 30 seconds on the Inferno Dragon. Now that's a big one. Both teams will be looking to contest the Inferno just because of the stats it provides. 8% increase to damage is no laughing matter, and I think that's why we see a lot of teams looking to fight for this. With 15 seconds on the clock, they need to step up the vision. They need to put the wards down. Infinity, I think he DC'd, so he should be back soon, ladies and gentlemen, but for now, it's going to be a solo cast here. Hungry Cast bringing you all the action. 4 seconds on the clock. Team Secret, they're not in position. Azar is now going to base and now make his way down. So no one really on the side of Team Secret with the initiative yet. Here comes the grand entrance. They look at to turn on to the Sona, but the turnaround with the crescendo. Have they gone too far is the question. SBTC now having to disengage. James with a quick ultimate to make sure that SBTC can't chase on in. Scuttle Crab is going to be started up here from SBTC. Team Secret, this is where it starts. The unkillable composition, the death ball. They're grouping up. They're looking for this Inferno Dragon with the rift, with the Scuttle Crab just below them. They will have this movement speed. Trying to contest here again. Spirit Rush in. They look for the backline. Can they get the kill though as he's going to flash away? A good knockup from the grand entrance, and that is first blood for SBTC. Now the fight continues. They will be looking for a second here as it's going to be Minas that dies first. Azar now the next target of focus, having to use the slice and dice to get away. A 1-for-1 trade nonetheless. Inferno Dragon still up. Team Secret, they have to back off. With the death on the board, this unkillable composition not really doing what it says on the box. It's starting to look like it's falling apart for Team Secret. Even though they do have the gold lead, they haven't reached that power point just yet. Inferno Dragon still up. And both teams will just reset and look to buy first.
1-for-1 currently, a very interesting setup.
Kiral here still leaning on the Mana Immune, waiting to level up to more mana. Now, Ezreal for the most part is a scaling. We have that impacted early on, apart from the True Shot Barrage, as we see Inferno Dragon once again being started up by SBTC. They might be able to take this one before the contest comes in. Grand Entrance just to zone them away, and that is going to be SBTC Esports. Smiting and taking away the Inferno Dragon, so no shenanigans just yet. They will collect it, they will get the buff for themselves, and they will swap over because Rift Herald is up in 5 seconds, and you need your Dragon Lane there as well.
Yeah, and SBTC Esports, considering that they have gotten the Infernal Dragon, I think this would be in good synergy with their early game composition because they lack when it comes to late game. This 6% damage bonus can lead them to maybe a little bit on par of Team Secret to try and climb up when it comes to the mid game, late game as well. If ever Team Secret gets the power spike onto that phase of the game. As now it's going to be Trevor going for the face check. That's going to be a bad move. Lee Sin goes in as Ragnarok will be forced to go and cast away. The True Shot Barrage will be there, but it will miss just a sliver of inches for Trevor to its death. But now it's going to be Team Secret trying to go for the Vision, but no Vision will be sided up. And SBTC Esports will get the Globe Herald Slate.
Yeah, because they're able to chunk out Trevor, SBTC get full control of this pit, and GA first item for TF, he knows his job, right? He's going to look for the kind of pick on these fights. He's going to be starting things off, and the second life definitely helps him complete that endeavor. For the most part, gold is extremely even, but we have to see how SBTC makes use of this Rift Herald. I generally like it thrown down on mid tier 1 to open up the map, but the easy take is always going to be the Baron tier 1 instead.
Grand Entrance with a quickness actually going in for the CC chain against Miz, but they're fighting under the turret, and turret is not going to be the best key as always when it comes to the 5v5. SBTC will not get any kills, however, get some pressure onto the Baron lane.
They also blew the command shockwave from Tatsuri, so this is a small window where they can look for these dirty skirmishes in the jungle. TF always lying on the lurk, looking for the insect in. He's looking for the kick first. Can he do it is the question.
Not gonna follow through. They're just respecting each other for now. It's basically a standstill for anyone to go for the aggressive play, because if you're looking at the gold, they're pretty much even. Only 100 gold difference, and if someone tries to go for a hyper aggressive movement and they make a mistake, it's gonna end so bad for their team, leading for their enemy team to gain the gold lead. And I think that is what
quite a few times, like when teams just contest the dragon and they die, like get aced 6 minutes in and the game is over. So you can see this restraint is actually the kind of optimal play here for some of the teams.
Definitely. So pretty much, I think they're just waiting for the right opportunity, not going for the overextension, just clearing out some waves, going in for some gold, wait for the right opportunity, wait for their items to be built up before they try some epic maneuver from any of these teams at the moment, as SBTC is looking for the tier 1 into the Baron lane.
I think, yeah, they want the Herald here. They might just look to drop this once that tier 1 in the Baron lane is low enough for the most part. However, the sustain from Chewy and James, it's so annoying to deal with this because they can consistently heal each other up. Grand Challenge being used by Minas, but I don't think he can find that one-on-one kill. He doesn't have the items or levels just yet. Like, he's at level 10, that's a good space, but he needs one more item, I think, to really take it to Azar.
Definitely, I think with the Grand Challenge, Azar just went back away. You have extra sustainability because you have the Black Cleaver and already the Vampiric Scepter as well. So pretty much you cannot burst the Renekton that easily. And as you stated, Trinity Force and potentially even the BRK could be an answer that Minas is building up into, because BRK, as we keep on talking about throughout the day of Summer Super Cup, that it gives you extra percentage damage for every hit. And top of all that, you gain extra attack speed. And considering that Fiora utilizes that very well, I think this can be used against Azar when it comes to the mid game.
Look at this, look at this. Right now, items, they've really picked up the kind of Grievous Wounds items on both Julie and Kiral. I think that's super important, especially when you're going up against Seraphine and Sona. A lot of value from just these two items picked up. It cuts the healing by a significant amount, and that removes some of the threat of this unkillable composition, because the win condition for Team Secret here is sustaining through long-term fights. They want to be able to heal up and re-engage. If you cut the healing, it feels worse.
Oh, the quickness though is gonna connect onto two. That's gonna get a good charm for SBTC Esports. It's now gonna be TF going for the Sonic Wave, not actually putting down Crabber. Crabber will be safely backing away. Azar is now gonna get pinned down to 1 HP. That's gonna be Rakan putting him down, and Team Secret will be at a loss once again. That engagement, as Dewey also died prior to that engagement.
Yep, you can see the Grievous Wound starting to take its toll. The healing isn't there. The kind of long-term sustained battles for Team Secret no longer an option. So they have to be very careful how they pick their fights. And the engages from Akeno and TF have been so on point, right? Understanding who to jump on, who to kill off first. And if they get the right targets, the fight is won.
Yeah, and the Rift Herald being spawned up into the Baron lane from the base gives out Team Secret, what are we going to do? Because you have the split pushing happening for Fiora from Minas into the Dragon lane as well. So it's a lot of pressure that Team Secret needs to think about. What do they want to prioritize? Because they cannot split their manpower into two, because that will divide how much they can take on against SBTC Esports. And considering that they have an unkillable composition, means that they need to be on top of each other when it comes to 5v5 team fight to utilize how much utilities that they have when it comes to the
look at this right now. Steric's Gauge completed from Minas. So this is the item, including the Protobell enchantment that he wants to use to kind of go one-on-one against Azar. If he finds the right angles, if he's able to chip him down with enough vital procs, he's going to take that 1v1.
But we have Crabber actually having the sights first onto TEF, but considering the mobility, he's back away. And SBTC Esports having hovering into the Baron lane as well, is looking to go for the punish here. But mid lane, we have Azar, Cream and Roll for Team Secret, going for the clear wave.
By the way, like you mentioned, like Blade of the Ruined King, the way it procs is kind of different in Wild Rift. You need 3 kind of abilities or auto attacks to proc it off. And because of the Ruthless Predator on Renekton, it procs the moment you activate it and with 1 auto attack following. So I think that's a really good item coming in, just to give you that additional movement speed.
Yeah, and the charms of Julie has like magnet onto enemy champions. It just connects out of nowhere, and that is what we need to look into when it comes to the mid game. Because if Julie keeps on connecting those charms against Team Secret, that's not gonna be a great sign for them. When
they're setting up for this pick.
Fight.
They're looking
now,
for this.
Grand entrance, actually going in for Trevor, and Trevor once again will be forced to use the Ragnarok, not even engage against SBTC, as you have Charm and Grand Entrance going for the CC chain against Team Secret.
SBTC Esports now about, slightly less than 5k ahead. They've got all they need to really take the fight to Team Secret. And the way they've been navigating these fights is by starting off with a pick. Either Grand Entrance or Charm or even a good Dragon's Rage to kill someone first so that they don't have all 5 people alive on Team Secret. is reflected in the items as well. Infinity Orb for the Ahri because she wants to do more damage when they're low health. A GA for TAF so that he can jump in and start these fights. The Ardent Sensor here, I feel it's a little out of place. I would have liked the Zeeks instead just for that team fight value. But he wants to keep both Kiral as well as TF kind of buffed up in these fights.
Definitely, and as you stated, the Luden Psycho and the Infinity Orb, I think that would give you more burst damage potential, and considering that Ahri is sort of the burst damage, you know what, sort of the DPS against Team Secret, I think this would be a good pick of an item for SBTC, and Team Secret is really thinking about what they need to do next, because currently, they're at a 5k gold deficit.
They have no vision too, like as our observer showed us on the Fog of War. They can't really walk up to the jungle. They have no control unless they literally use like their bodies to check, and that's not what you want, especially against the Ahri or the Rakan. So they have to play together. They have to play kind of like stuck as 5 to check together as a unit.
Yeah, and SBTC once again gets a turret into the mid lane. Tier 1 will now fall down, and Team Secret is still on the edge of a corner wherein they need to do something to change the story of the game, as now it's gonna be Rakan trying to fall back away. It's gonna be the flash burned, and Team Secret will just be happy to go back with a spell burned for SBTC Esports.
We saw Julie recalling there. I feel like the play should just be to stay on the Baron lane and just push in, knowing that Team Secret are taking this dragon. You have some space to try and chip down that tier 2 and maybe even pick that one up. But it seems like their play here is we want to group up. We want to contest this dragon. Not necessarily the best one though, because Team Secret are a death ball.
Oh, the discipline coming in from these two junglers is there, but SBTC takes the dragon in their favor. They have stolen it once again, and Team Secret is going for the fight onto this one. Azar will be forced to back away. It's gonna be SBTC once again going for the dominant play. It's gonna be the charm connecting onto a Team Secret, and once again they will be decimated. That's gonna be the 3 kills already for SBTC, and they're looking for more as they dive under the turret. Gets a kill onto the Orianna. Daxari will fall down. It's gonna be the Oppo team Mace by SBTC Esports as they look into the mid lane. They're going for the tier 2 turret, and inhibitor turret will be a free real estate for them as well.
9 seconds left on Trevor and Chewy. I don't think they can close this game out. Even though they have double canyon minions, they're gonna greed for this. Now TF, he's gonna use his GA. He's gonna buy some space, keeping the minions alive. They could just close out this game, Infinity. A couple more hits. It should be SBTC's game here, and they will finish it 1-1 right now in this group. They come back strong against Team Secret.
What a series that we have just seen. It was so intense. SBTC Esports went for the early game, and this is sort of the loophole that we're talking about. When you have the unkillable composition, your weakness is in the early game, and SBTC has built their draft composition all over the early game.
The first seed from the Vietnam region takes down the second seed of the Philippines region, and you know, panel 50-50, you know, they were split between SBTC and Team Secret. It was understandably tough to make a decision. But as it stands, SBTC are triumphant over their counterparts here in this game. And just looking at the scoreboard, I loved how they played a macro. This is kind of why I had my vote on SBTC as the one to receive the golden ticket. They understand what their opponents are trying to do. They draft around it. And even though they were faced with, you know, the composition that Team Secret was so comfortable with, they played into it extremely well.
Yeah, definitely. I give it to them as well. SBTC Esports played a very great early game, and even though the graph states otherwise, that Team Secret was going in for the early game type of setup, but it was pretty even that you cannot say and swayed from one side or another. As we talked about a while ago in the first 2 minutes of the matchup, there was only like 100 gold difference, 200 gold difference, and that doesn't really state what happens in the game. And when it comes to the middle, SBTC took it back.
You have to remember one thing, and one thing first, that they did this insane lane swap to put Trevor behind. And when we think about this unkillable composition, a lot of it rests on the Olaf getting fed enough to just run in and 1v5, right? Because he has the rest of his team behind him, speeding him up, shielding him up, healing him up. Because they put Trevor so far behind early on, you see he got 3 buff. He barely got his blue after a long contest, and it was TF that actually came out ahead in that matchup. This composition falls flat on its face.
And now let's jump into Oppo Reno 5 Play the Game to learn more about what happened from SBTC up against Team Secret and how they swayed the game towards in their favor.
By the time this fight was breaking out, the goal was still pretty even. Trevor isn't super far ahead, but he got set behind. He's a lot further behind than you expect this 1v5 composition to be. And once they're able to isolate the targets, look at this. They understand, hey, if we can just single out Trevor, we can single out the mages. If they die, there's no more firepower behind them.
And something to commend onto the side of SBTC Esports is how Julie played and how Aquino played. Because these two champions was just diving against the enemy team, getting those grand entrances and those charms connecting like it was nothing. Like there was a magnet connecting those kill shots towards Team Secret that enabled them to just collapse against their enemy team.
Yeah, like you said, a magnet for those charms. He's hitting those time after time. Julie on this Ari. Like I said, like I described this champion, it's really hit or miss, right? If you manage to connect those charms, you feel like an insane monster because you just one-shot someone. But if you don't, then you're left kind of wandering around for it to cool down. You throw up all of a deception, maybe a couple of, spirit rushes, but the damage isn't there.
Yeah, and that was a dominant finish. Current SBTC Esports, they landslided that game. The match MVP would be Ari from Julie.
Good stuff coming in, 88% kill participation. The damage and goal per minute kind of lies about how effective or how valuable he was for his team, because all he was really kind of contributing and pivoting on was hitting those charms, right? And then allowing his team to collapse and allowing them to just follow up on whoever was picked off.
Yeah, definitely the charms were sort of the fundamental CC from SBTC Esports, especially when it comes to the game. How Lee Sin, Rakan, and Ari just went in for sort of the aggression that Team Secret wasn't really expecting, and that just made them win with an aggressive type of setup. And Luden's Echo and Infinity Orb is something that we took note a while ago, and how he was really able to clear those waves very easily. And when it comes to the burst damage potential, Infinity Orb is there to go for the crit damage against the enemy team.
Very, very solid item, especially when there's like two squishies in the form of the Sona and the Seraphine, and to a certain extent, like even the Orianna as well. Like you hit a charm on them, it just feels better to play into that composition. They pride themselves, and they being a Team Secret, pride themselves with being unkillable in this composition because they have the heals. But if you pick up, just kill one anchor of this 5-man roster, it's very easy to deal with following that.
Yeah, and that was amazing. I think that is sort of what I can say. Watching those two series once again from Group A, how EVOS Esports played that very dominantly against QWQ, and at the same way, we saw another dominant win from SBTC Esports against Team Secret in Group A. So that was just an amazing sight to see. And now, you know what? We're gonna look forward to more amazing games and a more amazing series coming up next. It's Bigetron Infinity versus Amihan Esports and the Alliance versus GeekFam on Group B. I'm Infinity once again. This is HungryCast, and we're gonna step away for now. When we come back, it's gonna be the panelist desk giving us more insights on what just happened and what will happen later on.
We're coming back from a amazing match between these particular 4 teams. Again, that was EVOS versus QWQ and SBTC Esports and Team Secret. It seems like our predictions have gone a bit to the wayside. 3 of the people right now in this desk have only like 50%, but 1 is standing on top with 100. So I'm gonna ask him first. How are you feeling, TJ? You know.
Well, I mean, it was so expected for me that it's not really a big deal. This is just the normal course of business, Asarai.
Okay. It's totally fine. I expected it as well. I felt like TJ got everything. He had his notes up, and I think he just woke on the right side of the bed this time. Anyways, going a bit forward into this, we still have our last 2 matches for today. It is going to be, of course, that match between Bigetron Esports versus Amihan Esports, and then after that, it is going to be the Alliance versus GeekFam. Now, this is going to be a bit of an interesting dynamic because the first match that we will be having, Bigetron and Amihan, both of these 2 teams, they already got the 1-up. On the other end, Alliance and GeekFam, as you're seeing right now with our amazing banners, they both got 0s. Now, I'm going to be passing this question real quick to Gamernism. Alliance seemed, the word is, I would just say shaky in that one game that they had earlier today.
I have to say Alliance were definitely shaky, but let's focus on the first game coming up for now, because Bigetron versus Amihan Esports is the kind of the titan match, I'd say, right? These 2 teams incredibly strong, both 1-up at this point. They still have a lot of matches ahead of them, but for now, I'm liking what we're seeing. Bigetron, you know, are just in a really good spot.
And they're looking mighty fine coming out from their particular region. We got FOP1, Control, Henry, Dewa. We also have Nuts, which is, I would say, amazing. And of course, Harry, Bigetron Esports.
Why is it amazing, Asarai?
Because they got a 1-0 run right now. And again,
right.
like I keep saying, as long as you get to start the pace of any group stage with already a win, that's, I think, something that you can kind of ride the momentum on moving forward. And again, they went up against GeekFam a while ago that it seems like they definitely struggled, and Bigetron just kind of did everything right and pretty straightforward. I think they ended it fairly quickly as well, I believe, going up against GeekFam here.
Yeah, it was a slow and steady grind, and that's rare at this level of play. Even the best Wild Rift teams still play very fast and messy games, so if they can repeat that here, it'll be really exciting. And one of the players who I think will be key in that, who was key in defining their slow and steady win over GeekFam, was FOP1. He was the carry on Garen, perfectly set up to grind down his opponents, a frontline presence in the fights that built space for the AD carry behind him. That's going to be hard to repeat, I worry, though, versus Amihan, who play with the pedal to the floor. If they're able to keep that space from their game versus GeekFam, then that changes the way I look at this matchup.
Yeah, it feels like GeekFam really underperformed at their game, but I'm not discounting how good Bigetron right now. As what TJ told us, yes, the Garen functioned 100% really well, and you can see the of course, not a flashy KDA, but the damage per minute is 173, fairly high for someone who's playing on those champions. And I mean, FOP1 is going to peel over for the team.
Next, we will be seeing now, of course, is their opponents, and that is going to be Amihan Esports. We got, of course, Carl, Jelson, Mitsura, Demon, and Orthros. And this team, I think, is one that embodies all about that aggression. We saw how quickly they were able to be. I think Mika pointed that out a while ago, that they were the team that also got about 13 minutes GG called. So, Gamernism, what's up with that?
I mean, Amihan, I think, is described best as a storm. I'm pretty sure they posted on their social media too, right? They came with a storm, they knocked out everybody else in the competition, they're coming back in, and the storm continues. It ravages everybody in Group B. And Group B has seen quite a lot of play today. We've already come to, there's 4 matches from them just off of day 1. We've gone on a bit of a grasp to how things are panning out. This is definitely a much tougher matchup, but I'm liking what we're seeing so far from them, being very aggressive and proactive in a lot of these matchups.
And I think one of my favorite parts of the Amihan team comp is the way that they're playing on that roam. And no player defines that roam more than Orthoros, who spends his entire game leaving the lane early, being that support player across the map. And he doesn't just do so on the roaming tank supports or the roaming middle ground supports like the Rakan you see there. He'll also do it on a Janna, on a Soraka. He'll get out across the map and define his team's early game, farming alongside Jelson and enabling that aggressive playstyle we all know and love.
Yeah, and with that being said, Janus is one of the target bans, but he can function with the Rakan 75%, and it shows. He got those flashy plays, flashing to the grand entrance and the quickness, caught you off guard even though there is a ward or you have the vision. But if you wanted to go with a conservative type of support, you can go Janna into Banana, which is a Soraka that can be used just to make sure to peel off anyone or heal everyone with Mitsura and Demon leading the pack. So I guess our shot skill participation 87% reflects a lot.
I like that. Janna, and if you can't get it, Banana. It rhymes, and it makes a lot of sense, right? So that's going to be our first match for this one. Again, it is going to be Bigetron Esports up against Amihan Esports. Both of these teams have a lot to prove. I think Amihan have already kind of stated that they are a team that is worthy of their title as the best right now in the Philippines. Now, moving forward, we are going to be looking at the other representative from the Singapore region. It's the Alliance, CWJ, Shinsekai, SSK, Raven, Golden Feet, and Rich.
And they lost their first game of the day, kind of struggling to respond to aggressive macro, but they showed some impressive team fights. This is a team with mechanical skill, and I think that will make the difference in their match against GeekFam. The question for their tournament overall, though, is how well they can adapt to many of the teams across this bracket that can deny them those 5v5s, those opportunities to display their mechanical skill. Now, I don't think GeekFam is going to be a team to do that, so this should be a slugfest and one I think Alliance can come out on top of.
I know, TJ, you've mentioned before that when you watch Alliance, you're able to kind of predict the things that they're doing because, in a sense, they're predictable, but I like to think that they've been able to pick on specific micro and the macro. And so while I feel like it could be a little predictable for some of these teams, for the most part, if they can iron out these issues and really nail them down very well, it still gives them a significant lead going into these games. As we take a look at our solo player from Alliance, it's honestly a really tough situation for them. CWJ had a really tough game before. Raven has tried his best to put up a good performance to set things up for his team, but he still couldn't exactly make the impact he was looking for. When one side of his map was down so much, they had a difficult time transitioning because Raven plays these aggressive champions. Diana, Akali, Katarina, you see 100% win rates. He won every single game in his playoffs, in his qualifiers coming up to this point. This is the first time they've hit a big road bump, and I think Alliance are definitely feeling it.
Yeah, and considering that you are playing on a high-risk, high-reward type of champions, that is a double-edged sword that can be exposed by the opposing team. But it's a go big or go home type of team comp. You wanted that ball coming in from this type of champions of Diana, Akali, and Katarina. And yes, he is converting a lot of those picks into damage per minute, which is 1020. He is not falling hard. He is there to deliver the hurt.
Speaking of delivering the hurt, it's gonna be a team out for vengeance. Looked very shaky at the start of the day, but it's gonna be GeekFam. We got the Shang, Rumble, Azaraveki, Momo, and Nyx. And this team, they definitely had something that they wanted to prove, but maybe this second time around, this last game of the day will have them give them that opportunity.
I think Berjaya Dragons from the same region, right, showcased exactly why GeekFam has such a hard time going up against them. But that being said, they were neck and neck in their own qualifiers. GeekFam gave them a solid run for their money coming into this competition as well. I feel like they haven't quite hit their stride yet, and they haven't really come online. Or Zorovecki is a player with so much experience, with so much knowledge. He can really bring that into play here with his team, and he has so much responsibility on his shoulders. He feels especially dejected when they lose because he feels like it's his own personal fault. I feel like they can get out of this mental slump and play aggressively. They have a pretty good shot.
And it's good that you bring him up, Nessam, because he's our highlight player for this team. GeekFam play through their team captain, and it shows on the Rift. He underperformed, like you were saying, in his first game of the day, but he's playing into Raven this game. And that means that Zorovecki's performance will define GeekFam's chances in this game. If he's able to step up and have one of the star performances that we saw from GeekFam, as you said, throughout the Malaysian region qualifier, then I think that changes the entire way we see this match. We've seen already that an alliance who's on their back foot can be beaten, and Zorovecki is going to be critical to putting them down.
Yeah, and you have a Zorovecki. We expected a lot, actually. Off camera, we're talking about this guy that he knows how to play really well, but previously it seems like Bigetron really got that 1 foot forward, and then Zorovecki is behind, and with that 50%, they really need to step up this time because they are going up against with a well-decorated team, and if they want to score more points, of course, they need to score against Alliance.
It seems like for me, the Alliance is all about how confidently they can win. And for GeekFam, it's all about heart for them. If they can set that tempo and, you know, be comfortable with each other moving forward into these particular matches, it seems like they're going to have a good time. But now, speaking of a good time, we're going to go for another set of our predictions. So first and foremost, it's going to be Bigetron Esports versus Amihan. Gamernism, you got to go first.
Once again, I'm in a tough spot. I mean, Bigetron, Amihan, both really strong teams. I have to give the edge a little bit to Amihan. You know, their social media game is the thing that's going to push things over the edge for me. But Amihan have been looking solid on and off the Rift, so...
Yeah, I mean, they've got fire tweets, which does put them 10% of the way to victory, but the remaining 90% is the statement game they started the day with against Alliance. It showed they're incredibly good at team fights, and that's why I think Amihan are going to win over Bigetron, who played a slow and steady first game, who want to avoid those team fights at all costs. I don't think they can do that to Amihan.
Yeah, as for me, of course, this will be the same as TJ and Gamernism. Amihan, of course, you know that they really camped hard that Fiora against the Alliance, as they have a better understanding that it wasn't played at the group stage. They come prepared. They did their homework, not copying from Gamernism. So I think Amihan is ready for them.
Okay, so I guess I'm the last. I'm not going to be copying, but
oh no!
I'm going to go for Amihan as well on this one because I felt like they already
United Death.
Yes, the panel's blessing.
Bro, it's because I felt like they already beat the top team in their bracket already, so that's I feel like they're going to just be able to run through this entire group stage pretty straightforward. Anyways, we're gonna go straight into the next prediction that we do have. It's the Alliance and GeekFam. Both of these teams at 0, and Gamernism will give them that one up.
This is a tale as old as time itself. Singapore and Malaysia used to even be in the same region when we played the PC, and Zorovecki and some of these other players have played against each other so many times at this point. I don't know what else they can bring to the table. That being said, historically, I feel like Singapore has come up ahead. Don't quote me on that, so I'm gonna go Team Alliance.
I'm just taking a moment to enjoy what's going to happen if we are all wrong on that first game. But I might be about to set us up for exactly the same thing, because I agree. I think Alliance do look like the stronger team, even though they did lose a heartbreaker as their first game of the day. They demonstrated what they can do, which is solid mechanical team fights. GeekFam at their best, which they didn't look like today, are going to challenge for those team fights. And if it comes down to that, I favor Alliance.
Yeah, as much as I wanted to go with GeekFam because it may not be their final form, but I do believe that Alliance is ready in their final form, getting that wake-up call against Amihan. So don't try any something not of a good team comp or experiments for now. I think this will be Alliance all the way.
Okay, both of
That's
these
right.
teams. Yeah, go ahead.
That's right. You absolutely
Complete the
have to
panel's
say
blessing.
the other team. You absolutely have to say the other team, otherwise there's a chance the entire panel is wrong for 2 games in a row, and we will get it in so much trouble. We will all be fired.
Yeah, we will be just called out hard by the Twitch chat. But honestly, I was actually gonna be voting for GeekFam because I felt like both of these teams have their hearts broken. Now it's time for GeekFam to break hearts. So yeah, I'm gonna go for this particular team here. I feel like Azura, Vicky, and the rest might have gotten time to recuperate, right? Exactly, and they might know something or be able to kind of come back into form. What they did against the Berjaya Dragons in their own qualifiers, are they going to be able to replicate the same thing going up against the top team in Singapore? I think they got the shot.
I have to say, I'm feeling pretty confident. You know, for once, I have the smart kids on the same with the same answers as I am. You know, it's like when you finish the exam and you look going through the answers and you ask, "What'd you get for question A?" I got C. Oh, me too. So I'm feeling pretty comfortable for myself right now. Asteroid, I'm sorry, buddy. You're maybe in the wrong boat here, but I'm feeling pretty good here.
Well, I'm a
breaking my
little
heart.
worried, to be frank, because these were the two that I'm like most nervous about over the course of the day. I think both these games have a lot of flexibility in them, so the fact that we all went for the same team is like not reassuring. I don't know. I think Bigetron, especially in that first match, have a like almost the exact opposite playstyle to Amihan, and that means either we're going to be extremely right or extremely wrong, because either Bigetron and Infinity are able to completely deny Amihan their team fights, in which case they will just win, or Bigetron are going to get shattered by Amihan's team fights. It's very binary, one or the other.
Yeah, I agree with TJ. It's completely polarized that there's the pedal to the metal, and then this one is trying to take a chill vibe along the way. And Amihan really storming a lot up front, knocking into the doors of anyone who's contending with their position. And they're playing aggressive type of play style, and they wanted that blitzkrieg, that snappy kills, that snappy burst. And that's something that Bigetron needs to watch out. If you wanted to dodge the aggression, I mean, there's no chance because it's still inside the rift, and Amihan's macro plays is really solid.
Okay, now I'll be throwing it on to our casters, so I'll just introduce them real quick. The ever-famished and unending expanse of Infinity and Hungry.
Thank you so much, Ashurai. And well, you know, it's gonna be the last 2 games for today. It's gonna be Bigetron Esports going up against Amihan Esports. And you know, the panel kind of talked about it. They have the fire tweets, they have the insane memes, but is it all going to be crushed hearts and broken dreams? We'll find out as we're about to go into the draft. Infinity, how are you feeling about this game?
I'm so excited. I mean, I'm so hyped up coming into this one because it's Amihan Esports that was won a while ago, and now they're going up against Bigetron Esports, and next it's going to be the Alliance versus GeekFam, which is, I think, going to be a slugfest of a matchup for these 2 teams for Group B.
For my sake, I hope in the second match, Alliance manages to find one win here. Otherwise, I'm going to be so sad because I've been kind of standing them the whole day. And, you know, for them to end day 1 with the 0-2 record that's not Raven, man. That's not cool. So you can see on your screen right now the rosters for this next game. It's going to be Falp1, Control, Henry, Dewa, and Harry for Bigetron Esports. Meanwhile, for Amihan Esports, we have Kao, Jelson, Mitsura, Demon, and Orthros.
Yeah, and these 2 teams, these players coming into it, are looking fierce and are looking determined to snatch the win for this series today in Group B, as our draft is now occurring.
Here we go into the draft. Bigetron Esports on the blue side, Amihan Esports on the red side. We've seen a lot of focus on the Ziggs, a lot of focus on the Camille and Gragas. This time, it's going to be Akali that's instantly banned out by Bigetron Esports.
And I think this is a champion that Amihan Esports has used in the past, domestically, and I think banning it away is a good ban from Bigetron Esports, removing it onto the roster of Amihan Esports. And now Amihan Esports needs to think, what are we gonna ban away? And it looks like it's gonna be Ziggs, one of the priority bans, or one of the priority picks rather, coming throughout in the Summer Super Cup. Day number 1, removing the back long-range damage for Bigetron Esports.
So far, we've seen him, picked first on the blue side, not so much banned, but teams are starting to realize the value of this. Hence, we see the focus as Janna and Lee Sin rounds out the ban for this game, or rounds out the bans for this game. Now, first pick Bigetron Esports. And Fede, what are you feeling here? What's good? I mean, we still have Camille, we still have Galio, we still have Gragas.
Yeah, there's a lot of selections, and I think Bigetron Esports can pick any of these champions depending on what they want to do out onto their draft composition. Do they want an early game composition? Do they want a mid game, late game composition? Or do they want a balance of everything in mind? And Twisted Fate seems to me that they're looking for the mid game, because the golden cord, as the viewers watching at home right now, gives you 2.5 second stun on a single target champion. So I think that's going to be a good CC from Bigetron Esports.
And now Gragas Camille instantly locked in for Amihan Esports. We saw some semi-global pressure from the Twisted Fate. I say semi-global, he's able to be on most parts of the map. Maybe a Galio here supplements that. Maybe they might want it, but instead they go for Jarvan and Braum and snap picks in response. Wukong, the first time we've seen it today here, Infinity, and the Lulu as well for Orthros.
Yeah. And Lulu, Wukong, I think there is a potential that Amihan Esports can come into a very strong individual champion. But Vayne, been locked in. This is the first time. But I think Amihan Esports is looking for the mid-game, late game, aside from the early game, because their champions are not really stating that sentence when it comes to the early phase of the game.
The Vayne here actually seems very interesting, because the only real, kind of reliable lockdown they have is going to be the gold card and the flag and drag. And the latter there still has some, kind of window to tumble away from. I'm kind of afraid of how Bigetron Esports is going to deal with this Vayne. They might not have the tools necessary to kind of lock her down.
Now, we're jumping into the Rift, wherein everything can be on the line for both Amihan Esports and Bigetron Esports. But considering that you have a Gragas mid lane, we have Carl going in for the early rotations into the mid lane as well, to go for sort of the fast clear that enables Carl to then go for the Baron lane to then clear out that wave. Because if you consider it, mid lane is typically where the minion wave comes in sooner into the river side, comes into the mid side of the mid lane, and that just enables Camille or Carl to just clear that out, to then go for the Baron lane and still have his wave up.
Now, we should note that Mitsura, with the early push, was able to put a ward down on the enemy blue buff, so they will know if control moves up. He's still doing a full clear on his side of the jungle, so that ward will not pay off anytime yet. In fact, he might just continue on into taking the Scuttle Crab, as we see this sort of a wet noodle fight in the Baron lane. Harry and Doa have to be careful here. They need to push up to get some control here for, well, control.
Yeah. Control the control if they want to control the game. That's simply going to be the statement that we can expect from Bigetron Esports and Amihan Esports. But looking at the dual lane, I think with Tristana for the side of Bigetron Esports, Amihan Esports locking into Vayne for Demon is sort of the champions that doesn't really have the potential to really dish out damage when it comes to the game. Because Vayne needs 3 core items, and in the same way, Tristana does the same thing. So I think this is sort of the patience game for both Bigetron and Amihan, and they're waiting for the 15-minute mark, the 18-minute mark, to really just dish out those 5v5.
Now, with the bot lane priority, it looks like Bigetron Esports will be able to walk in and take the enemy blue buff, whereas Jelson now is kind of responding in kind. He's walking into the opponent jungle to take Bigetron Esports buff away as well. So overall, a trade between both sides, but it is Bigetron Esports that are coming out ahead in terms of goal lead right now, just purely off of the mid and bot side.
Yeah. Having the Rift Scudder, as we stated, into the bottom side of the map for Bigetron Esports, they're pretty much safe into the dual lane.
Oh man, look at that. The summer spells are already used. We have a barrier and heal being expanded by Amihan Esports, but just an early jump in from Bigetron will force them to use those very important summer spells. So now they're a bit more worse for wear. They have to be careful about how they approach this lane, as the range advantage again still belongs to Bigetron Esports.
And yeah, I think we talked about how it's gonna be safe. It's gonna be a safe play, but Control having a 3-man roam, there's gonna be looking good.
There you go, Cataclysm, the Goomba Stomp in, and Demons instantly dead. Authoros is the next to follow. The map control coming in from Bigetron Esports in a blink of an eye. They decimate the Dragon Lane duo, and now they're going to get engaged upon here. There's your Glacial Fissure as well as the Cyclone from the Wukong, but is it enough though? As we see Mitsura instantly dying, and now the flash forward into the goal card. Another kill being picked up by Bigetron Esports. They strike fast, they strike hard, and now they control the bottom side.
And they have went in for a quick and efficient pickoff against Amihan Esports, and I think that is where Nuts comes in, because you have level 5 already, and Destiny is available for himself, and that just enables him to go for the TP into the bot lane. And even though if Amihan Esports wants to go back away for Demon and Ortros, you cannot, because Control is there to control you in backing away, have those CCs to just put you down and disable you from returning to your base. And now Bigetron Esports is leading in a 3k gold lead, and the fight is not even over, it's just the beginning.
Infinity, we're starting to see why they prioritized this Twisted Fate so early in the draft. He's already picked up the Boots of Lucidity. They're moving over onto this Mountain Dragon. All 5 members from Bigetron Esports are grouped up. It's going to be a party in this pit, and they should be able to secure this with Control Smite. Currently available, and there you go. That is going to be the first Dragon of the game going to Bigetron Esports. Now they're grouping up for this Dragon Tier 1, and they should be able to get it with the Tristana as well.
Yeah, and we have a counter swap lane. We have a counter 4-man roam for Amihan Esports as well, taking the tier 1 turret into the Baron lane. It's the same way how Bigetron got the Tower First Blood into the bot lane, but the difference maker here is more gold for PTR.
Hold on, Flag and Drag up. He's going to have to use the hook shot to get out. They really didn't commit much for that kill, and at the end, you know, Carl is still gonna have to use his flash to get out. Bigetron Esports, they pick up the blue buff, or hope to pick up the blue buff. The rest of Amihan are collapsing here, so it's looking tough. They at least blow the summoner spell before getting out.
Yeah, definitely. Having the summoner spell when it comes to the fight is going to be very important, as it gives you extra survivability or even extra escape route when it comes down to it. So I think when it comes to the 5v5, you need to be aware, does the enemy team have summoner spells? Do we have summoner spells to go for the counter engage? And these are sort of the key variables to take note. And now it's Gragas into Twisted Fate. We talked about a while ago, Amelie versus a ranged champion in the mid lane is not the best thing in the world. And now it's Mitsura having to sort of wait for the wave to be cleared down.
Explosive cast being used. The body slam knocks him back in. Control's gonna be able to flag and drag away from the enemy attention. So for the most part, he's gonna survive, but a flash in. Mitsura should be able to get him into the GA kind of revive with the barrel down. Meanwhile, the push from Amihan Esports was there for the Dragon Tier 1, and they will pick that one up while rotating across to the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, and I want to put a quick point onto the GA. Typically, when a jungler puts the GA first item, this enables your team to go for a very aggressive type of setup. And that is what BTR did, and even then, Amihan Esports tries to bring him down, but no. Revive will be there for Control to survive much longer.
Now, the Globe Herald was taken by Bigetron Esports, and now they have that sort of utility to use to demolish a turret if they want to. Considering that Baron Tier 1 is already down and Dragon Tier 1 is already down, we have to kind of think that this is going to be a mid-Tier 1 Rift Herald.
Probably, because if you're looking at it, Bigetron Esports already secured the 2 turrets into the Baron lane, has secured the tier 1 turret into the Dragon lane. So what more could they want aside from the mid lane? Because if they remove the tier 1 turret into the mid lane, this opens up the map control for them, and not just in the lanes, but also into the enemy team jungle camps. That just disables how Amihan Esports can now freely roam when it comes to their very own side of the map. And on top of all that, I want to put a quick note that 4 wards are placed onto Amihan Esports' jungle, onto the top side of the map. How can you not have any more information than that?
Yep, that side of the map is brighter than a Christmas tree right now. You have full vision of anyone walking around, and with that Destiny, you could, look to jump someone just making a straight journey alone through the top half of the jungle. And like you said, removing mid-tier 1 also opens up the bottom half, and it allows them to make these global plays. We see the rotations coming in from Bigetron Esports. Dewa and Harry will be making the moves down to the Dragon lane to push this one out. Still some time left. about now 30 seconds before the Cloud Drake spawns. So this is a window for them to kind of push, reset, get items, and set up.
Now, 20 seconds remaining. As you setup is gonna be key. The word here is setup. If Bigetron Esports gets the first setup onto Amihan Esports, this is gonna be over. Because they have the gold lead, they have the kill lead, they have the Master Dragon for their team as well to utilize when it comes to extra survivability. And Nuts have 2.5 seconds stun. Control has the Cataclysm to bring down Amihan Esports. So I think Amihan Esports needs to think, we need to have the priority in an engagement to win those fights.
Oh, look at this. They drop the Herald. It gets a charge off, and the explosive cast comes out to disengage. Now, the focus is on Control, who's going to be able to get out. They expanded the explosive cast for that fight, whereas Bigetron Esports, they still have all their ultimates up. They're going to be moving over to this Cloud Dragon and getting the priority, so it's falling very low already. It seems as though Amihan Esports, they're not looking to contest this objective. The second consecutive Dragon now goes the way of Bigetron Esports.
Yeah. And with those goals that Bigetron Esports is filling in, you already have Infinity Edge and Static Shiv for Tristana. And now mid lane.
Cataclysm in, actually catches one member only on the back end. Here comes your Hextech Ultimatum, but it might just be too little too late. Control dies for his efforts there after diving in. And now Bigetron Esports playing the pull and push. A flash in actually doesn't really get anything there. A bit of a wasted summoner spell. As we see the greed on the side of Bigetron Esports. They were trying to go for more, but they weren't all on the same page. Falp1 and Nuts used their flash to no avail.
Yeah, but even though if Control died in that fight, that is just how Bigetron Esports traded that for a turret into the mid lane. Because the Rift Herald wasn't really able to bring it down, and now they opened up the jungle for Amihan Esports to not be able to really free roam into the very own side of the map. And considering, you know what, let's go back into the gold lead for BTR. Infinity Edge, Static Shiv already secured by Tristana, and when you're looking at Twisted Fate, ROA and also the Lich Bane is available, and this is gonna be disgusting when it comes to the damage output of these two champions.
Not just that, but also the rapid fire cannon being queued up already means that he gets extended range on that one gold card. That's now a solid engage option. And we're talking about in the pregame, you know, the draft about how they're going to lock down Demon. If he manages to get within range of the gold card, that's how they could probably start the fight, allow Control to jump in and follow up. I'm starting to see what Bigetron Esports have kind of planned and drafted in this game.
I love how you mentioned the distance that Bigetron Esports wants to do on Diwa against Demon on this specific game. And on top of all that, you have the ultimate of Diwa to bring away Demon. And Demon doesn't really have a stun that can bring him in. It's the stun pushes away the enemy team champion. So I think that's just the distance game for Bigetron Esports.
Control jumps in with the flag and drag, will not find Mitsura. Remember, he still has the Cataclysm available to start the fight if he wants to, but he's just being a bit more disciplined, not so triggered happy, knowing that his team isn't really there to back him up. Look at this. They're setting up a death bush. There are no wards here for Amihan. If they walk in, they might just get caught out. Throwing out the winner's bite. First in the flag and drag in. Bigetron Esports pull the trigger a little too early. And meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, you can see that Carl is just split pushing. There is some pressure being put down by Amihan Esports. They don't necessarily have to fight this as long as Carl can get something done in the Dragon lane.
Yeah, and on top of all that, this is what I'm saying. This is what we're saying a while ago. When Tier 1 turret falls down into the mid lane, it's over when it comes to the control of Amihan Esports in their very own side of the map. And when you talked about the split push, I think that is the only way how Amihan Esports can bring this back. It is a 3k gold disadvantage and a Cloud Dragon and Mountain Dragon secured by Bigetron Esports. And it's just so hard to bring them down because you have extra mobility and also extra sustainability that Mountain Dragon provides. And Amihan Esports just needs to wait for the late. Because if they wait for the late game, if Demon gets the security onto the 3 core items that he needs to scale out into the matchup, and Orcras has his wild growth ready, I think this is going to be disastrous. That Amihan Esports is waiting for the storm to come in.
The storm is brewing. I can hear the thunder from a mile away as we can see Ardent Sensor completed for Orthros here. Demon starting to get that power point. Already completed the play of the Ring King and Static Shiv, looking for the Trinity Force Nyx to round out his build as Amihan Esports. They're behind 3k gold, but they're not out of this one just yet. 20 seconds on the Ocean Dragon, so that is going to be potentially the next objective contested by both teams here. Setting up the vision, making sure that they have information is Bigetron Esports. They're invading very deep, putting the wards down.
Yeah, Notion Drake now alive. Bigetron Esports already has a dominance onto the riverbed, and Amihan Esports doesn't have any vision towards it. If you're looking at the map, it's pretty much clear as clear for Amihan Esports. They don't see anything.
Look at this, they pop the redemption now, dragging down a 4K flag and drag it into the backline. It's gonna be the Cataclysm locking up two, and the power on comes in. Explosive cast to reset the fight. The Cyclone in the backline. This is disastrous for Bigetron Esports. They could still turn this one around, but they have to find the angle. Now jumping in is gonna be the Commune, and now Amihan Esports looking to clean up this fight. They're looking for the next one, and now the ace is gonna come in. A triple kill for Carl, and a full ace and wipe for Amihan Esports.
Late game composition on the way. Amihan Esports is bringing it back for the teammates. And now, that is what we're saying. Amihan Esports needs to wait for their late game power spike to bring it back. And they just did that in terms of the matchup. BRK, Static Shiv, and Evil Vayne to go for those consistent damage output with a sliver of a burst damage potential. And if you're looking at it, Rapid Fire Cannon for Diwa, not going to be available. He went for the BRK instead because you have the wild growth that gives you extra sustainability. Is just so hard to deal with, and Camille and Gragas as well at the same time. So utilizing, I think, BRK would be much better for Tristana to go for that consistent output of damage, that attack speed, and that lifesteal enables you to go for more of the prolonged fights.
It feels like in that last fight, Bigetron Esports did not respect the Cyclone. They did not respect the Hextech Ultimatum, the way these kind of utility ultimates can split the fight up. Even the explosive cast was crucial in separating members of Bigetron Esports. Now, Amihan, they are slightly behind in gold, but we saw the power of this composition as it begins to scale up. 14.5 minutes in, they managed to pick up the Ocean Dragon earlier. Now it's going to be the Baron. All eyes towards the big purple worm as the objective. Clearing out the wards first. Already having the Scuttle Crab in possession. They're setting up this Death Brush. No vision whatsoever. Control is going to throw down the Demacian Standard for some vision and spot out members of Amihan Esports there.
But they're just still waiting. Amihan Esports is thinking, you know what? We're still not onto the big lead. Yes, we have the Team Ace. Yes, we have the Ocean Dragon. But the gold still says otherwise. We are at a gold deficit. We still need to respect how BTR Esports has built their draft as we look into mid lane.
Redemption coming down, tags a couple members of Bigetron Esports. Is not the most as the explosive cast splits this. What a flank coming in, and the Cyclone immediately tears apart Diwa, and now there's no damage for Bigetron Esports. They have to turn tail and run. They have to flee the scene. There's nothing much they can do here. Running from back to front, it's gonna be Demon getting the kills, a triple already. Now looking for the Quadra. He's on a rampage, and ladies and gentlemen, a Quadra kill for Demon and an ace for Amihan Esports back to back.
Carl, you sneaky champion, going into the backside, going in for the support onto the flank of Mitsura. And that was amazing. That delayed how Bigetron Esports wants to go back. And they're looking to finish the game into the mid lane, gets the inhibitor turn.
Inhibitor's down. There's still a couple of moments left before members of Bigetron Esports spawn up, and still the wave is coming in. The flash away from Carl to stay healthy is down to 1,000, 8,005. I don't think Bigetron is going to be able to defend this. And ladies and gentlemen, Amihan Esports with a 2-0 at the end of day one. Look at the smiles, look at the pride, look at the happiness. A storm is coming. I hope you guys brought your umbrellas.
They have just waited for the wind and the water to come through so that they can bring in a disaster storm into that matchup, and BTR will fall down. Amihan Esports will take the win. And this is what we're saying. Their composition is built towards the late game. Vayne needs items to actually deal so much damage, and considering that you have the true damage already built into his skill kit, in addition to our BRK, that's massive damage all around.
Solid stuff coming in. You have to trust that Demon's gonna pop off in the late game, and it's a composition you drafted for. You know, split them up with the explosive cast, keep them in place with the Cyclone and Hextech Ultimatum, and Demon gets this free space to run at them. Look at this goal graph. My goodness, all the way until, what, 15 minutes? It was all Bigetron Esports all day, and now Amihan, somehow they managed to clutch it out and get the win.
Yeah, and I think I want to say something towards Amihan Esports. If we're looking at the items of Demon, he went in for the Trinity Force, and that is not exactly what the basic build states would be. BRK Static Shiv, sure. But when it comes to the Trinity Force, that is still a mystery. But I think the reason for this is you have the ability haze, you have the all-around more sustainability with extra HP coming in from Phage. And on top of all that, Shin, with a passive, gives you extra damage as well, especially how Demon as a Vayne plays out on those spammy skills, just jumping all around, and every single attack resets your CD for your roll, right? As I suppose to say that. And yeah, it's just a lot of damage. You have true damage, you have percentage damage from the BRK, and also magic damage from Trinity Force.
Yep, awesome stuff coming from Amihan Esports. You know, they were highly touted as one of the teams to look out for in this group, and they're starting to show why, even with an unorthodox marksman. First time we've seen kind of Vayne picked up at all during this tournament. They make it work, especially combined with the Lulu and the overall composition. Let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Globe and Oppo. Infinity, walk me through this.
Yeah, okay. When it comes to the game, Amihan Esports was getting demolished. And we keep on stating this time and time again throughout the matchup, throughout the series, that Vayne is not a champion that scales out when it comes to the game. And we have a Garen, you have a Jarvan 4, you have Nuts with a Twisted Fate that is strong when it comes to the game. And on top of all that, you also have Harry with the Braum, with the concussive blows. And this is just so strong to deal with. But when it comes to the 13-minute mark, when you have 2 core items onto Demon as well, with a good setup from Jelson and Mitsura, this just made the game upside down in favor of Amihan Esports.
That Gragas flank in the final fight that we saw was just perfect. Mitsura sacrificed himself, right? Such a teammate, such a bro, allowing his team to get the start on that fight. The explosive cast split them down the middle, and it seems as though, you know, Bigetron Esports didn't know what hit them. A big old bottle, a big old cask of Gragas defeat was what it was.
Yeah, Amihan Esports are airbenders. They went in, summoned the storm, just went in for a dominant late game.
Yep, and ladies and gentlemen, your MVP for that game is, of course, none other than Demon. 100% kill participation popping off in the late game. You were 100% right on that, Infinity. You know, he was able to really get to the late game item scaling point and just take over these fights.
And I'm not sure if Demon is the one who got it, but I think he's one of the relatively first one who got the quadra kill in the Summer Super Cup. And that is something to take note. It's just so amazing. I mean, we did see a couple of quadras early in the day with Kai'Sa's, but if you're saying like specifically we're gonna narrow it, yes, this is the first game that we've seen Vayne, and the first time we've of course seen Vayne with a quadra kill. Yeah, and that's just amazing. BRK Static Shift, Trinity Force, we talked about these items already. The damage all around is such a feat to reckon with for Demon.
Now you're looking at Amihan Esports, anyone watching them has this other concern to worry about. Hey, you know, they can play this late game scaling Vayne as well. It's going to add another facet to the unpredictability that is the Summer Super Cup. Teams are pulling out strategies for the wins. Teams are trying to surprise each other, and this goes the distance here for Amihan Esports.
Yeah, and just to reason why we don't see Vayne that often is you've seen it time and time again. You saw it firsthand on this matchup that Vayne is not that great when it comes to early and is typically late, right? And typically what happens in Wild Rift is you have some sort of fast-paced gameplay wherein everything happens in a snap of a finger, it's just done, right? So I think that is the reason why. But if you can make it work, it's just so dominant of a champion that you cannot belittle, because when it comes to the late game, Vayne is the king for that phase of the game.
Maybe the queen, you know, and our panel once again got it 100% right. I think all of them predicted Amihan Esports for this game, and you know, once again, they continue on that streak. It doesn't matter if they're all sided on one team, as long as they call it the right team, it looks good anyway.
So I'm actually excited. What else does the teams, the regions, prepare for the Summer Super Cup? As we have, I think, one more series to watch out for, and I'm really excited. What are going to be the champions? What are going to be the items? What are going to be the picks?
Yep, that is actually going to be our final match for the night, the Alliance versus GeekFam. But ladies and gentlemen, the end of the 11th game of the League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Super Cup. We're going to end our broadcast for a short moment here on Twitch, but we'll come back after a very short break to continue the final game of Day 1 group stages. Catch us on the League of Legends Wild Rift official page for Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. But for now, we'll go for a short break, and when we come back, we'll see you on those channels. All right, welcome back. That was a very short break, just a sip of water, but we're back with the final match for today. And the end of day one, it's going to be the Alliance versus GeekFam. And well, Infinity, I want to hear your thoughts about this because our panel was, again, split on one direction. They all kind of went towards Alliance. What are your thoughts on this?
Now, I think Team Secret, as we talked about a while ago, it was very, very flexible in terms of picks. You have James to lead the pack when it comes to shot calling. And GeekFam as well, when it comes to it, is really strong individually and strong as a team, right? And I think what we need to look out for GeekFam specifically is Azora Veki for their team. For Team Secret, we need to look at Azar, Tetsuri, and Hamid.
You mean Alliance, right? Because it's going to be Alliance going up against GeekFam here. So yeah, well, I guess the idea is kind of similar. Like, we still are looking out for Raven. I think that's what the panel was looking towards, this kind of matchup between the mid laners. And as Gamerism put it, and I 100% agree, a rivalry as old as the ages, since that way back in the day of the GPO where Singapore and Malaysia regions were kind of combined. We've always had this friendly rivalry. I'm sure Contra is somewhere out there watching us, listening like, yes, I hope Fam wins. And to be fair, so do I. I kind of hope the Alliance wins as well.
Yeah, I'm going on the same boat. I'm going for Alliance to win this series. But of course, I think their power, their capabilities are on an even level playing field.
Mechanically, I feel like the Alliance have a better shot at this GeekFam so far. They've been underperforming. I think that was what the panel put, or how the panel kind of described it. Azora Veki not having the best games so far. We need to see him on one of his standout performances for GeekFam to have a real shot at taking down the Alliance, because I think pound for pound, player for player, lane for lane, the Alliance do look better. And this is, not me being a fanboy of the Alliance. It's not because I'm from the Singapore region. I just think on a whole, they are looking stronger just via, mechanical individual play.
Yeah, and they have a huge background when it comes to League of Legends as a foundation, and they have a very dominant play in the Singapore region in the regional icon series. So I definitely think that Alliance is certainly a dominant team, certainly a strong team to reckon with. Their understanding of the
Yep, we should be jumping into draft very soon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited to see how this goes, as Infinity might just be on a slight glitch out, but again, it's back to the Hungry Cast solo show. I love how I get, some time alone with the audience every once in a while, but yes, we should be jumping into draft soon. Things to look out for. We talked about this mid lane matchup between Raven as well as Azora Veki. More to point as well, it's also the idea that CWJ so far in the tournament has played one game that was on Fiora, absolutely ran it down, right? I was talking to the coach of the Alliance, he was like, yep, did not go according to plan. Fair enough. This time against GeekFam, maybe they pull it back, maybe they rein it in a little bit, put CWJ on that tanky weak side laner. As you can see, the rosters on your screen, it's going to be CWJ, SSK, Raven, Cold and Feet, and Rich for the Alliance. On the other side, GeekFam, they will have the Shang, Rumple, Azora Veki, Momo, and Nyx. To draft we go, the Alliance on the blue side, GeekFam on the red side. A rivalry as old as time and as old as League of Legends PC has existed competitively in this region. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I got it. What is going to be the draft competition today? Yeah, Zane is going to be banned away immediately by Alliance, actually not wanting to fight against this mid lane champion. It has been dominant, has been the priority throughout day number one.
Yeah, and Camille and Renekton, the next answers here on the side of GeekFam and Alliance respectively. I do like that they've noticed, hey, this is a pick that we never played at all in qualifiers. We're probably not too confident on it just yet, so we don't have to unleash it over the days and over the course of the tournament, maybe to get more comfortable. But for now, it's just removed that Akali band away from Raven as well.
Yeah, and now with these bands being picked up and locked in the Alliance and GeekFam, Gragas is open, Gaio is open. Twisted Fate is going to be the priority here by Alliance to match it up against GeekFam.
This has been a Raven staple so far in the tournament, and we saw, I think, Nuts play previously as well. The value of this Twisted Fate to kind of put pressure on the side lanes can't really be understated, as GeekFam here, the answer with the Garen, the answer with the Gragas. So starting to look a little bit familiar here. I'm getting a little bit of PTSD from the previous game with the GeekFam draft so far here, Infinity.
Looking for sort of the dominant frontliners of a composition, and the Alliance looks to match it up when it comes to the early game. Twisted Fate, Lee Sin, early game champion Lee at level 3 already has this power strike available for his team. So we saw the Janna being played out a while ago, or maybe the value being picked up, but Janna is a good disengage on the start of the diving competition. And even Fizz and Kaisa, that is a good answer.
I love that GeekFam went for the Fizz. Now, it could be Fizz jungle for all we know, but Ozoroveki, his claim to fame when he was playing back then on League of Legends PC, the prodigal son of Malaysian esports, was his Fizz. He played this so much when he was still playing competitively then, and I think it's really a comfort pick for him. Alliance here, they round out their composition with the Xayah and the Darius. So again, like we said, not so much the side laners, more of like a tanky bruiser kind for CWJ, and Braum will be the final pick here for GeekFam.
And now the question would be, is this the Darius base rush, or is this a Darius footwork? What is his build gonna be? Is it a tanking? Is it a 1v5 type of draft that he wants to go for it? And I do suppose that maybe Rumpel, Deshang, the rest of the crew would build onto the previous wounds because you have one toon in Darius to get ready.
Yeah, interestingly, we saw a last-minute swap. It's going to be the jungle Fizz. So this is a pick that was played by, I believe, the MVP was the one that has this pocket jungle Fizz. Now it's being brought out into the Summer Super Cup. And Ozoroveki is going to be on the Dragons here.
Immediately by these two teams into the mid lane. They're looking to match it up. Early aggression means that they want to clear easily into the mid lane. We saw how Gragas has been played into the mid lane. That really requires someone to really leash him down to try and clear out the wave early to try and secure level 2. But unfortunately, Ozoroveki will not be able to go for level 2 this instant when it comes to the first 40 minutes. 40 seconds rather. Of the game.
He shares the experience, right? So that's going to be a big problem, whereas the Shang now finally hitting level 2 after he journeys back to the Baron lane. Early aggression coming in from Cold and Feet and Rich. They're throwing out the feathers, trying to set up some lane control here. Now we saw the junglers kind of starting on their own rip buffs. You can see that SSK is going to be walking up the river here.
And this might be very devastating. Level 3 already for SSK as a Lee Sin.
Walking in, trying to get the push down, maybe trying to get Raven a window to recall here as SSK, he will be moving towards the Scuttle Crab. Traditionally, we see junglers, they do like 3 camps and then a Scuttle Crab. This time, he's just using his time, using his resources to journey into mid as we might see a dive coming in. Go-Kart already pulled up. Who's going to be the target right now? They're looking for the AD carry. The stun is there, but do they have the damage is the question. Good flash away. The Howling Gale knocks them both up. And it's going to be First Blood coming in for the Alliance and potentially a double kill for Shinsekai. Now the counter kill comes through. It's going to be Rumpel that kills him off. So they get some consolation gifts on the way out. But GeekFam, they lose their Dragon Lane duo here.
Yeah, but it's going to be very costly for Alliance because having the jungle still available for GeekFam, they're now able to go potentially for the dual Rift Cutter if they want to go for it. But GeekFam, you know what, starting the Rift Cutter into the bottom side of the map quite a bit late. That gives up an opening for SSK to now go
look
top.
at this. SSK, he's moving towards top side. Barrier popped by CWJ. Instant flash from the Shang. The Sonic Wave hits the Resonating Strike, connects, and Shinsekai is 3-1 on the board. Moving down towards the river, starting to make things happen for the Alliance. This is kind of what we were talking about when we were doing a prep, right, Infinity? Shinsekai is the one that starts things off. If he can get the action going, the Alliance look a lot better.
Yeah, and with his micro play, with his mechanically skill of hands that can just be it.
Flash body slam into Chum the Waters. I think that Raven is dead here, but if they can get a revenge kill, that's going to be very tasty redemption coming in. Ozoroveki very low. He's going to back off. Rumpel is fine as well as Rich makes the rotation up. Unable to convert on the conversion kill on the way out, so Shinsekai is just going to have to live with that one.
For now, they're just waiting as we have sort of a trade into the mid lane. SSK has still not gotten, really sort of the mid lane punish because you have Rumpel already with a 2-0-0. But Lee Sin, however, has a 3-1-0 in his pockets, which means that sooner or later, Yumo's Blade might potentially be locked in, as you have already serrated Dirt in his inventory, building onto a longsword. And I think with the movement speed and penetration that he gives with burst damage potential, this is looking favorable as a jungle for Alliance.
GeekFam are no slouches either. You can see Rumple completing the Lich Bane. The kind of synergy between Azura Veki and Rumple so far has been very nice to watch. Setting up for the gank with the flash body slam into Chum the Waters. Loving that they have this communication down. Shinsekai now gonna sweep this ward in the Tribush as Cloud Drake is gonna spawn. They will be converging on top of this. GeekFam though are here to reply. You can see that Nyx is walked up the river, and just behind it is gonna be Rumple as well as Azura Veki. Smite will get that one here for Shinsekai. Now he's gonna safeguard away, dodges away from all the damage. Here comes the Chum the Waters. He's gonna be focused down, and the explosive cast in. Killer Instinct in from the side from Momo. You gotta look for these kills. You gotta look for something. Otherwise, it's a huge extension as the Dragon's Rage comes in, kicking Rumble back into his team. And now it is gonna be all Alliance all day as they look to clean up this fight. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 kills for Alliance on the Dragon fight.
Breaking that engagement, I think Alliance did so much when it comes to the macro play. You have SSK jumping right in. He was low HP, but you have Rich immediately going for the Monsoon, delaying how GeekFam wants to burst down their enemy team, that enabled the SSK to now go into the backside with Dragon's Rage, go on to Momo, and you have Cold and Feet to come through and clean up the map. And that just enabled them to get 4 kills in that engagement, and now they're leading into a 5k gold lead against GeekFam.
The good news now for GeekFam is at least they've completed the basic item requirements for Momo's Icathian Rain Evolve. So the Kaisa is starting to feel pretty powered up. But so is Cold and Feet here, already getting the static shift. So that's going to be additional wave clear, additional attack speed, and with the BS Sword, additional damage.
Definitely, but Chum the Waters, SSK.
SSK, he's going to have to safeguard to safety. Gets out of the ultimate there, and again, this ultimate from Fizz, the Chum the Waters, functions similarly to League of Legends PC, right? The longer the distance, the bigger the AoE, the better it feels in terms of locking out people, but Rumple there, just a point-blank one, does not find what he needs. Raven now might be in some trouble as he picks a blue card. That's not what you want, buddy.
Yeah, it was, you know, a bit too early to lock it in as the yellow card just missed a sliver of millisecond for Alliance to lock it in. But 4-man roam for Alliance into the mid lane as GeekFam does the same thing to really go for the Rift Herald potentially. But Alliance with the Tower First Blood, not as valuable initially without any First Blood onto Tower Dive yet, but still valuable to say the least as it can go unpunished later on.
Halving Kill comes through. Now we're waiting for the engage from GeekFam. The Redemption is going to zone them all away as CWJ comes in from the side, zoning them all out. And Rift Herald is going to be taken by Rich as the fight breaks out. GeekFam now running in Glacial Fissure to split them up. And now the focus is going to be on the backline. Raven somehow survives as Rumble dies. And now Alliance looking again to clean up after an objective fight. Now SSK coming in, manages to survive the kill instinct in. Might just kill him off the last auto attack. And the flash from Momo. He overextends. He gets the kill at Shinsekai, but at what cost? As the gold card lands onto Azura Veki, and he's going to be the last member standing in this fight.
I mean, Momo was already dead in that engagement, so having that killer instinct to go to the backside and kill off SSK is the least that they can get in return against Alliance in that engagement alone. With the Rift Herald secured by Alliance as well, that enabled them to get another turret into the mid lane, giving them more gold and more map pressure against GeekFam, specifically onto the bottom side jungle of their very own map.
Now, big wave collapsing in the Dragon lane for GeekFam, so someone is going to have to answer that from the Alliance side, otherwise it's a lot of lost EXP, as we see the jungler of Alliance aggressively posturing, consistently looking for the moves on the map. Raven, however, will make this rotation towards the Baron lane, has another, 30 seconds on that Destiny before he can make a play.
And that Scryer's Bloom gets position onto where SSK might be, and GeekFam has the knowledge that SSK might not be into the mid lane, and GeekFam, I believe, wants to go for sort of the pressure. Regardless, I think it's still not going to be as valuable to risk everything as the Infernal Break will come up here in the 8 minute and 10 seconds of this game.
SSK looking to set something up here. They see a couple of members walking in, Howling Gale in, and the gold card onto the tank, but that's not who you want. Nyx is going to be able to use the stand behind me to get out of that engage, and now Inferno Dragon started up by the Alliance. Smite is available for SSK. There's no vision, as our observer is kindly pointing out, so GeekFam will have to sacrifice this objective and give it over to the Alliance. 2 dragons in the back pocket for the Singapore region representatives.
looking very, very favorable for Alliance as of yet. Infernal Dragon secured, Cloud Dragon secured, 2 turrets already broken down. And on top of all that, you still have the 9k gold lead in their pocket. And Yuma's Blade building up to potentially a Trinity Force, I suppose, for the same. Now, top lane.
Tries to hit the Dragon's Rage. We'll call that a zoning ultimate, yeah? He just kicked the Shang in, forced his flash, but his team was able to get the tier 1 off of that play.
And having all the tier 1 turrets already secured, this opens up once again the map control for Alliance. Top side jungle, bottom side jungle already for them as well, having the control onto all 4 quadrants. And GeekFam needs to think of an answer to maybe go for a split push. I think there was a wasted opportunity a while ago wherein you pointed out that there was a big wave into the bottom lane wherein there was no champions that actually pushed it through for the side of GeekFam, and no one actually defended for Alliance as well. So I think that was sort of the missed opportunity here. And I think GeekFam needs the same thing to happen later on to try and get a turret, at the very least, to gain those gold.
Infinity, look at the items being picked up, or the enchantments, if I want to be more specific. 3 Zhonya enchantments being picked up by the Alliance. So you understand the value of the stasis, kind of buying time in these fights has been the name of the game for them so far. They're afraid of getting locked in, they're afraid of getting picked off, so that kind of enchantment is going to help them stay active in these fights.
Also, it's an answer to Charm of the Waters that has long delay to really just bring out the shark and eat you what knock off you. So I think with the stasis, it gives you more time in some way, and it disables rather how much damage that Rumpel can dish out when it comes to the 5v5.
Raven actually used the Destiny to kind of arrive in mid lane earlier. Now they're looking to contest around this top side. Good kick into the wall, followed up by the gold card. A flash away. Actually blocking the body slam. Shinsekai now uses the Zhonya's enchant, like we said, under the top tier 2. He's in a lot of trouble. CWJ, what a big play caller coming in from Cold and Feet. He just rips him apart. Nick's barely able to survive with the heal coming out, but that's 2 kills with the jungler down. I think Alliance, they should be able to get this Baron here.
And SSK, sliver of HP, it was 1 HP that he went out alive. That was glacial pressure to zone him out. Now the Baron Nashor will be started up by Alliance with a contest from these guys.
Coming in though, the Shang looking to do some work here in the center of it all. He's tanky, but how tanky is he as he's looking to run in, auto down. That Baron eventually is going to be smited away by Shinsekai. No slippery fingers, no mistakes. The Alliance, they want to close this out in a methodical fashion to end day 1 right now. 12k goal lead, 11.5 minutes in. Infinity, I want to know your call. How does GeekFam come back into this game?
It's gonna be very difficult, but I do think that if they want to go for a comeback into this match, they have to at least defend every tier 2 turret, which is probably so hard and difficult, and on top of all that, clean Alliance out, because the amount of disadvantage that GeekFam already has currently is just too much to handle.
That's a good step though. You find the kill onto CWJ, take the Baron buff off the Baron laner, and it's easier to defend against him in these side lanes. SSK, however, making rotations down towards the Dragon lane, looking for that tier 2 like you said. It's very tough for GeekFam to hold on to their inner structures. As Cold and Feet, he's just walking forward. Look at the damage he's putting down onto Momo. Dragon tier 2 goes down. Now the focus is the mid inhibitor turret. It's falling so quickly, and now it goes down. Now the fight possibly breaking out as if CSS gives a big kick in onto Nyx. Has he overcommitted? He's gonna go down here. A flashy play, but wasn't effective is the question. And now they get the bot inhibitor turret. Now they're looking for the re-chase in. A Blade Caller roots them all into place. They're chasing on Enrich with the aggressive flash, looking for the kill. The gold card rather coming through as well with the wild card to follow up the Alliance. They rip them all to shreds. GeekFam are now relegated to going back to their fountain to defend. And ladies and gentlemen, the Alliance will not end day 1 without a win. In fact, they'll find their first against GeekFam here in our last game of day 1.
An amazing series, an early game from Alliance as SSK has dominated that match to get the win for Alliance in day number 1. That was very commendable from SSK from the Singapore region.
At least, they end. This is just my inner fan talking. At least they end day 1 with the 1-1 record. I felt like, I hyped them up so much, right? I didn't want them to disappoint the viewers, so at least that happened. But for the most part, GeekFam here, we look at their composition. The Jungle Fizz, a lot more low impact than I imagined it would be. I felt like Rumple didn't really fully utilize this to its full effect as compared to when we see MVP play it in the Taiwan region qualifiers.
And I think the reason for it is
HONGKONG,
because Alliance also has an early game type of jungle. And GeekFam needs to respond. And when you keep on responding, Fizz will not be able to gain those early gold, will not be able to gain those early power spikes that he wants to go for, right? And that is how SSK just affected all throughout the map. And I think there is an important point you took note a while ago, how SSK, 2 camps just done, went to the mid lane to go for the roam. And that typically is not the tradition for jungles. But SSK has the knowledge that, you know what, we have a level 3 Lee Sin already. We already have the power to dominate the lanes, and that is what SSK did.
And also to note that he did that after taking his own red buff, while kind of, 50-50 guessing where Rumple was. Because Rumple was on his own red buff, he was kind of pressed for mana too to kind of contest that. So the Alliance showing up big time in the final game of today. So far, we've seen 12 games, and Infinity, I have to ask you, when it comes to, this end of day one, who do you feel is kind of impressing you so far?
That's a really difficult situation that you've asked. I think these are my potentially top teams currently. Team Secret, Amihan Esports, Alliance, and also
EVOS as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah, EVOS as well. Yeah. Also
Take a look at this.
SBTC.
many teams for Infinity.
Yeah, many
he has
teams.
his pick of the litter. Let's take a look at the Oppo Reno 5 play of the game coming in from the Alliance as they kind of took control of the mid game. And I want to point out something you mentioned, right? They have this tempo, this high tempo style of Wild Rift that's consistently forcing GeekFam to respond as opposed to pull out what they want to do. And because the game plan is kind of thrown off, the Alliance have full control of the game.
Yeah, and this is the power of controlled aggression, right? You control your aggression to the point that your enemy team needs to react onto it, actually risking everything that they have to just go for the defense. And if you're looking at it, GeekFam is already at a disadvantage. They are 8-1 or 7-1 when they dove in against Alliance, and that is how it was reflective. How Alliance just keep on forcing fights against GeekFam, even if GeekFam doesn't want to.
Yeah, I think that really sums it up, right? Just making sure that they have no breathing room whatsoever, jumping in to punish GeekFam whenever they overextend. And this is the final moments of that game, as you can see on your screen. Once the floodgates are open, the Alliance pounce and they punish their opponents.
Yeah. Alliance being allied with each other, coordinated play, as you said it a while ago, has dominated that game against a very interesting matchup from GeekFam as well.
All right, the match MVP for this game is going to be Rich here on the support channel. And one thing I wanted to bring up during the game was when we were watching Rich in the domestic qualifiers for the Singapore region. It was quite funny how aggressive he was, because multiple times during the Singapore qualifiers, he would flash Ignite and Howling Gale and Zephyr someone just to get the kill. And we saw that towards the ending stages of the game, right? He was just flashing into the base. Of course, stakes are high, the pressure is there. You don't want to make these aggressive plays all the time, but once he feels like he has it in the bag, he will do that.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Roa out of Ages. That can give you a little bit more damage than usual, and even the Ignite as well. And that could give you the security of those kills. It goes for the cleanup crew sort of thing for Alliance. And on top of all that, you talked about those aggressive flashes, and you also saw it into the mid lane. Twisted Fate do it once again at the same time with Jana from Rich for Alliance.
That should more or less do it from us here on the casting desk. I asked for your thoughts, Infinity. You kind of gave me a bunch of teams that you felt were looking very impressive, and rightly so. We have 16 awesome teams from 8 awesome regions coming in. Why make you choose one? Have your pick of the ladder.
Everything.
Just choose whatever you want. Yeah, And they're all looking good. They're all looking solid. 12 games of Wild Rift down for this day one. A lot of action, interesting compositions and metas coming in as well. People's hearts were broken when we saw, for example, Team Secret run their unkillable comp. Didn't work. Whereas we had other teams defaulting to this late game scaling that did work. a lot of breathing room, a lot of space to innovate and grow. It's only day one, ladies and gentlemen. There's so many more days of awesome Wild Rift action coming up, and I am frankly very, very excited.
Yeah, I am as well. I mean, we have a lot more days to come for the group stages than the playoffs. And on top of all that, I love how you mentioned about the variety in terms of team composition. We saw Vayne a while ago from Amihan Esports. We saw a Leona for them as well. And we saw those different type of composition that plays out in the early game, into the mid game, late game. There's also a different strategy. You have the diving composition. You have sort of the setback type of composition, 4-1 setup, right? There are a lot of combinations that you can bring up into the table for Wild Rift Summer Super.
Yep, that is pretty much day one. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have an awesome stack of games coming up tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday as well, and then the playoffs next week. But for now, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, we'll toss it to the panel to break down what just happened. Once again, I'm HungryCast. Alongside me has been Infinity. It's been a pleasure bringing you these games. We'll go for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We're only at day one and lines are being drawn in the sand. What an amazing set of matches that we have just witnessed. We're back once again with the panel, of course, with the amazing peeps that I do have here with me now. My name is Asarai. Joining with me is Gamernism, TJ, and Osiris. And again, going back to what I said, it seems like we are already witnessing which teams might be able to actually just go straight into the playoffs.
It's been an exciting day for sure. We saw some regions outperform our expectations and some that were a little bit not exactly on the mark there. I would say for me personally, having seen SBTC in the EVOS matches to start the day off, EVOS looked way stronger than we were expecting. I thought it would be a much closer game between the Vietnam region and Thai region. But Thailand coming up ahead today, it looked pretty solid. Group A had a great showing. I'm pretty excited to see how day 2 goes.
Yeah, I think that the highlight games of today were around EVOS, around SBTC. Group A just produced sick game after sick game, and then we had that Amihan game to close the day. We've demonstrated such a wide variety of playstyles, with Bigetron favoring these slow, collected games that backfired on them when Amihan were able to follow up and adapt from being the aggressive team that always pushes to being an almost European-style, AD carry-focused bot lane style scaling composition. And they didn't look great on that composition, but it won. I cannot wait to see how these teams continue to adapt, because we're already seeing all these teams try different strategies and flex their own regional identity.
Yeah, what I love about is match 1. This has been me and Hungry going back and forth with the SBTC and EVOS. And yeah, as much as I love how the EVOS won, SBTC were able to put themselves back with the previous matches. And what I love about also is that Alliance, one of the hype up play also coming in from the group stages. And yes, they lost on their first game, but right now they really showed their proper timing. They can play the pre-level 5 of that Twisted Fate. They are diving in a 4-member rotation. So I really love how they went back, and they're not breaking anytime soon.
Yeah, what I love about this is that the teams are just basically no holds barred. And speaking of the teams, here are the standings for us and the viewers to kind of collect. Of course, we know that there were a bunch of matches today, so I could not actually remember all of that. That's why we have these particular graphics. And here we are, guys, looking at it from Group A to Group D. It seems like for Group A, EVOS have yet to drop a game. Next up is Amihan with 2-0. That's looking pretty good for all the Filipino fans out there. In Group C, one team in Cerberus, 1-0 apiece. And for Group D, it's the same spell, Berjaya Dragons and the Flash Wolves, 1-0 apiece. Now, I think if I'm going to be at least kind of talking about these teams, the one that really stood out for me is gonna have to be Amihan. It seems like they struggle a lot, but they also adapted so quickly, and they were able to just win as they transitioned in the game.
Yeah, it was a really impressive performance from them, and I think from both of the teams out of the Philippines. Team Secret obviously lost one of their games today, but it was to EVOS, who are one of the favorites to win this entire tournament. So I don't think anyone should look negatively on them. And these two groups, Group A and Group B, the two groups that have played 2 round robins, are looking about what I'd expect them to. Looking ahead, looking to tomorrow, where Group C and D are going to go through their second cycle, I think people need to be looking at one team or one esports, and Flash Wolves to come out on top over the course of these next couple of days. They are absolutely the teams to watch.
I definitely agree. Now, moving a bit forward, we do have our schedules for tomorrow. We'll see which one of these top teams will be going up against the other, as we are just going to be witnessing what we do have for tomorrow's matches. So let's get a quick look into that one. Here we are, just going to be showing it to you real quick, just in case. We do have for our first match, okay, one team up against Cerberus. That is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's the battle of the esports. Bracket C, every team has the word esports in their name. I also want to quickly highlight, DJ has been able to maintain a pretty good track record so far. I'm looking forward to see what he has for tomorrow. Group C and Group D, we only got to see them play one game each. It's anybody's guess as to what's exactly going to happen. But again, focus for me, I'm going to look back at Group B, Match 6, Alliance versus Bigetron Esports,
Yes.
because that's really going to cement where the group is kind of headed towards. And once they get this little tie break, when we figure out which team is likely ahead, we're starting to see the group really start to flesh out.
I agree with the Gamernism. You have that Alliance and Bigetron Esports, which is more like a controlled or a textbook play in terms of playing across the map. And this time they're going to break each other out, so they need something surprising just to tilt someone off. And yeah, let's see what will be the fate of Group B.
Now, for me, honestly, I'm looking forward to the Berjaya Dragons one. That's going to be fantastic. Now, of course, we do have the second portion of tomorrow's schedule. Looking briefly into it, one of the probably most favored matches that I will be looking for is 7A. Team Secret and EVOS Esports, man. This is going to be a banger.
That's a tough one. EVOS Esports have kind of a track record they have to go for, and they have something to prove right now. We already saw a couple of games out from Group A, so a little bit of an idea what to expect from these guys. But EVOS Esports, I think they just really want that buy-in to the quarterfinals like right away. This is a really good spot for them to begin with. 2-0 off the first day. They just have to keep the momentum going. Easy entry.
And man, 12 games a day, it does not stop rolling. This is already an incredible group stage, and especially given that it's one of our first looks at Wild Rift Esports, played at a really high level, I've been enjoying every moment of it.
Yeah, I mean, same as how TJ is enjoying everything with his 100% prediction rate. You gotta love that. And you can clearly see that it's somehow we are getting the bigger picture of the second day, which is which. So I'm really respecting TJ's prediction rate going in blindly for the first match. So yeah, it's different.
And of course, there's no shortage of exceptional gameplay here at the League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Super Cup. Our next matches will happen tomorrow at the same time in these current channels. For the English broadcast, with the League of Legends Wild Rift YouTube channel, the League of Legends Wild Rift Facebook page, the Wild Rift Philippines TikTok channel, and the Riot Games Twitch channel.
Local broadcasts are also available on the following regions: Philippines in Tagalog through PPGL channels, Indonesia in Bahasa through LOL Wild Rift Indonesia official channels, Malaysia also in Bahasa through LOL Wild Rift Malaysia and ESL channels, Taiwan in Mandarin through LOL Wild Rift Taiwan and CGA channels.
And in Vietnam, you can watch in Vietnamese through the League of Legends Wild Rift Vietnam official channel, in Thailand and Thai on the League of Legends Wild Rift Thailand and official ESL channels. And if you're in Hong Kong or just want to watch in Cantonese anywhere in the world, you should tune in to the Talonx eSport channel.
And of course, all of this is made possible by our sponsors. First and foremost, Globe, the company bringing the first world connectivity to all of the Philippines, letting us know that your favorite champions are on summer mode too. Gather your friends and dive into the League of Legends Wild Rift pool party by registering to the Go50 with 5 GB data and complete the pool party missions to earn a limited icon, champion poses, and more. So load now via the Globe One app. Of course, can't forget Oppo. Picture life together with Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the Oppo Reno 5. And of course, Andox, serving every Filipino with meals made straight from the heart. And can't forget as well, special thanks to Mineski Philippines and Riot Games for organizing this amazing event. Now, I'm just gonna have to end it here. We'll see you guys tomorrow. For the last time, my name is Asarai. With me is Gamernism, TJ Osiris. So we'll see you bright and early for more action here at the Southeast Asia Icon Series Summer Super Cup.
Woo!
Woo!
Absolutely have the Nexus, and the very first point in the group stage of Group A will will go to Amihan. He has to actually pop the assassin cannon. Here comes Trevor. Oh, beautiful flag and dragon on top of three as he locked them in. What a cataclysm as well. They look to be bleak for QWQ as they take down Tommy. Team Secret still has a lot more firepower here as Azar comes into the scene.
It's going to be forced out as well. It's now a 4v2 in favor of Alliance as Hextech Ultimatum is now going to be forced out. Galio will say bye-bye as there will be another kill for Alliance.
But Amihan Esports, they will be looking to secure this turret without too much of a problem, but Destiny pops in.
Destiny will actually give them information, but now it's going to be the Hero's entrance. Goes for that one-man knockup, will not connect onto Water, and that will be the double stun as Amihan Esports will get the dominance in that fight as the explosive cast will actually delay Howl to the Dragon Lane, which leads them more gold and closing it in against Bigetron Esports as Hextech Ultimatum is now going to be forced out onto the Shang. And we have Flap Wall with a spin, putting them at low HP as the Shang
to contest for this upcoming Drake. And Rumple now getting silenced. This is no good news for the Silesian.
And Hextech Ultimatum actually connected onto Momo, and Momo will force out the stasis, but the stasis will not be enough to go for the delay as we have Nyx falling down. Rumple is out of the question as well as Bigetron Esports is now collapsing into the bottom lane, gets a kill, gets two, and that will be the triple kill.
Coming fight. We'll have to see if patience will pay as that's a flash taunt into three people worth the follow-up though as the dominance activated already. He's in the middle of it all. And now that is the hero's entrance with a triple man knockup. But at the moment, Baya still alive and well in the reset from Ninja 7. That's going to be a double kill for Kid, and that's an ace.
They're gonna converge on the dragon though.
Oh, that is a Ragnarok getting popped, and now they're switching targets here and there. That's a triple man moonfall, and the Cataclysm dropped in a choke point. And now Genza getting more kills. That's a double kill already to Swirl, to Quartervois, and more kills to follow as they've already taken down Wild Boar. Triple kill, that could be a potential tower dive, possibly, if they do want to. That's the Triumph hitting, but the bubble doesn't...
They send the...
Just deal some damage. It's gonna be Tom, he's gonna get down. From the G, now gonna be Pop Feather Storm is gonna be there to go for the gameplay. And that flash away from Cat Satan, going and recalling his feather is gonna root every single one. It's not gonna be Jackie, the only one remaining, and also Berjaya. But this one, Azar will be forced to back away. It's gonna be SBTC once again going for the dominant flight. It's gonna be the Charm connecting onto a Team Secret. And once again, they will be decimated. That's gonna be the 3 kills already for SBTC, and they're looking for more as they dive under the turret, gets a kill onto the Oriana.
Tags a couple members of Bigetron Esports is not the most as the explosive cast splits this. What a flank coming in, and the cycle immediately tears apart Jiwa, and now there's no damage for Bigetron Esports. They have to turn tail and run. They have to flee the scene. There's nothing much they can do here. Running from back to front, it's gonna be Demon getting the kills, a triple already. Now looking for the Quadra. He's on a rampage, and ladies and gentlemen, earlier now they're looking to contest around this top side. Good kick into the wall, followed up by the gold card, a flash away. Actually blocking the body slam. Shinsekai now uses the Zanya's enchant, like we said, under the top tier 2. He's in a lot of trouble. What a big play caller. Come.
always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be perfect anyway. Chase the wind.